your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go, don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here I'm happy.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his blades. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is OWCS Stage 3 Week 1 Day 2 and I am Zoe, and as per usual we will start the day with all things EMEA, for which my good friends Mitch and Matt will be joining us. So I once again get to pick the wrinkliest brains all morning long. Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, I know
How are we
about
doing?
foreheads. I don't know about brains, but we're definitely locked in for some more EMEA action.
Lots of forehead means lots of space needed to contain the wrinkles.
Yeah, Mitch's head
Simple
has
math.
just been expanding since we've met him.
I should
That
get,
might
I should
be
get
a medical
handicap, I think.
condition, though. I think
It
we
would
have
actually
to.
be a medical
Bigger
condition.
foreheads
Yeah,
means I'm more
that
likely
checked
to
out.
have more
Slightly
wrinkles, so you should
concerning.
subtract a few from my count. You know what I mean? I don't think
Yeah.
that's fair. We need an even playing field here.
That's right. We can share the wrinkles. How about that?
Okay.
Because sharing is caring.
That's true.
I care deeply for not just the two of you, but also for all the teams. So seeing one of them making a splash in their first performance this stage makes me very happy. And Vision did just that. Really, really solid dive we got to see from Vision Esports. That went up against Gen G, which once again disappoints, and it doesn't stop hurting. Why does it still hurt, Matt?
I mean, Gen G living out, our little intro videos. Lose GGs. That's they were speed running that yesterday. But Vision, I think it's more like Vision Esports. They looked really good. Playing something that we thought more teams would kind of play, right? In terms of having a little bit more of a dynamic backline, like a little bit of an amped pace, like some dive here in EMEA. And we heard Tama talk about it in the post game, right? Not a lot of people can play against this in EMEA or practice against it, because not many people are running this type of style. So
Yeah.
I think Vision is a very interesting team moving forward.
And that's something like you want to be able to practice against, I think, if you're heading into these international events, because we're seeing a lot of that in OWCS Korea, for example, right? The Genji Tracer setups with Winston or Diva, something similar, and a mix even of Wuyang here now and then. Gen G, though, I want to be looking a little bit closer at this team because, don't super know what the game plan is. We mentioned yesterday, their ban strategy involved protect banning every single map, as far as I can tell, so they could play Lucio Kiri. Something the Vision seemed happy enough to do, and it didn't really give them the edge in that matchup. But we got a banger on the other side of that. Before
Mitch
that,
in
excuse
rehearsal
me.
said we need to give Gen G more time. I don't know how much more time they need or have. We're running
No,
out of
time's
both.
low key up, and expectations are still high, and there's that. Alcatzee and Twisted Minds you're seeing on your screens right now, they once again got to treat us to an opening matching. Quite frankly, early on in the series, I started to feel a little worried. There were a lot of moments where Alcatzee kind of ran away with it, but then Twisted Minds rallied, and they brought it to a map 5. Are those two teams always ending up in a map 5 banger? Is that just kind of what's happening every time they face off against each other?
Yeah, Mitch, I'm curious for your PV. This, when thinking back on the series, after we got done casting it yesterday and watching some of the highlights, obviously I still think these two teams are the best in the EMEA, but it felt like a stage 2 match as opposed to a stage 3 game per se. I'm curious if anybody can kind of force them off of some of their kind of more comfort comps here, like a Vision Esports potentially we see today.
Alcatzee are trying a bunch of different stuff. That's what Landon said in the interview afterwards, and I do think that this is probably the best time to do it. This doesn't necessarily go to 5 if that Artless map pick ends up being different, right? And they don't opt to go for a Wrecking Ball comp and bring Chase in there, but these matches are important, and they had a buffer. They had that 2-0 lead. They then followed up by picking into King's Row, which is historically a really good map for Twisted Minds, and they're able to claim that one there. It does feel like the real balance of power is revealed once we get over to Esperanza, and we see that Alcatzee are, as always, just a cut above.
I kind of love what that match did to everyone else in their region, though. Like, just kind of get into their heads, being like, oh, wait, Symmetra is still viable? Like, do we still have to practice against this? Do we need to plan for this? It kind of throws you for a loop there if you're going up against Alcazio, because we know they can play a lot of different looks on such a high level. Now, speaking of high levels, that's not what our fantasy teams will deliver, most likely. We kind of speed ran through it yesterday. We didn't give it enough time to breathe. And by breathing, I mean we didn't have enough time to
you have 2 people didn't play. Shut up.
On Mr. X's lineup. 2 of your
That
people didn't play.
This happens all the time in fantasy. I didn't get my subs in early enough, so production shut it down. But you know what? I still have a strong core.
Blaming production.
Lambda, yeah, production did not do that, to be clear. I just made that up. Unfortunately, 2 of my players didn't play. But Lambda and Violet, they definitely played. Violet looks like a little bit of a sleeper pig at the moment. I am. Look, it's not fantasy for all you guys at home. You know, it's not about week 1. It's you know how you progress through the year. You got to make trades. You got to pick up people on the waiver wire. Like, this is just the start. I feel great.
No
about
one's
my
trading
team.
with Matt because no one trusts him. That's the problem. There's like a social contract you have to adhere to in a fantasy league, and like no one is buying what Matt is selling.
Well, I mean, your guys' teams, I wouldn't trade with either of your guys' teams because they suck.
Okay.
Okay, listen. Okay, but your Violet, like, he looked good yesterday. Today he has to go up against Alcazia. I think Vision is just gonna get flattened.
Right, he's just gonna do that once. Not like he's gonna do that every week.
I mean, no, he has to do it every week if 2 of your players aren't playing every week.
Oh, well, I mean, look, they're going to get in the game. They're going to get in the game. Somebody at the TM facility.
Someone will play.
Sub in. Well, I mean, Yubi would be the one who decides, I guess, to sub himself in. Put yourself in. My fantasy team needs you.
Yeah, okay. I'm really sure they're looking very closely at your direction there, Matt. All right, get this tripe off the screen. Let's look at my slightly less stinker of a fantasy team. I'm last pick. I want to make that very clear.
That is a lot. Yeah, but you get 2 picks back to back, though.
And you know what I did?
Back to back.
I went and picked Quartz and Zera. Any objections?
No,
I didn't think so.
Good picks. Yeah, good picks.
The tread pick is a choice.
Well, the tread pick was my last pick, obviously, because I kind of gave up the tank role because a lot of them were. I should have gone for TVNT, honestly, knowing that they were actually playing, but. Look, Tread for me was a bit of a flex spot. I think, you know, you could look at someone like Willie's, even Karma. Yeah, a little flex spot, you know what I'm saying? Little in and out each week.
Yeah, like
I'm just gonna gain the waiver wire for that one. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
and also,
I didn't know we have a flex position available.
Listen,
that's new.
The guy's numbers. The guy's pure numbers. All right. Saw him in game. Highest damage on his team. Now that's not great for the rest of Gen G, but he's pumping. He's pumping deeps out there. That's all I need from him.
You have to read how you score points. You don't score points for being dead.
No, but for deepsing, you get, you know what I mean? Like, listen, just throw yourself out there. Like you said, Matt, put yourself in there. Get out there, throw some hands, get me some fantasy points.
Mitch is going to be very, very invested in Gen G's journey through stage 3.
Oh, no. So I don't have to have an emotional attachment to that team. I'm definitely getting a different tank.
Okay. When I saw Selby's roster, it was like, this isn't even her team. I feel like they just fudged the graphic to make it look awesome. There's no way. How'd you end up with this team?
And I wasn't even first. I wasn't first in the draft.
Where were you in the draft?
To make it clear.
She sacked her second DPS pick to get Simple earlier than everyone else was taking him. Because I was watching, I'm like,
I just wanted to have that Simple Funny Astro backline. Ziad was my first pick, so I'm like, basically just picking up an entire team.
Do you hate NA? Do you hate NA, Zoe? Is that what's going on?
A little bit, yeah. Actually, I have a lot of negative feelings towards NA.
Zoe thinks NA is an objectively weaker region. That's what I'm getting, Matt.
Is that the takeaway?
Yeah.
I
don't
even
you
think
need to tell yourself to get over the
I'm
fact
just reading
that
the tea leaves. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't take, to be clear, I didn't take any NA players either.
Oh, you guys are messed up with it. That's crazy.
You know, ever since yesterday though, like, okay, I'm actually happy about my backbone pick. Yes, I kind of just like sandbagged my DPSs initially because I was like, it's whatever, but it's not. But whatever.
When he came out the map 1 Reaper though.
Oh, yeah. You better hope Shockway's playing.
Good yesterday, though.
You better hope it's not Jay Wu Kepster. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true.
You picked the DPS in a 3 DPS rotation here, so like fingers crossed, mate.
There were no DPS left by the time I got 2 talents.
But she loves Shockwave.
No, you could have picked Choice Tier 1. You could have picked Choice Tier 1 in that rotation.
No, I didn't have.
No, they were hell open. They're still open. They're literally still open on waivers.
We
Well,
are
then I
going to
know
have
what
to
I'm
get.
picking from my bench, because each of us still has 2 open slots for the bench, and you can watch us spiral deeper into our fantasy draft, or alternatively, you can also check out our co-streamer. I don't know what they're doing, but it ought to be good. Drops are enabled on their stream as well, so make sure to head on over
most
there.
likely
Drops, of
right
course,
now.
also enabled on our stream. And these are the drops in question. Lots of cat love. I like that, personally.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I've come to terms with it after yesterday.
Your dog is cat-sized, so is it
you
really a dog?
you have a
He's
cat,
very,
Matt.
He
basically
is.
have a cat.
He was wilding out because he heard that there was another dog, which is a foreign adversary upstairs yesterday. So he was like, "Who's that?" We obviously didn't let him
They
go up
protected
there.
his
but-
territory by
I love
huddling in
that
your
the
lap.
smallest little creatures have like the big guy energy.
I mean, yeah,
like
have you
Hugo
not seen Mr.
actually
X?
thinks he can like protect
I mean,
you.
you just laid that one up for Mitch to just make that joke.
actually
I mean, that was
Butcher.
that was intentional. Yeah, that was intentional.
Right,
Right
broke the
there.
backboard with that one, baby.
It's just a fortunate chain of events, really. Speaking of chains of events, this is what's going to go down on the server today. We're kicking things off with a Peps going up against Quick Esports. Yeah, Quick Esports are back. No more gorillas, no more dips. Literally no more dips, as he's not with the team anymore. He's actually with Peps now, so
They bought the
whoa.
dip. They bought the dip.
They bought the dip. We got some good matches in store for us.
Yeah.
Any of these that you guys are particularly excited about?
I want to see Alcatia versus Vision. I think even if it's not close, I just want to see how Vision's like comps and playstyles work against Alcatia. I think you'd have a good idea of like where Vision potentially could fall in like the rankings of EMEA.
That's right. Well, we have to wait for that one a
This
little
is a
longer. Our first
throwback.
match of the day is Team Peps going up against Quick Esports. Obviously, what you're seeing on the screens right now is from many weeks ago. Many weeks ago. Stage 2. So none of this matters. Really, what does matter, though, is that the core of Soon, FD God, and Zirion remain. However, the rest of the team underwent some changes. They are actually joined by Dip and Willies, who are both facing off against their former teammates from Quick/One Dip versus 100 Gorillas.
I mean, I liked Cookie. I thought Cookie was good for this team. For Peps, we saw Cookie play yesterday. But Dip is pretty good. We'll see. Also, this probably means like we're going to see Soon for extended periods of time. And then I would say for Quick, right, Willies was probably their standout player during stage 2. So I think that's a little bit, I don't know, would you say it's is it like a side grade over Tread, right? Or like Tread and Willies
Feels like a side grade.
in the same kind of wheelhouse? Okay,
Is
so they
this-
actually start Zoro instead of Soon. That's quite interesting. But
So Willies was, I think, able to show a little bit more than Tread did last stage.
Yeah.
I thought Willies looked genuinely very good, but different team, different surrounds, different context can seriously affect that performance. But as someone who, I think they just surprised us. I think it was really a mismatch between what we expected and what we ended up getting here. Soon is not in. Yeah, Zoro, of course, comes over from that Anomaly team that did make it up through Promo Rally. They got picked up by good guys. So they've come over to that sort of squad. And Dip was obviously on that Frosthouse team and is joined in. So we're in the scrap zone, right? These teams are all going to be pretty scrappy. I think we're all fighting for like 4th to 7th place here in matches like this one. And Team Pep's making a big reshuffle to continue to try and look good. Quick had just such a weird stage. They were supposed to change their name, and then they didn't, and then they did anyway to something completely ridiculous.
But they
look,
also went from being like a really almost scary team, I would say, because the first half of the stage, they took some of our really top performers all the way to map 5. Like they just kept on dragging those matches out, and then the second half of stage 2, it kind of fell apart from for them there. Now Johan and Skytor are the 2 returning members. The rest is new.
yeah, I was gonna say it is a vastly different looking team here coming in to stage 2. So Johan actually was pretty good when we saw him play a lot of the Junos. So good to have Johan back. But Willies was really the tank that played most of the time. So now it'll be Skytor's turn to kind of take up that mantle. We've also seen Strebor in OWCS in the past.
Yeah, they've been on a couple of, I think on Secure Esports, and then also, it's not New Age, but a couple of those sort of teams. Yeah, they were New Age for a brief time. So like I said, this is the cut of players, I think, who are definitely good enough to be in the OWCS, but not necessarily playoff contenders. Now I'm seeing those teams reshuffle to sort of break into that top 6 properly.
I think for both of these teams, this hopefully might be a good first matchup, just to like test things out and a bit of a test of strength, because I don't think either is like super heavily favored over the other. So we might get a very competitive series. But there's only one way to find out, Matt, and that's to get the series started. So please, gentlemen, take it away.
All right, yeah, I mean, again, it's tough to, I think, calibrate expectations for a game like this. I think Soon, though, have made some really good moves, and their backline has remained intact. My mouthy king Zerion alongside FD God should be able to have some solid output. Yeah,
the mouthy king Zerion, that's a new one. I think
Zerion might be chat banned. I'm not sure, because he was actually pretty quiet last stage, but bro's always got something to say.
I was like, yeah, like at the context to that, I get it now. But
that is what mouthy means for those wondering.
I am, for the French fans out there, I want to see Peps win. They've had a rough go. We have a great French fan base, very passionate, some great players historically, but it feels like they've kind of gone a little bit under the radar in EMEA over the last really kind of even since the OWCS, right? Some good performances during the regular portion of the stages, but the playoffs fall a little bit short. So we'll see Peps take Lijiang Tower, and they'll get rid of the Sojourn right off the rip.
Yeah, 5th to 6th place was Peps' placement there in stage 2. Sojourn being looked at. Interesting that it happens sort of early and on Lijiang Tower. That obviously opens up for plenty of that Cassidy play. Cassidy's just in a really powerful spot right now. Players still teching into the perk that allows Cassidy to have cooldown reduction on that roll, which is obviously a very powerful ability, the only mobility that Cassidy normally has access to. So then there are some teams as well that might consider leaning in the double dive DPS direction, especially on maps like this. See it over in sort of OWCS Asia again, with like heavy dive presence and then fairly immobile backline sometimes. And I'm curious to see if either of these teams are feeling confident to mix Wuyong into their compositions.
Yeah. Just off the rip, you're talking about dive, and then both teams, we got a Roadhog.
I forgot what region I'm in, honestly. That's the problem.
You're not in OWCS Korea.
Yeah.
You're in EMEA, but
much to my chagrin. All right, so
still a ton of time to make changes.
No guarantee this Ryan comes out. Skytor obviously was one of the better Winston players in a region that had very few of them over the last couple of stages. Reinhardt here, though. Checkmate will affirm. It's a decent map for this one, and Skytor is coming out on the right. I am so ready for this.
They will get okay, so this is like a sim comp in the shades of like the old kind of like London Spitfire Hottie type of action, right? That Reinhardt with the sim, use the speed to kind of get that Ryan around. Peps will make a little bit of an adjustment here as Dip will go back, play the Venture here.
Okay. So we'll be playing around the Reinhardt and getting full value out of that barrier if at all possible. Zorinus needs to clear that TP. Long TP, not a thing anymore, but it's still very powerful. It still changes the complexion of the game, especially when you have a pretty static core, a comp that's not super mobile. It's all about getting Skytor in good mobility.
Instant team mobility, like across like gaps, regardless of if they kind of shorten the distance, is still going to be extremely strong.
And Skytor can really just keep them out of the point. Peps have to find a way around this Reinhardt if all possible. And you can see that Willie says, just try to reposition to the backside of the point here. Taking a fair bit of damage. Dip will be an issue. There's a lot of pressure on this Reinhardt shield. Skytor has now lost it. The question is, what do you do when you lose that shield? Quick Esports, maybe don't quite know. Snowdrop's been picked off here. That's Zerion able to convert that elimination. Peps with what is a bit more of a standard composition here have finally been able to wear down the tough outer layer of Quick Esports.
I mean, Quick kind of fortunate they're actually able to get out, right? Zoro from the off angle actually gets a bullet shot that puts down enough damage for them to get that first pick off. But the TP there from Evil gets the rest of the team out, which prevent them from kind of stalling out for a while. That's going to be an Matrix drop, sound barrier as well, and the immortality field right away as they basically just TP directly on top of FD God.
And that's something you got to be ready against with this composition. They will pull up out of absolutely nowhere. With an air matrix, you normally don't have time to respond. Nicely done by Peps here, conceding a bit of ground to Quick, and you see Peps much prefer this setup as opposed to it like a long drawn out neutral with a Rhine shield eventually just cracks and he doesn't have a chance to get a good charge or strong engagement.
And let's see now that Peps has control over the point, if maybe it's a little bit easier for them to kind of play on the defensive portion of this rather than be the ones that have to kind of play aggressive into Quick Esports, right? They'll be able to set up with that sim turret over by the point, all the sim turrets over by the point. It looks like Strebel right now going to get on and contest here just to prevent the flip.
Well, he's already going up towards the dojo direction. Snowdrop, though, has plans with the rest of Quick Esports.
Aggressive.
Good catch, but it puts it in too dangerous a position. That immortality field doesn't come down soon enough to really allow for that level of, I don't know, disinterest in staying alive. Skytor is going to have to get the heck out of there. Dip will bring him down as he tries to get away. And now Peps have to work with the symbol, which is great to close and get the Reinhardt in effective range for this Earth Shatter.
Well, Snowdrop tries to actually TP back out, right? Gets the TP from Evil and tries to TP back into the immortality field. Just takes that lethal damage, like you mentioned before, can actually happen. But Quick Esports, right? Tectonic Shock, you could use that like when maybe they use the TP to kind of get on in. You have a sound barrier here as well in a fantastic spot to close out this round.
Tectonic Shock, though, is actually causing Peps to be a little bit concerned about pushing up. They get a shatter onto Willies, and it's going to be a sound barrier, though, that keeps him in mech with ultimate. So chance to obviously remech yet again. Skytor now just has to play the point for the time being. Willies went for a self-destruct off screen, so very much just hoping to get that health back. And there's Yoam getting picked off. This TP play is all well and good, but when that Reinhardt shield goes, it's tough. Quick Esports can really surround you here and make it difficult to play from safe zones, especially when you're the one holding the point.
Well, I mean, we were on with Skytor for a bit, and you can just see with the Reinhardt just dancing around on the point. There's nowhere where he can like attack. He's just taking so much poke damage from Venture and Freya off on the side. Skytor will end up getting to the point, though, getting a touch.
FD got spotted off towards the side. It's a fire strike that actually captures
Zerion
onto Zerion. Trevor just needs to play his life here. Zoro off angle, looking at a boulder shot here. Obviously mindful of a Reinhardt shield stymieing that entirely. Needs to clear that immortality field away. Quick Esports are happy to take a beat here and come back with Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, I mean, well, Skytor finds another one here, so you're going to have to back out a little bit here if you're Quick Esports. But getting that first kill on Azerion in that previous fight, and then now getting one on a Dip, this is going to buy them a decent amount of percentage, Mitch, which, sound barrier advantage here for Peps. See if Snowdrop can kind of stay alive, using that Deadeye potentially. So this one not over just yet. Dude, if Pep steals this round, that would be insane.
Skytor's invested in the barrier recharge perk as well, which is charge distance regenerates your shield's health. He really wants to try and keep that in play. Snowdrop here can make a TP close up on the point. Skytor pushing in the face of Willies. Now, Defense Matrix eats up that entirely. Peps now, though, getting up to 89%. Quick Esports without Zerion have to find a way in. Dying, of course, with that Kitsune Rush, but with Skytor out of the game, that is going to favor Quick Esports, even in a 4 versus 4. A hasty sound barrier needs to be employed by Strebel here, but now there's going to have to be a touch. Zoro steps up. There's plenty of players around him here. Dip also on that point. Flip back. Willies loses the mech, unfortunately, for Quick Esports and his life. But there's a bowler shot here into an immortality field that gets cleared in advance, but there's not enough damage to take Snowdrop down. Strebel, though, being off the map is helpful. Johan with an immortality field and amp matrix, in play as Skytor makes use of it to blow Zerion up. And now a sim barrier in play. Quick Esports coming back on the wrecking ball, but Snowdrop's been taken down.
Yes, Dip gets in, deals with that Cassidy, is Dip being just a nuisance on the point here. Now Zoro on an off angle, just coming up with some kills. Shatter there doesn't do much of anything. For a second there, I thought that Peps was going to actually make that comeback. I mean, 2-3 fights in a row. Quick ends up losing Zerion with the Kitsune Rush, but in the end, they clutch up.
That's actually a disgusting round from Zoro. 13 eliminations, 2 deaths, 8.1k damage. Just quietly going about his business on the Freya. Apparently, plenty of opportunities to get big direct hits around that Reinhardt shield. The Team Peps kind of want to run back a very similar look here. They're going to be coming out on the Cassidy. Snowdrop also has gone for that piercing shot perk, which is a very interesting choice to potentially have like a damage over time aspect on his right click.
Yeah, and it looks like that Skytor has gone for like the barrier recharge with the Reinhardt, so like distance traveled actually gives you charge back towards your barrier, and then it also looks like he went for the shield slam. Yeah, it's like a little bit of a knockback. So maybe they feel like this kind of perk combination, maybe it works out well for the Reinhardt, as we're gonna see it yet again here.
Zoro is going to have a very safe spot, and it is going to be impossible for Quick to really challenge this. Unless they TP in the direction of the Freya, but that's a huge use of that ability. So Zoro's is probably going to have 1 million damage by the end of this game.
Yes, he would be a great fantasy pick. I think if a lot of people knew they were going to play Reinhardt and he could just farm damage on the Freya from a distance, that would have been a fan favorite to select there. As Skytor, you see, kind of makes his way onto the point, but nothing he could do after that.
Yeah, I mean, the burst is insane, and Johan can't really time the immortality field properly. It comes down, Johan was standing in it, but apparently too late or not in the right position to keep Skytor alive here. So Peps have a bit of a comp cap. I think they're in a very comfortable position.
Skytor gets to the choke and just takes some shots from Willie's dip and Zoro, and he's like got no armor left at that point. And now, I mean, do you lose Evil now? I mean, this has been a really rough start here for Quick, but I would also say, you got to shout out for Peps, right? It's a little bit of an oddball comp. Maybe that Quick Esports comes in here, right? Something that a lot of other people aren't playing. Quick adjustments by Peps, and they're able to deal with it.
That's big. Snowdrop's able to find dip. Clearly they weren't submerged, so that's a pick off to the side of the fight that will at least allow Peps in. Zoro now with a bowler shot coming in. Snowdrop affected by the immortality field. Not enough! That is dirty! That is a bona fide 4 versus 5 fight win conversion. Owing heavily to the very safe and powerful spot the Freya could just take up without being challenged.
But so like Reinhardt, where he would excel is using the TP, getting him in the mix, and kind of taking these more brawly style fights. But with the way that Peps is playing and the way that the comp they have is playing, there's not an opportunity to do that, right? They can play so spread. The Peps come, so not really an opportunity to get this Reinhardt in position to like start swinging on a Lucio or a D.Va kind of standing still, as you see a TP there for Skytor up towards the high ground. They'll actually use it here for Snowdrop, just trying to find anything with the Deadeye, and comes up with nothing.
They have stolen away that high ground position though from Zoro, and they've got an Ant Matrix active now at Quick Esports. There it is. Zeri and Zoro both fall in quick succession. FD God always a bit of a nuisance here, and there is a chance for Peps to convert this a remake opportunity, and Evil has no way out of that emergence from dip. Pops up from under them, picks them off, and here is one of the saddest sound barriers you ever will see, but it's for Quick to maintain control of the point and to stay in this map. Trevor is so low. Dip there, if they really wanted to commit, could have taken the Lucio down, but looks like Peps are going to settle for point control and a very, very low health remaining opposition. Tectonic Shock comes through. This is going to stretch that Reinhardt shield to its very limits. And there's a Moira in play, so Peps can play for a longer fight, sort of drain those healing resources, then hit him where it hurts.
Yeah, Willies does have a self-destruct to kind of keep himself alive as he goes extremely deep. You have Sound Barrier here to use for FD God as well. Feels like just a matter of time before Pep seals the deal.
Yeah, but we're back in that strong position for Freya. Like, nothing that really can be done to dig them out outside of TPing up there yourself. And so Zoro gets a free awesome, man. Like, you are not playing around the Freya at all, not respecting the damage that Zoro can put out. And so they just go do 13k damage with 26 eliminations and 3 deaths.
Skytor fight, you get to shatter off there at the end on FD God, goes for the pin. It's a really nice Suzu that comes in from the Zerion that ends up keeping him alive. Even with that sound barrier, is take a look at some of the stats. Zoro able to just farm the entire time on an off angle. Like, was never really contested. You can even see, I think that one of the biggest telling things is like FD God, with 1 death, right? He plays extremely aggressive. And with the Reinhardt, you're trying to get the Rein in position to, make plays for maybe even like a Lucio, right? In this type of comp, and never able to track him down.
So I think Garden is a decent setup for the Rein and Sim comp, right? You can really draw a line on that point and have everyone set up behind the Rein. You've got Cassidy who can put out some great damage, and the Sim who in those frontline fights is going to be really potent. But Peps are not giving Quick are not giving Peps the frontline fight. They are maneuvering around the Reinhardt. They try to spread, play to the edges of the map. It's a nice one there for FD God taking Skytor out of the game. But you're not going to get like a straight up engagement. The neutral fight that Rein tries to play for is something the Quick are actually trying to avoid. All they want to do is make sure Zoro has good sight lines, either early or late in the fight there, just to keep plugging damage in. And Quick, I don't think are insistent enough about like gaming the battlefield to that advantage. And here, like, they just don't have anything that answers Zoro. Cassidy just lacks the effective range with the way the map is laid out. And there's like a couple times where they go upstairs, they go onto that high ground with the TP, which is great. Zoro just rotates, finds another safe spot, and gets back to work.
Yeah, as you see even Zerion, like at the final moments there, just get that Kitsune rush over the point, the DHL moments. You see Team Peps. I mean, dude, that is a fantastic start, right? I mean, you could not have asked for a better start if you're Team Peps. I mean, just look absolutely tremendous from start to finish. I think a little bit of that is also that like Reinhardt composition, right? On the other side, it seemed like very archaic, right? like that is a comp that like you could have you know, probably ran a few years ago, but like currently, like with how things are going, doesn't seem to be one you would find success with.
I think on certain maps it's fine, but we are in an era now where Hazard and D.Va are two of our most played tanks, and those are matchups where Reinhardt doesn't do well in at all. I just think it's probably one of the worst times to try and make a Reinhardt comp work at the moment, especially with Sim having been reduced a little bit in her potential given the removal of that long TP perk. You can still do a lot with her, and I don't think you even need max distance TPs to get that Ryan involved, but there was like one Earth Shatter, I think, one that made sense. It hit Willie's. There was a sound barrier straight away. So I feel like all the things that Reinhardt offers you could quite easily be emulated by D.Va in this situation. Even Hazard to some degree. You could have played like a more dive-centric approach here. It just feels like the comp is not at home in the current conditions.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit like how you mentioned, archaic from the Quick Esports side, and then Peps, I think, obviously playing quite well. And remember the DHL moments. We talked a little bit about it yesterday during that pre-show. You know, are you still feeling Alcatia for this region?
Yeah, I mean, the best part about this competition is that you don't even need to be correct in your wins.
Yeah, you just need to participate.
Yeah, which is great.
And you see Cargo down there waving. He could take you all the way to Stockholm.
I'm still good with that. I do wonder if Virtus Pro now can actually knock on the door of that top two because of Kevster joining their ranks, but I'm feeling pretty confident in the Alcatia pick here, Matt. I'd like to see like some good regular season interplay between VP. I just want to see them break back into that conversation because I think they've been a little on the outside looking in, even though they've had decent performances. Like I think at mid-season championship, Virtus Pro were pretty solid, right? Fell apart pretty quickly in those playoffs, but that team has the kind of roster where they should be making deeper runs here, and it should start in our regular stage play. But AQ still my number one pick.
I mean, that's pretty awesome though. The DHL moments, so you can just get a trip to Stockholm potentially. I know if you just try and figure out who wins. Jonte comes in here for Strebor, so a change in the support line. So this is a quite new. We'll see kind of what this brings. Where I don't think so. Maybe it's like you don't want to play the Lucio, right? There's a little bit of a. Man, are they gonna ban you wouldn't ban Lucio if you're trying to play like Reinhardt, right? But I also don't think you're extending to play Reinhardt the entire game. I don't think that would be the plan for Quick Esports.
No, I mean, it's a substitution that is in mind with knowledge of the map, right? So once we get that knowledge ourselves, we'll be able to sort of speculate a little bit more. But Jonty comes in potentially to play a little bit more of that double flex role. I think as some of our discussions yesterday on the show yielded, we're seeing teams move a little bit more in that direction. It could also be that there's like room to work with Wu Young in here. I think a few teams have felt like that's been worth it. Something I think that we've seen from Wu Young from the teams that have had great success is that the poke threat is quite legitimate. He's pretty sort of terrifying at those longer distances and really works well in the comps that want to try and keep you at arm's length. Wu Young also needs to position really safely. I've been watching some of the games out in Korea, and like Chorong is like on a different map. Basically, he is sitting in such a safe location, sitting so far away. Yeah,
when you play Wu Young, you can just sit like at a distance and just poke constantly. Like the healing output is extremely strong. The ultimate we haven't seen. When you watch, I mean, they do a great job when they put out these like hero trailers and whatnot. But like, it looks like it would have just like detonated the map. When you see the Wu Young ult, but not the case. We talked about you could get with the DHL moments, get to Stockholm. You could also just secure your tickets right now. I mean, join. I know Mitch and I over in Stockholm. I got a lot of tweets yesterday when I was talking about my miscalculations of the weather. I don't think people were giving me the benefit of the doubt, and I would like to say, look, I was just dressing for the plane. You know what I mean? I was just focused on the plane ride there. I wasn't necessarily focused on what happened after that. And then I was met with the Arctic, essentially.
That is a choice.
Yeah.
It was fine. I think I lost my luggage in Serbia at some point, so I touched down with very little. I had to go into town and buy some socks. So
I
there was
never, you know, I was talking about last year we were gonna go visit Old Town Sweden. I wasn't even sure there was an Old Town, but Aaron Keller actually told me there is. So there is an Old Town. I didn't really venture outside of the hotel and the venue. This year, I'm exploring. Maybe we'll do the ABBA Museum. You want to do the ABBA Museum with me?
You're not doing that. You just won't do
We
that.
could.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I think that's great. I just don't think you're going to do that. But that's fine.
You never know.
I got a proper look at Stockholm because I had a necessity in the end because I had to, head into town and make some purchases, and it was great, really cool. But yeah, very cold, blustery conditions for sure. We'll see what kind of reception we get, because so far for Quick, it's been a frosty one here in this series. Eichenwalder got to be our second pick. Quick, go for it now. And we're still waiting to see what is behind the thinking on this substitution here. It is a Lucio ban, so no reason for Scribbler necessarily to be in the game, I guess, making use of their third support player.
Yes, so they decide to ban the Lucio here. Peps actually gets rid of Winston. So with the Winston gone, you can obviously still play a lot of that Diva, which we saw Willies play really well, especially during the last stage. And then I know here in this first map, but the Lucio ban, a bit of surprise to me. I am fascinated about what Quick Esports is going to actually play here. Leeching Tower can be a Reinhardt map. Maybe you're trying to catch them off guard. I don't expect them to kind of continue to do that, but I want to see what they look like playing like a Diva comp, for instance.
I don't know how much of that we've seen from SkyTour. I know we talked about it last year. We felt like they were, SkyTour's team was a slightly better Winston team than what was sort of on offer in the region. That's just been banned against them. So SkyTour doesn't have the option to go that way, which is maybe what I might have expected. So this is an opportunity for us to peel the curtain back a little bit and see what the hero pool of Quick Esports actually looks like. Firstly, in terms of having a third support player to rotate in now with the Lucio ban in effect, and that was by design. That is a Quick Esports Lucio ban. They want to set the field for a double flex.
And you also take it away from FD God, right? Who I think is battled back a little bit against the Lucio one trick allegations.
Oh, he did that like 2 years ago. It's just too fun.
Yeah.
It's just too fun not to keep it up. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. He's definitely has done way more than that.
He's also he's beaten back the dies all the time allegations as well, but somehow they still exist, right? That's why we're always pointing out his low
against
deaths.
Quick Esports is definitely the first map is kind of anything to say. So we'll actually see FD Gut playing the Wuyong here off the rip, and Willie's playing the Hazard. So this is a comp that we kind of like saw from Vision and others at times the other day. So we'll see what Quick Esports decides. Do they play a ball here? I mean, that would be you can play like ball. Like I think I'm play like ball with a Tracer potentially.
Let's go, Zerion.
Obviously,
Do a
still some type
kickflip,
of
brother.
support line. Oh yeah, he's got the
skateboard, bro. So lit.
How does she ollie without really bending her knee? Like that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy that someone who can summon literal fox spirits out of nowhere can ollie without having to bend their knees. Yeah. Don't ask questions. We're not paid to answer those. That's fine. So drop an early look and then we'll switch out. So Willis is going to be on the Hazard here for defense. SkyTour opts instead for the Wrecking Ball. They do have Wuyang in the comp. So we have a Wuyang Mirror with the Kiriko, which is one of the more common combinations. Sometimes Ana gets mixed in, but it seems like you're a lot of investment in that single player and not like a really the wholesale area of effect support ultimate in that case. So we'll see how this plays out though. Quick do need to show us a pretty decent level of coordination, because even Alcancia struggled to make their ball comp work. That was on Artless admittedly, but much of the same remains important. To trade out of Wuyong's here and Dipson out to find two on the Tracer. That is a backline that has ceased to exist for Quick.
Yeah, I mean, so Evil actually answers with 2, but you've lost your entire backline for Quick Esports. It's really difficult to kind of continue to fight that. I mean, SkyTour just kind of doing circles on the point here, just trying to be a nuisance, see if they can maybe get a tick. It's still buying them some time though, so you will be getting Yoham and Jante back in the fight here.
Okay, Swift Step here available. So Zerion not bothered about being accosted by the ball, but that does leave Willies exposed for a moment. Slightly unfortunate phrase. Willies, though, of course, is going to be able to pressure their backline quite frequently. Whereas FD God, remember, Wuyang, powerful as he is, a little low on the mobility side, does have that sort of little speed steroid that lets him get around a little bit better, but in general, quite diveable. And that seems to be part of the plan here for Dip. FD God has gone down, so already those backlines being targeted heavily, and Snowdrop tries to hang on, can't quite do it. Quick Esports, though, have the numbers to work with. Dips is yet to find get another pickup, but Yoham is looking pretty tasty, pretty scrumptious, and it will be a rundown of the Kiriko. Tracer value through the roof right now. Now the Wrecking Ball, though, is looking in Dip's direction.
Yeah, but I mean, Dip has just gotten enough done, it feels like, where it's going to be Quick Esports on the point here. Dip will get back in contest. You're going to have FD God here as well, but you know, Dip and Willies have done such a great job at accessing the back line. It's just keeping the supports alive. I think Wooyoung can be a little bit diveable at times, right? And I think that's what you're seeing here as Willies actually going to eat a mine. So can anybody get here and contest? It looks like Dip from the backside of the point will get there and touch.
Sorry, Willies. That was always going to happen. Zero, though, this is able to find a Kuno to make it a trade. Dip has been running rampant so far on this defense.
Been unconscious. I mean, it feels like they haven't even really looked his way, right? I mean, sitting now here at 6-1, you know, 1900 damage, leading his team, leading the lobby. You know, Dip just getting into the back line uncontested. Nobody really even kind of putting any pressure on him, and Peps is like elongated. Some of these fights are so long, Mitch, that they're holding on to these ultimates, right? They didn't need to use anything massive to win these fights.
Okay, FD God here actually sending that tidal blast forward, likely on Willie's direction. Yoham is down, and they were knocked down by the looks of things. And that's a great pickoff. No Freya in the game. Willie's now feeling pretty comfortable. Dante cleared from the point as is Skytor, and Quick Esports, as we feared, have not been able to put the pieces of the Millennium puzzle together on this ball comp.
And I mean, now you're down below a minute. You didn't even get that second tick, right? So you still have a ways to go. And it's not even like Peps has really relied on ultimates to win some of these fights, right? I mean, would you be surprised like if Dip makes its way to the back line here with Willies and they get two, and that's just kind of how it kind of falls apart? I mean, that's kind of been his story the entire time. I say that I totally jinxed Dip. He just gets rolled through there by Skytor.
I will say Peps have done very well in the 4v5s in that previous map, finding well, that one needs a bit to be decided.
Yeah. The two players I highlighted getting into the back line, one gets knocked off the side, the other just gets kind of rolled through. That's one way to take it.
So I didn't really go out the way that I drew it up, that's for sure. Point capped here, and Quick Esports will be on the road. This very chaotic take on the Wrecking Ball Cup eventually yields some results, but it's, what, 3 or 4 fights before they kind of get what they want. Peps here unlikely to make any big switches, I'd assume. Zoro on the Freya continuing to be a factor in this game. Less out of control, though.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing you would potentially change is the tank, where Hazard can actually, like, access some of the high ground as easy as, like, D.Va, for instance, right? As Evil will take a dip, but then also ends up kind of getting himself, so a trade to the Tracers there, but the D.Va, obviously, with the flight, can access high ground way easier, maneuver around better than the Hazard in this part of the map.
The common perk taken here for Wooyoung is the balance perk, which means when you actually hit people with the water orbs, the passive healing on your right click gets increased. So you're actually really incentivized to keep firing those orbs and keep hitting them. And you need pretty decent depth perception for this, I've kind of noticed, especially if you're trying to curve them around corners and do cute stuff with them, because understanding like how far away they actually are from you in terms of how you sort of drive them is really important.
That sounds like a you problem, like an old age issue.
It's just a mechanic I'm actually not too used to. It's like kind of like the shock rifle back in UT, where you had to understand like if it was around a corner or something like that. But it's new, it's
really
fun.
Low. So I think for Peps, if you just take a beat here, you're going to be able to heal some of these players up on the high ground, and you're going to be able to come back and stop the payload right here. So, but look like potentially could get some serious progress there. For Quick, when Skytor falls up on the high ground, I mean, that's where it just falls apart. But it is a much different mechanic, like that Overwatch. That's why I think, like, you know, when the devs were talking about Wooyoung before, you know, kind of his kit got unveiled, like, really a lot of everything he does is like kind of new to the game. It's really fresh addition.
Yeah, understanding like there's like a passive and active component to his healing as well. Like takes a little while to get your head around. It's not just given to you for free essentially. So keeps it pretty active, pretty high APM on that Wooyoung. Oh, tidal blast! Dip gonna take it in. Flattened his snowdrop. Okay, was able to at least get some of Jonty. He managed to use that tidal blast on the Cassidy as well, but Dip just goes for the Wooyoung in the end, and that's a terrible exchange of ultimates if you're Quick Esports.
Yeah, it's especially in the time that you're in right here, right? Where Snowdrop now, okay, so finally gets rid of Dip, right? He's just been a nuisance, 15-4. But you have to go to the Cassidy, you end up dying anyway at the hands of Willies, and you see Skytor, this is not the position he wants to be in, right? Just has to get there and contest.
Yeah, low. He needs to play off health packs, but he doesn't have the time to go and collect those. Eat the bowler shot, but we'll be able to get away. Fight a little bit later. Pulse bomb here for Evil. It's going to be Kitsune Rush's trader on that low ground here, and much of that's committed by Zerion. And to keep Willies alive, but he throws himself right into the middle of the action. Dip and Willies, though, making good in his absence. Evil, though, will try and get this cart moving on. The Freya from above, though, is going to be a real problem. Wu Young's also up there as well, so FC got very much in the game. And, well, sometimes we just decide we don't want to play the attack side anymore. We just decide to be done with it.
I think it was would have been a losing fight regardless, right? It's a self-destruct that just kind of clears it out, and then nobody able to get a touch. It looked like it was potentially Evil, the one that would have had to do it there for Quick, but dude, Willie's had a pretty good offensive round. Zoro still with pumping out considerable damage, but like Dip getting those 16 limbs just constantly in the back line. I mean, Snowdrop finishes with 8 deaths there on the Cassidy at the start, so it just tells you like having a really rough go keeping him alive.
Yeah, I think the deaths tell the whole story. When your Cassidy is being exploited to this degree, you lose so much of your damage. Wrecking Ball is not obviously designed to be a nuking tank, and that leaves your Tracer with a lot of work to do. And if your Tracer is dying in the duel, then you really don't have anything to hang your hat on. Good join there for
the Wrecking Ball. Like, was it? Because typically when you see the ball, like, you know, Skytor has to be a huge nuisance. Like, it didn't really feel like to me was able to kind of rattle Peps in any way.
I mean, there was that lovely environmental kill on Willie's on that attack side here. There were some moments here, but I mean, I don't know what your take is, but I'm assuming that Skytor had intended to play Winston on this map, and that option had been sort of taken away from him. So, if that is the case, then you know you're trying to make lemonade if you possibly can.
But this is where you should be able to play like a Diva or a Hazard, right? Like that would.
I mean, if you have aspirations of being a top 4 team, I think that you should have those in your hero pool and be able to make use of them. I think it's great to lean into your team's style, but it is only going to get you so far, and the competition's only going to get harder.
And that is recall already out of Evil. They just Willie's in Dip over there in that side room and just put pressure on the Tracer. The recall already out.
Yeah, and it means that Skytor's the only one that can pressure a backline for now, until that is sort of, you know, available again. So that gives Peps like a huge window just to go to work themselves, and they've done so. Freya's out of the game. Willies will be fine here. Johan was just praying desperately for a respawn of the health pack that doesn't come. Oh, this is brutal.
Poor Yoam. Yeah, he was just kind of hanging out there, just hoping that mini health pack respawn, maybe his TP comes off a cooldown. But I mean, this would be instantaneous point A take. Is no contest here above 5 minutes in the time bank, and you don't even need to complete this second checkpoint. Is Team Peps on a roll right now.
Peps obviously are on the attack side, of course. And they make quick work of this Quick Esports team. The Wrecking Ball defense is pretty hard to pull off. I think it's probably one of the hardest ways to sort of play Overwatch. You really have to be all in. If your Tracer has no recall, I think when the ball dives in, that's probably not a great start. You've got to be lined up. And everything kind of needs to work ideally off the rip. Now, Team Peps can start to take this high ground pretty easily. Willies just has to boost on up there, and Joham's under a lot of pressure. They're going to have to swift step early. They would have liked to. That's a pulse bomb, though, that goes wayward. Nice little random kunai catch on the Tracers. That does happen. Sure, Dip has been in that position more than once, but Zerion returns the favor. Evil's picked up. Snowdrop for a window, though, had this pretty pretty sort of enviable sightline where I can sit up here and keep sending these bolts in.
Any trade here, though, Mitch, constantly, it works out for Peps, right? They have the spawn advantage here. The golden box of victory is not far away, right? Any kind of just constantly trading these players, making it chaotic, works out in their favor.
And again, I think all they have to do is walk up, and you see what Willies is doing. He's just forcing people off the edge of the battlements. There is that, position that Skytor's in. That is really strong, but Ball has to leave that position to have impact. So down we drop. There's going to be Kitsune Rush in play now. Minefield is unlikely going to do too much to deter the attackers. They'll just focus on castle control for now. And Willies knows he's done enough there to make sure that Freya will drop on down. Connection here for the Tidal Blast. Willies can just walk away after being knocked down. It's only 100 damage on that ability. So definitely it's more the CC aspect of it that you're trying to leverage. Self-destruct here. Willies is playing dangerously in order to try and get a remake, but there's enough healing from the low ground so that the Diva is still a factor. Skytor should get blown up here. They do not have the ability to hang around in the fight, and that's the map. That is done and dusted. Team Peps looking pretty darn good by comparison here. It's an Icon Boulder with a Wrecking Ball comp for Quick. This doesn't
Yeah.
really seem to be remotely enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quick esports map pick, but Team Peps, no, you alluded to it. Maybe it was like the ban of the Winston that kind of threw them off, but that is quick esports using their Lucio ban, which you thought maybe makes FD God's life a little bit harder, but he played quite well on the Wuyong. But it's, for me, it was like Dip, who constantly with Willies. I mean, there was no answer for them on the side of quick esports.
Yeah, it's really solid healing output from the Wuyong here of FD God.
Yeah.
Definitely feels in some ways like Iliari or Ana, right? That you're not obviously like fully invested in just raw healing throughput most of the time. You need to hit, M1 shots in order to make your passive heal better. So you're naturally weaving damage in around that healing. So great trying from FD God. Pretty just high activity level. And that is a pretty nice downpour. I don't know if I saw that initially. In general, I think the Wrecking Ball composition, like I said, requires some pretty idealized circumstances to achieve its full potential. And Team Pepsi here kind of just get to play their naturally comfortable style.
So we take a look here. So this is that's where don't catch the end of that though, but that's Dip actually gets hit with a pulse bomb and then blinks towards Evil, knowing where he was when he hits the recall and then blowing him up with his own pulse.
I think he actually blinked forward and got a tidal blast thrown on him. So that protected him from the pulse bomb detonation and then allowed him to knock down Snowdrop. Who then got a tidal blast.
There was a moment during the one where Evil actually hit Dip with a pulse bomb, and then Evil actually killed himself with it. But yeah, no, it could have been that one. Could have also been another 10. I mean, having it happen more than once, kind of crazy. But
I like the moxie of Tracers to go for the pulse bombs, especially when you're not normally like tracking very closely. I think an enemy Tracer's recall, because the recall cooldown duration actually got increased up to 13 seconds now, so it's a little bit tougher to play that risky.
Sure.
But also, I guess, sticking a pulse on an enemy trace, you can normally guess that maybe that recall is not available if it's mid to late in the fight. Pretty one-sided, pretty cut and dry Archinvola showing, I think.
Where does Quick take us now? I mean, so if you wanted to play ball, like, do you go like Atlas or something like that? Is that where you want to go?
You're assuming they want to play ball. I'm not sure.
I mean, so what would you say they want to play? I mean, they played Reinhardt and they played ball. Like, what do you? Do they want to play Winston? Like, is that what they're trying? But even then, if you wanted to play Winston in your quick esports, you probably should just ban the Diva, right? Just get rid of Diva, like, off the rip. I mean, I guess like Willies would just.
I don't want to play. But do you want to play Winston against Hazard? Exactly. I think that Willies is showing that they like. I think that having Diva and Hazard in your hero pool right now is the best place to be. Ideally everything, but we're not going to expect too much. So there's Escort map still left in the pool, like you mentioned. We can go over towards like Flashpoint.
Esperanza.
Esperanza, if you want to play Winston there, I think is very reasonable. But I don't think you have if you don't ban the Diva, you are still going to be dealing with the Hazard. And then, I think Hazard's ability now also to attain greater levels of burst damage potential with that major perk that allows you to detonate the shards of Bone Spur is pretty powerful. It's not a factor for most of the game until you build in that direction. But I would like to see Quick Esports here play Lucio, bring Strebor back in, get a map with Skytor can play Winston, show us what you're capable of doing here, get us a map win, because most of the most potent bans, I think, have really been aimed at them by Peps.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where they decide to go. Esperanza's pretty popular within EMEA. Also, New Queen Street, we haven't seen like really a lot of action throughout the year, just generally, right? Like, people would go to Coliseo or Esperanza over it typically. I mean, but
if you like what you saw there as Peps, you can aim a Winston ban back at Quick here and keep Jonty in the server and force double flag still. If you think you're going to be better in the Kiri Wuyong matchup, it's map dependent, of course, so it's going to depend on what Quick end up choosing, but you have some ability to like force this maintenance of the same roster.
Yeah, so like what you're thinking is like Quick actually gets rid of maybe the Diva or something, and then Pep responds with like a Lucio ban of their own.
Yeah. But like I said, when you play Diva and Hazard, like the Diva ban doesn't quite have the same punch. I think that like they can be pretty interchangeable in some cases. Maybe you don't feel like the Hazard gives you quite as much peeling agency, but still think it's very powerful.
This would tell you that Lucio made it through. This would, seeing Strebor come back in for Jonte would tell you that we are going to see the Lucio back in action here. So if that makes it through, then I'm curious kind of what the rest of the ban process looks like.
I'd be surprised we don't get Flashpoint as a result of this. We've seen Lucio bans on Flashpoint before. Zero actually going to come in for Snowdrop here. It's been a difficult series for Snowdrop. They've been targeted pretty heavily. They've been playing a fair bit of Cassidy.
Snowdrop's probably like, you want to take me out? Like what? Like you guys aren't helping me at all back there. Fine, take me out. So see how you guys see how it goes for you guys.
Yeah. I'm sure you're saying that to your teammates. Yeah, good luck, nerds. You subbed me out, so you better lose now.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's
Hey Zero,
No.
good
Is that
luck.
what you would do? What? Have you ever been subbed out
No,
like of a professional game?
no,
Okay. I guess in COD they didn't have those big rosters back then. but I don't know.
no. We didn't
Okay.
we didn't do stuff like that.
How would you feel if you were subbed out? Are you a team?
How would I feel if I was subbed out?
Yeah, because I've only played with you in more casual context because you don't really seem like you're a guy that's like putting the team first.
I
But,
mean,
like, how would you have felt?
I'd figure out what team I'm playing for next week.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm glad you're consistent in that
Yeah,
regard.
I
At
mean,
least.
you take me out? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, no. That's
It's the Diva ban.
So they do get rid of Diva. That was kind of like, okay, if you wanted to maybe play some Winston, get rid of the Diva. I fully expect though you're going to see Hazard, right, from Willie. So wouldn't be, although it is Atlas. Do you see them play ball? Like, and you do get rid of the Kiri on the other side, right? So with no Kiri, like it would be harder to play ball in theory. But yeah, I mean maybe that is kind of where we see them go. Maybe they end up they wanted to play some ball here potentially. Now that's kind of going to be much harder with the Kiri ban.
Yeah, so you got two ways you can go. I wonder how you would feel about not playing Lucio against a team that has it here. Obviously, the Lucio Kiri comp gets broken up. I mean, Krusty right now is just like his ears are burning. Someone has broken his sort of paradigm of how to play the game. But you can. I don't know what Lucio Wuyang I suppose that's probably fine. The problem with that comp is I don't know if you always can get where you need to, and I think
To
having
keep the
something
ball
with
alive?
invulnerability frames is really important. Yeah. But I don't think you're going to the extent of playing like a Baptiste with these compositions. Baptiste Ball is, a bit of a non-bow for me. Ana has some viability
No, that's
here.
true.
They've moved the Biotic Bounce to a major perk, but I think like her getting a speed boost on Nano and her target is actually crazy. There are times you see Ana players just Nano whoever. Sometimes for the speed boost, just like sort of get out of trouble. We saw like a Brig Nanoed yesterday, I think, with that perk active. So that speed boost is really handy in a pinch. There's like a lot more utility baked into Nano Boost, and its availability on a minor perk is pretty nice.
I think we just got to see something pretty creative here from Quick, because it feels like even with that Diva ban, we've seen Willies play loads of other tanks, and it seems like Pep's in a really good spot in terms of like teamwork, especially between Willies and Dip. So they better have something cooked up here, I think, for Quick Esports, or else, like, I mean, this one's going to go by pretty quick.
I think Hazard on Atlas is very reasonable. We've seen the teams, like some teams play like those more, like those Baptiste comps on this map. We saw it yesterday. Simple was on the Baptiste and looked really, really good. I had like a pretty insane game just in terms of like output. And that was against a ball comp. They were playing, I want to say Diva or something a little bit more static here. So like plenty of high ground offered on a number of these points on Atlas to allow you to play those less sort of mobile backlines. Even a Baptiste now has lateral movement on his exo boots if you take the right perk, which is super nice against like Venture and ball comps that really just want to work in the vertical plane, so to speak. So curious to see how this one plays out yet again. Finally, the Diva ban. As we discussed, it's not really enough to hamstring a player like Willies, who seems to have a lot up the sleeve in terms of hero pool.
Yeah, he's I mean, not surprised, right? We know how good Willies was in the previous stage, and now seeing him, you could say with probably a stronger team like Shell around him, really maybe start to come into his own on some of these tanks. We've seen him play the Hazard and the Diva extensively throughout the series, and Quick Esports is just really had nothing for it.
Now that they've released, spending some resources on targeting that tank pool, but I don't think that's going to slow him down too much. Darian as well, a very good Kiri player. Played a lot of Ana in the past, so we might. Okay, so we go over to a Moira-based composition. This is pretty interesting.
I mean, let's see.
I say Wuyang Lucio. My first look at this comp, I haven't seen this in a competitive game just yet. again, if you just pump heals into your Malga, probably feeling pretty good. I do think like your ability to have healing amp available pretty easily. Also, you know, if you take the right perk, the wave comes and then goes back and gives you sort of 2 applications of that on hit. So that can be very, very good.
So they're going to play a Maga Lucio Wuyong here with Venture Genji. So like a rush style composition here. Very interesting look here for Quick Esports. Let's see how Peps kind of goes about this, right? Zero obviously coming in here for Quick, a little bit of a different lineup for them now.
Okay, well, that's just like a pure pick off there on Dip. That's nicely done. I think Quick have a good setup with Zero and Skytor on the rush in, right? Shoulder charge and the burrow, pretty powerful. Peps don't have like a, you know, too much to sort of counter that out in terms of the Suzu, right? So they probably just need to avoid getting engaged on, which forces them to split a fair bit. And they're playing Tracer and Genji, so that's a fine part of their game plan. But the positioning of Peps' backline here is going to be really important. They've played ultra safe.
Yet a lot of damage actually pumped out by Johan here in the first fight. I mean, I know almost 800 damage, and they got a lot of damage on the Willies early. You see Willies even taking some shots. You know, there in the choke, almost losing his armor. So now, like, look at this. I mean, it's forced Zerion all the way back, and like, how do you even support the hazard at the moment?
I mean, you throw your passive here on him. Like, you have to play at that distance away. The best part is, though, is that Willies has damage mitigation built into his kit by a spike guard. So that does allow, like, the passive healing, which stays on them, I think, for 4 to 5 seconds when you're out of line of sight, to, like, counteract the damage you're taking. So it does at least allow you to stall in those fights for a decent time. It's even better, obviously, if you have the amp heal. But if everyone pops that mobility cooldown, like, that's it. Like, there is nowhere for you Wuyong to go.
And it feels like perhaps the DPS line has been extremely strong, but like those, you know, really the 2 big new additions we highlighted at the start, right, with Dip and Willies coming over from Quick, like they've been the difference in this one. As Skytor trying to work his way here through the choke, as Pep's gonna get above 70% here as Zoro gets the benefits of the Wuyong ultimate. Doesn't really come up with anything though.
No, Tracer is such a great vehicle for delivery of that knockdown. It's very, very potent, but it's not really used for the survivability aspect there. I kind of like the idea of using it to like get a guaranteed pulse bomb stick, like play extra aggressively in order to do so, but still Peps have just kept one toe on the point for the most part while avoiding the Malga entirely. Look at Skytor. It's really hard for him to get an audience at all. Charge is just easily kited away by recall, and Evil has gone down. So a sound barrier now has to be used for 4 players. There's a tech shock here and it has to get used pretty quickly. God's able to float above its area of effect though and have a chance to get out alive. We got a downpour there for Willies and a blade ready for Dip. So Strebo out of the picture now. That mobility for Quick Esports is extremely hamstrung.
You might not even need the blade here. Let's see, because you still have a ton of time to work with here. Skytor taking a ton of damage. He's not going to be able to make it out. I think you can actually end up holding on to this blade, as we go into the next flashpoint. So it'll be Team Peps going up 1-0.
Look, and really importantly, God, Willies, and Zerion don't die in that whole first fight. So the ultra safe positioning from their backline, which might seem like an oxymoron when applied to God, but they look really good there. And Willies has enough healing for the Wuyong Lucio with the spike guard mitigation to stay alive. Quick just haven't had the damage really and didn't get their Venture and the Malga charges to line up.
Yeah, so we'll see Dip here with the blade, how they kind of set this up, right? Because Quick does not have a sound barrier to live on through this. Evil with the blade as well, getting very close to at least the beat here of FD God, as it's going to be Evil popping his blade. Doesn't look like you can find anything. That's going to be the cage fight used as well. And you end up losing to Genji. I mean, things just unraveling a little bit here for Quick Esports.
Yeah, and it's a little bit staggered out. Like, in theory, Quick Esports might like to combine the blade a bit more with that cage fight, but it's unclear if Skytor really caught too many people out with that. Dip very low, has the dash in the direction of Zero. Now with the deflect and just wins it out with the help of Willies. That's nice. Dip really treading on thin margins there, but stays alive. Still, Peps are so good at just avoiding being brought down, and I don't think you'll be surprised to hear that that's quite conducive to a point take.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Mitch. If they're not, if they stay alive and the other team doesn't take them out, there's a very good chance they'll win the objective. I mean, that is that's next level stuff.
But again,
I mean,
like, it's another
I never
where
considered I never considered that actually.
Well, Willie's FT got in. Zerion still don't die there.
Yeah.
You know, a quick Esports.
I mean,
like they're picking off Zoro. Zoro's dying because they're playing pretty aggressively. Speaking of which,
Quick
nice.
Esports.
Oh, the knockdown came through anyway. That's tough for Yoham.
Quick Esports as a whole only has 3 deaths here. No, Zoro died twice and then Dip once. They have not taken out FD, got Zerion or Willies throughout the game thus far. So it has really been a bit of a bloodbath. I mean, SkyTour is sitting at 0-4 on the Maga, and not really able to kind of work with him to keep him alive. I mean, Zero is sitting at 0-5.
And Zerion is top damage, by the way, as Wuyong on this Peps team right now. Again, you've got 2 flanking DPS that are more about securing kills than doing raw damage, but that's SkyTour's got nowhere to go.
They're trying to keep SkyTour alive there with the Coalescence, and you're just not going to be able to. I mean, with the downpour that comes in from Willies, and then all the damage, like you mentioned, from Zerion and Co., not going to be able to keep SkyTour up. The Maga is gone. That flashpoint is also gone in favor of Team Peps. So Peps just 1 flashpoint away from just kind of dismantling Quick Esports in this series.
It's just so easy for Peps to deny Quick Esports' desire to have a really rapid fight. Like that Moira obviously wants to dump the cooldowns and then have the fight over within the next sort of 3 to 4 seconds. But Peps is so mobile, they dodge away, they kite, they keep point control, they get Willies in position to threaten more of those cooldowns out of backlines. And Quick Esports can't really channel that Moira's effectiveness. So they've made the switch over now to the Wuyong themselves. Strebor close to a sound barrier, but FD God already has one developed here, and Dip just needs to wait this out from Strebor in theory.
And Evil was
value on the blade.
Evil was trying to get out there. It's just actually a really nice jagged ball there from Willies. It just kind of like locks him in place. Don't even expect it to be there as they finally get rid of Zerion. It'll be a blade here from Dip, so he ends up falling. So now things starting to go slightly in favor of Quick.
I mean, a fair from Dip, he knows Strebor dies. So there's no sound barrier available to quicken his fight. He dies with beat, he just goes for the blade. I think the tech shock is well timed by Zero, but none of this is really advancing Quick Esports' game plan. They don't have the staying power to really cap the point here. I would suggest Peps can, again, do what they've been doing for much of the game, use that mobility to get in and contest, and then play to the fringes yet again. Quick, though, will be allowed to flick here. Now, Peps have to commit a little bit more. Zoro, again, the delivery system for the knockdown, and Zero is flattened, but Evil and Dip go head-to-head in the backlines, and Dip is out of the game. That sound barrier for Strebor, a little bit belated, still gives them an edge in this fight, and Evil's blade will account for Zero, who just doesn't have the mobility to get out of its range.
Yeah, I think Pep's going to have to back up here. Looks like Dip actually going to ditch the Genji here, go over to the Sombra. Down for use here from Willies. It's actually going to be Zoro finding Yoham. A nice jagged wall there from Willies just to kind of help himself get out. As you have the Sombra back in action. I mean, you might be able to flip this.
That is so based. Yeah, it's amazing to shut the Genji down. Obviously, more intended for use on the ball in situations like this. Virus after virus connected with SkyTour. Patient Zero out there is the Wrecking Ball who has to roll away here. Comes back in the contest again. He knows he's going to get hacked. He's priced into that here. And without the ability to roll out with the grapple, he was brought down.
The hack plus virus is just, it's brutal for the ball to work through. And I think with where you are in the course of the game, right, for Quick Esports, you just don't have the opportunity to change all of this, right? You kind of have to stay with it. So SkyTour are going to have to play this ball, see if they can keep him up. As you know he's going to be the target of a hack here.
Yep. Okay, he's actually, perfect. Found the Wuyong, and Yoham's in trouble. Nice little dive that Peps were able to put together, but they expose Zoro and FD God here to Evil and SkyTour, who still have something to say in this fight. Dip is desperately trying to hack, but once that virus connects, the Tracer just crumbles, simply ceases to exist. Can Zerion get away here? The tough ask. He does get that amped heal. And Dip is going to be able to run on away. Has the perk, of course, that activates the passive health regeneration as soon as he translocates. So it's the go-to for Sombra as a minor perk. Still got that survivability tacked onto it. So over the pulse here.
Can you keep this contested long enough for Peps where you get back and you're going to have this EMP, right? You're going to have it ready right now. Oh, you end up losing Dip, though. That's a huge pick-off there for Quick, as you do have a sound barrier here as well for Peps. They're going to invest it, and they're going to flip, and we're going to get a little pause.
I would say that, 2-0, 99-99 overtime. Pause at a moment like that is a really interesting one. If we can, we'll get the scoreboard at least to show you guys how the story that we sort of starting to emerge here in Atlas has evolved.
So Dip just dies, right? And then we see FT God use that sound barrier. It looks like connects with everybody that's up. And then Zoro had just used Pulse Bomb as well. Not sure if we saw it go off or if it was like, used right kind of at the buzzer there, so to speak. But that's what we're looking at there for the Quick Esports side. So we'll see once we get back into game, where we kind of are at. But look, they've had a tough time yet again. Quick Esports kind of keeping some of these players alive, right? Where Johan this time, right? We saw Dip get into that back line, get a hack on him. On the Wuyong, can't really kind of escape the hazard at that point. He's 2-8. I mean, that's a rough game here from, honestly, like a lot of the members of Quick Esports. It's just they seem to have to play pretty spread out, trying to stay alive. We'll get right back into this one. So Zoro's Pulse Bomb is in the process of going out, so it doesn't come up with anything.
All right, that beat now does expire. Willies, though, makes sure Johan suffers a similar fate. That is the Wuyong off the map yet again. Stribor, close to a beat. Definitely needs it here and pops it immediately. It affects Evil and Skytor at the very least. Zero, though, not so much. Looks like the Tidal Blast was able to knock the Wrecking Ball down, but we didn't really give it enough to pick him off in that moment. But Dip, of course, will be able to handle it. And there it is, folks. Love to see a pause in the last 5 seconds of the game. It is a Team Peps series. In the end,
Ooh.
It's pretty decisive. Pretty one-sided. I think the backline of this team will look fantastic. Zerion ends the game with 7.7k damage on par with his Tracer.
That is as one-sided as it really gets. You look at Quick Esports, they tried a bunch of different things like some ball. They tried some Reinhardt in map number 1, but man, it is just a blowout in favor of Peps. They looked like that's the best we've seen a Team Peps roster look in a very long time.
Yep, I have confidence about this team going forward. They've made some pretty decent moves in the off-season. And again, you try and ban D.Va against Willie Zoe. He just plays Hazard and looks just as good.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised at some of the looks we saw from Quick there, to be honest. Stuff like playing ball on defense. I mean, I understand the Winston.
I thought you were going to lead with a Reinhardt, not necessarily the ball.
No, honestly, I will never shite on a Reinhardt because I'm thoroughly enjoying Reinhardt, even in moments where he doesn't work out, because I'm a Reinhardt main forever and ever and ever. So don't you dare.
So you enjoy watching him get pummeled by a
Yes.
complete superior
I'd rather
team
see him
composition.
getting beat down than not at all. That's how big of a fan I am.
I mean,
You as a sports fan, Matt, you should understand that, right?
No, Matt doesn't watch the Jets most of the time for a good reason.
Yeah, when my teams are getting beat down, I just pretend like I don't know who they are. I don't.
I guess for me, like for Quick Esports, it just seemed like their game plans have been rather one-dimensional. Adaptations weren't really happening, not in a way that would have made sense. So back to the drawing board for them.
Look,
Team Peps on the other side, they didn't really get challenged.
Ball is extremely tough to execute, right? So
Yes.
if you're already kind of like not on the same, like it's just gonna look way worse, right? But I also think Peps showed that this team is probably a little bit more explosive than we had thought, right? I know adding Willies into the mix, who can play the Hazard and D.Va really well. Can also play other tanks, but I'm just talking about in this series specifically. And then I thought Dip had a tremendous game. Start to finish, I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, really solid showing. I thought the Tracer, move later on was quite, the Chopper move later on was quite good. You don't always need to play Brig, Cass, and Sombra all to shut down a Wrecking Ball, especially if you already feel like you have an edge. And Sombra still offers you great flank pressure and also very, very good against those squishier targets with the virus damage over time. A look back over the ban strategy, I think, is probably in order here, because you'll note that, Skytor gets targeted with that Winston ban on Eichenwalder, and, Quick don't appear to have like a good analog for that, to move into a D.Va look. And it'd be nice to see like Skytor be able to at least work either one of Hazard or D.Va into the pool if they're going to be more of like we didn't get to see the Winston, but that's my assumption.
Was that the insider information?
No.
Just the knowledge of what
the
you
ban
can
process
do?
would not have saved them. I don't think there was any
No hope.
salvaging.
Okay. It's a bit doomerism here from Matt. That's okay.
Well, no, it's not doomerism. It's just looking at the series. I mean, they had an option to play some stuff that you could mirror, right? You try and play some of it. They just never even went towards it.
At this point, like, you've got to start looking at the backline of Peps as becoming pretty elite support players. FD God has already been at that high level. I think Zerion's been grinding through OWCS now for its entire duration and put out a fantastic Wuyang performance here. So someone who's adopted the hero early and has really been able to play to the strengths of Wuyang and have great, really good damage output, you know, which is not always easy to sort of connect those shots. And he doesn't exactly have a kit that's geared towards damage, but he's been able to make it look really, really good there. And as a result, also drastically increase his healing output with that minor perk.
I think for Quick Esports, I am a little worried as like this was kind of the easiest match in their schedule, really. I think Alcatia is coming up next and have Gen G right after that. So like generally, if you're looking at the region, we have a lot of pretty strong teams, so it's not going to get any easier from here. We do have an interview with Dip, I think, so let's bring Dip in and have a quick chat about the victory, about the first match of the season, or stage rather. And there they are. Dip, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, the first things first, congratulations. You got to go up against former teammates. How does that feel?
First of all, thank you for having me on the broadcast. Yeah, it's some emotion to play against most of my former teammates and my former team. But I think we had a lot of fun. They had a lot of fun, so I'm glad everyone's happy about that series.
You obviously, like we just discussed, pretty familiar with some of you know, the people on the opposite team here. We head into Lijiang Tower and you're looking at a Reinhardt comp coming at you. Is this expected? Because it felt like you guys were simply able to play your game and not really even have to respect that comp or make any adjustments.
I mean, yeah, I personally wasn't really expecting rain from them, but we knew they could play some funny comps, so I would say we we would be against some funky stuff today. So not really expected at first, but we just make some swaps and we're just good to go.
I mean, I'm definitely sure you guys had fun. I think it's debatable if they had fun or not. But where do you guys think you can? Where do you think you can hit in terms of EMEA? Like, it seems like Alcatia and Twisted Minds like up there in that top two, and then VP falling right behind. But the rest seems wide open. Where do you think your guys' ceiling could be in EMEA?
I mean, I think it's hard to tell right now, but of course the objective would be top 4, top 3, especially top 3, of course, so that we can make Stockholm. But as of right now, I think it's kind of hard to tell. But we aim at being top 3 by the end of the season, hopefully.
That's a good thing to aim for. We're very excited at that first look from Team Peps at this stage. Dip, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again. And bientôt, I hope we're getting to chat with you very soon again.
Thank you. Love my teammates. Bye-bye.
See, this is the first time we have someone just shouting at their teammates without being prompted.
I love how he said they had, like the Quick Esports had fun. I was like, what about that on their side was...
No, it looked like a real struggle. It felt like I think you probably have more fun in the game where you, I don't know, your style feels like it can get some purchase on the game itself, but I generally feel like this was a lot more one-sided than I was expecting for a game involving these two teams down in that sort of, I would say, 4th through 7th or 8th bracket.
Zero was probably having fun when he didn't have to play the first 2 maps. Then he was like, no, please, don't end my fun. Don't put me in.
Alas, they did. You know what would be fun, though, to see Team Peps at Worlds generally, because a lot of those players will be playing in front of a near home crowd. You know, it's close enough to France to justify it.
Okay, sure.
Well, I mean, no, but like DreamHack is literally filled with people from all over the world, but mostly European fans have an opportunity to join us.
Swedish, in fairness. So
yeah.
Home crowd.
Well, I was transitioning from Dip, you know. Why you gotta shite on my transition?
It would be
why you gotta be like that?
It would be awesome to see Peps there, though. Like, we have such a great French fan base in Overwatch.
French fans are the best fans. I say that with every bias I can muster.
And they haven't had a lot to cheer for in Overwatch in a bit. It's been a bit.
And it is close enough to home for the horde of French fans to join us in Sweden, and you watching should do so as well. You just saw tickets are on sale right now. We even had to add more VIP tickets because they're sold out already. So we're propping up more chairs. That's the VIP experience.
We're kind of popping. Yeah. I'm the chair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that.
Yeah, I don't
Segue
understand
me out of that one.
Just say no.
Mitch said I'm the chair, and I said it, and then I was
He
like,
said
that doesn't
yes.
make any sense.
No, it doesn't, and that's why I need a quick break to just process what I just heard and the visuals that went with it. And after the break, we will be back with our next match of the day. Good guys going up against Virtus Pro. You don't want to miss it.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Oh, easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wan Huanglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
everyone, now that we cleansed the visuals of the human chair that is Matt, Mr. X Moreno out of our... And I just brought them back. I'm so sorry. So I guess I did not cleanse anything. No. But how about we use the upcoming match as a palate cleanser and just discuss the teams? Surely that will lift everyone's spirit. We're starting with the good guys. Good guys, good guys
literally
fans
the good
in
guys.
chat.
The good guys.
Literally the goodest of all the guys. They were our second place finisher of the promotion relegation tournament. We do have quite a few familiar faces in their squad. Namely Crocs and Kyo, SXY, I believe was on SRP check together with eggs as well. Is it J, Y?
Yeah.
Lots of letters, and I didn't get through the entire alphabet yet.
I'm super there to call them eggs. I don't know if it's EGS or eggs, but
Eggs,
I like
EGS.
eggs.
No, dude, you spell it eggs, I call you eggs.
We've
That's what you
won a lot of Crocs over EMEA's history.
Yes, we have. Crocs is just always there.
Also, I mean, great personality. His debut featured a huge amount of Roadhog play, and it basically had Zero in the chat whining at him for the entire series. It was possibly one of my favorite OWCS EMEA memories. It was very, very good.
And he taunted him in chat as well.
Oh yeah.
So it was the Roadhog El Clasico. Well, I don't believe we're going to see Roadhog, but honestly, his Hazard are pretty nasty too.
Yeah, Crocs has a bit more of a developed hero pool than maybe the first time we saw him. Still, obviously, first love is Roadhog, but we'll see the D.Va, we'll see the Hazard. That's the hero pool that I think is just sort of the prerequisite right now to be able to put your best foot forward here in OWCS. The backline for me remains a bit more of an enigma, but we know what Keo and SXJ are capable of providing. So, pretty solid team. To sort of cut this to the quick, this is definitely going to be a team that sits 5-6 right now, maybe a bit further outside of that, depending on how things go for them. And I think the VP matchup, which is obviously this game, is going to be a huge test of them, how quickly they're now to come together. They've done well to get through promo relegation, beating Frosttails on their way there. But the real test genuinely starts now, and I think there's a lot of unanswered questions about this squad.
Yeah, this is a good match to see kind of where they're at, though, right? Going up against Virtus Pro, who we know is extremely established in EMEA. We saw them obviously at the mid-season championships. I think, look, they peaked very early in the season, and I still think they are a very difficult team to deal with, not just in EMEA, but on a global stage. They make some additions, right? With Kev coming into the roster, so we'll see how that impacts them here in EMEA, if that can take them to another level.
But also what you see on your screen right now, so they went up against Weibo twice, and they did manage to actually come back. Like the first time they suffered quite a beatdown, and the second time they went up against them in the mid-season championship, that made them qualify through the groups ahead of Weibo. And it was a really, really good performance. Yes, they went out in the quarterfinals, kind of unceremoniously so. I think it was a 3-0 against Alcacia. But regardless, like, in the regular season stage 2, they still placed fairly well, right? It was a third place finisher.
Sure. Yep. This team, though, were your best team in EMEA, though, for quite some time. And now, not so much. I think like this.
They did pick up Kevster. They picked up Kevster.
Yes, they've had a Kevster,
yes.
which is great. But like Smash at the sort of mid-season championship was not happy with this performance. He was extremely. I needed some translation from Danny, but bro was absolutely fuming with how this team performed. It wasn't good enough in his estimation.
He looks a little miffed most of the time, though, so I don't know how much stock to put into that.
Yes, I mean, but getting 3-0 by Alcancia, I think is pretty bad. I don't think that you're accepting that if you're this team.
Ooh, these are kind of
we need to see more from this Virtus Pro roster, is what I'm saying. They should be knocking on that top 2 door, and so far they've been kept out by both TM and Alcacia. So there's
but if you want to grab that team pack, though, look at that swole bear. So good. I'm here for this one.
And we did see the graphic with the roster. I know I need KSA to play for my fantasy team, but he will not be playing DPS for VP. That's actually JWoo
he's
in the
not
roster.
on VP.
No, I know. That's
why
right.
are we? No, KSA is on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, because I was trying to get him onto this into this game for my fantasy team.
You've been pulling the strings.
Yeah,
I love that you think that like getting him put into the roster,
getting him into my fantasy team, but
yeah.
I tried to sneak him in through the back door, but it's been caught. We've been caught.
All those coaches kept Matt on red. That's weird. I don't know why that would be.
Yeah.
For now, though, let's see how this one is panning out. I'm very excited to get a first look at both of these teams. So a match. Casters, take it away.
It's day 2, guys.
It's also bad for Zoe's team too. It's bad for Zoe's team too, right? She has Shockwave, right? So JWoo and Kevster, you kind of alluded to it with the fantasy at the beginning of the show, like, what if they play Kev all the time? Where, that's a thing that could happen because Kevster's a beast.
Yeah, and it depends if this team is like leaning more in the direction of the double like sort of flex DPS, right? We've seen like JWoo pick up more of the tracer duties. Obviously can go in the Echo direction. Genji is available for these guys. I think that bringing Kevster into this roster unlocks you for that to a greater degree. For those that obviously pick Shockwave up for fantasy, that's tough. Sorry guys, but don't forget this team also has Ice Nom and Vistol, so a lot of options actually in multiple roles here. But Gala and Fix are obviously really solid backline. I think Fixer is one of the best supports in EMEA, definitely like a top 3 conversation. I think their Brig was probably something that like, you know, impressed me the most, and I don't think it's really right to see her right now, but we know Fixer can make moves anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be Li Zhang Tower here, kick things off, the VP map pick. How wild is it that like they pick up Ice Gnome to get a little bit of a better dive look there in stage 2? He ends up playing Sim for them at the mid-season championship, right? Like just a bizarre scenario for them to end up in. So VP, they will get rid of Lucio here off of the rip, and then taking the Genji out of Jaewoo and Kevster's hands will be what the good guys decide to go with.
Okay, I mean, this is fair. You can still obviously you know, work some powerful flanking DPS in here in the absence of Genji, but I think like having to use Ice Gnome as Sim was kind of the issue, right, for Virtus Pro. They did the same thing.
So.
Well, they did the same thing in Hangzhou, right? They come in and they're not fully comfortable in that meta. Vistola is probably not, you want like a dive tank in that kind of meta, and they are working with Vistola. It doesn't really pan out for them. Then they had that same flexibility issue rather at DPS. So now they've just added more players. They've just opened the wallet and said, okay, we're going to make sure we can be truly agnostic to the very frequent and fickle meta switches here in competitive Overwatch. And so now we've got this kind of setup. Now, the Sim option is definitely still available to VP if they want to go that way, but you've seen a lot of teams who are trendsetters in metagames, especially those out in Korea, have started to move away from that. Virtus Pro need to have that level of agility to keep up and to also maybe set the standard in this region themselves if they have aspirations of being a top team. I'm hard on this team because they have been great. They absolutely have the resources to put a great roster together.
Well,
and now we need to see the fruits of that later.
They do have a great roster. It's just have teams over the course of the year kind of surpassed them slightly in EMEA, right? They were like undefeated in stage 1. Then a big bounce back there from Alcazia in TM, and we are getting a Roadhog Hanzo Tracer look here from Crocs. They get the Jaewoo Reaper on the other side. Obviously, this is what we had all thought.
So the prescribed response to the Roadhog often is Ana, but that's something that is a little risky to play against Hanzo, and obviously this comp has a lot of pick potential. That's something that good guys are trying to make work for their team. The Zarya obviously pretty good at protecting one of your teammates from being picked off straight away, but this is a matchup that I was not expecting to walk in today at all, and so it's just going to break down into chaos straight away. Eggs, as we're going to call them, goes down early and very low as Jonowich, so has to get off that line of sight, and will only be passive healing from him for Crocs for now. He's going to have to be taking a sip to stay hale and hearty in this fight.
Yes, Croc's going to be able to make it out with his life, but the amount of charge that Vistola is able to generate, right, off of the Roadhog using bubbles on, like, whether it be the Tracer or the Reaper. Ket has to use Recall. Wraith Form already used here from Jaewoo, so maybe a window of opportunity here for good guys.
Yeah, nicely done for SXJ. That's an important fight to win there. Jaewoo very quickly had to use Wraith Walk as that hook was coming straight at him. Kevster, obviously not going to be dragged off the bridge. He's been in this position a few times before. Jonowich has already been able to build up that title blast. So Wooyoung definitely healing off the charge so far. And has his work cut out from his. Crocs is low and is finally dragged down. VP with this Zarya comp are happy to ramp up over a longer fight, and that's how long it's going to take to really drag this Roadhog down without any healing mitigation.
I mean, it's also really difficult to get this Roadhog in position, right? You have that Lucio ban that comes out. It's really difficult without any speed, any type of like mobility to kind of get Roadhog across the bridge. At times, you see Crocs kind of taking a breather, heading back towards his other side. Kevster, he is more than willing to take the Tracer 1v1, as already Crocs having to take a breather just to get across by the point. Whole Hog coming in here, getting a few players low, but everybody running for the hills.
Fix actually got knocked off the bridge by that. Love to see that. Kyo also connects with the headshot on towards Jaewoo, who is down. Those shields very quickly getting broken by Vistola, and once he's run out of those, he can be shoved over by this damage of the Roadhog.
All right, so the whole Hog actually pretty impactful there, right? Knocking Fixa off of the side. That gives them a little bit of a window. They've also done a decent job, I will say, of not letting the Reaper get going, right? Jaewoo just not able to kind of battle in that front line, something they've obviously you want the Reaper to be able to do in those type of situations. And Gollich cross-map headshot onto SXJ. He's had a rough round.
There you see a Kevster there, respecting the kunai potential, letting Gala take that 1v1 for a little bit longer before coming back in. Okay, so no flip here for VP yet, and Vistola actually just goes down from the sheer weight of poke. Now, VP have the numbers on the point, and they'll be able to make it there as this buys Vistola to get back into the fight. Roadhog perks. Couple of them talking about those. We have a scrap hook taken, which means that the chain hook hits will refund 2 ammunition, which is going to be important. So Croc can keep firing like this, and I'll have to spend time reloading before having that hook combo.
And obviously a lot of changes with Season 18, and one of them is like a Roadhog reversion, right? So obviously he had like the pig pen and the kind of like little trap for a while. Now that is gone, back to kind of like his original natural state. That's a nice pulse bomb there that connects onto Fixa. So good guys starting to get something rolling.
Importantly, the right click of Roadhog's been restored, right? So he still has that ability to do nice damage at range. And yeah, it's just a little bit more lethal with that combo. So Roadhog players rejoice very much back to the glory days. Now with perks added to the mix, and there's some very fun ones at Major as well. He can get a speed boost if he takes a breather, or he can get overhealth if he hooks people in over long distances, which is fun. Here is the Dragon Strike coming straight through.
Zoning.
And that's gonna be gonna be respected by Stoll here on the bridge.
Yeah, and I was talking about how the Reaper like wasn't that effective. Now you're seeing Jabu going over to the far. I think a much better option as Kitsune rush over the bridge here. It's the whole hog just gonna kind of deter them for a brief moment, but the whole hog runs out, and then Vestola just all charged up, just runs right in.
Yeah, beef moment is right. Roadhog there gets absolutely put on the rotisserie as he gets caught out, tries to go for a decent whole hog there, but Vistola obviously can stave off the displacement effect of that ability for a brief window with the use of that shield. And now they better be respecting this guy. Here's a grab. Catches both supports. Perfect. What more could you ask for? VP should better lock the round up here.
Yeah, this see if Crocs can get back in touch, but 100 HP, just barely staying alive, not able to get back out towards the other Mega. Jabu just the poke damage here from the far, very impactful as even with SXJ getting one there towards the end, do not believe this is going to be enough. Not going to be able to use that sim to get a touch as VP in a close round takes it in round 1.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the switch over to the Farah I think is quite clever. It's very hard to interact with her with the composition that good guys are playing. She will hover. Hanzo historically has had great difficulty connecting with the Farah. And so Jabu can build up a lot of free damage and farm that Roadhog up, especially with the perk that allows you to mark and get extra damage on those direct hits. That really works quite nicely when you're trying to bust up those big tanks.
So, I mean, are they going to go with the Roadhog again?
Oh my god, Fixer is absolutely dominant. What is this? Good, some good numbers, man.
He's kind of going crazy. I mean, same with Gala as well. Okay, so now Roadhog, we will see them go with a hazard. So this is a little bit more of a standard look, but still playing the Hanzo. Quite interesting. Obviously, Hanzo great at like just getting these like random picks at range, and can also put down some burst damage, right? But not a hero we typically see at the moment.
Jabu really gets to abuse the Zarya bubbles here a lot, providing Vistola's not being too pressured and has one in reserve. This Reaper is going to be a little bit tough to deal with, but right now Jabu's having problems actually getting within effective range here. Now they're able to do so, of course. Step up, got themselves a bubble, but they just linger a little bit too long in front of the pretty impressive damage output the Hanzo can amass. And that's it for VP. They'll lose the first fight.
And they found Fixa a few times off the rip, right? As No Eggs takes out 2 towards the end, but even in the last round, right? The VP is able to win. They did end up losing Fixa early on, just playing pretty aggressive on the Wuya. So we'll see if you're able to keep him upright as Sonic Arrow here in the choke, just going to give them a little bit of vision of what VP's trying to do. Nice wall there, just going to kind of block off Vestola, but he's got some extra healing and some bubbles to keep him up.
Yeah, Jabu needs a little bit of help there. You can see a lot of damage taken from that Bone Spur up close, but Eggs did get picked off. We saw Eggs, oh god, wrong game. Chester start to run him down.
You're just combining Eggs and Ketster.
No, I cover a player called Extra in a different game. That's why it's so difficult. But pulse bomb there dropped by Vistola. He's able to ignore it there as SXJ can't find the stick. Here, Crops wants to come forward now. Jagged Wall used to pop himself up, makes him a bit of an easy target. Though he's benefiting from that increased healing, but Vistola is full charge and ready to rumble. It's an easy pick off. Tidal Blast here. SXJ gets it pretty deep. But nothing really comes of it.
No, Gala actually times the Suzu with like the explosion there pretty nicely. And Vestola on that off angle, right? He's putting down damage on Crocs and able to hide behind the signage on the point, being basically fully charged on the Zarya, I mean, he's taking no damage and being able to, you know, at like 90 charge, being able to pump out significant damage that's unreturned. So now this is very difficult, right? You have to work through this choke with a grab in the mix. The grab comes down. It's a downpour here is well used. Just trying to deter some of the damage, but you cannot stop the pulse bomb that comes in from Kev, connecting with 2.
Yeah, grab bomb is still very powerful for obvious reasons. Jwoo's taken a fun perk here because he's had some issues getting up close and personal. He's taken the Die Triggers major perk, which allows him to actually right click to fire a longer range volley from both shotguns. So it feels almost like Roadhog's secondary fire in a way. Lets him at least get some damage down now with that Death Blossom ready at those more extended range.
Keo as well. So now they're going to go with a Reaper of their own here as Croc's extremely low, almost like traps himself there with his own jagged wall.
Jwoo, though, just so much more equity in that Reaper fight with those Zarya bubbles being given over. Vasola is perma 100 charge, or at least it feels that way. This is the matchup that SXJ is going to be looking for a lot of the time, and eventually Fix is going to have to succumb. But Eggs goes down across the map as well, and with Kitsune Rush in play, Virtus.pro are making full use of that haste buff. Jwoo is tearing them to shreds on the Reaper.
I mean, honestly, no, SXJ has found the backline a few times, right? I know we Fixa kind of leading the team you know, for VP in terms of deaths, right? As I know sitting at 5, so they've been able to actually deal with him you know, a decent number of times. And I know SXJ, that's like I'm talking about, does it yet again. It's just they haven't been able to convert these into fight wins.
And it's getting awful close to the wire now for Good Guys. They've got some great ultimates. X just needs to stay alive to use the Kitsune Rush, and it's not to be. Keo also run over by Jwoo, whose Death Blossom still hasn't been needed and may never be. Spike block here. Into Jwoo has to double back a little bit now, but he's gotten himself a title blast and he's trying to get use out of it. Crushed his heads for the hills. No interest in facing that knockdown head on. He'll get one himself. Title blast now on the hazard. Jwoo simply rate walks away from its effect. Jonovich goes down. At least there was a Kitsune Rush opportunity there in the end for Eggs as he lays it down on the point. But they are without their Wu Young, so work cut out for Eggs in terms of the healing department. And SSJ is looking. Yeah, he's looking for their Wu Young, and Fix is playing very safe up there in the back.
And VP just backs out for just a brief second there, just trying to get everybody all healed up. Nice bubble there from Vasola, blocks himself from getting hit with the downpour, but Fix a hit with it directly behind him. So Good Guys should be able to win this fight. Send it to just one more fight to decide this round of Lijiang Tower.
That's really well done. Vasola needs to get away. Needs to keep that charge. It's not to be. Dad Blossom. Graviton Surge. Traded for it though. Oh no. Good Guys have walked straight into the trap. Virtus.pro now have a 5v3, and Good Guys are desperately trying to reassemble themselves to have some sort of contest opportunity. We're going to see a flip here in a moment. SXJ can't afford to give his life up for it, and he agrees. Recalls on out. Eggs under pressure once more. Flip back for Virtus.pro, and now Pulse Bomb ready for Kester to deploy a Wrecking Ball out of the gates for Crocs, but SXJ ultimately fell, and Keo has to use a premature rate walk now to play inside that Kitsune Rush, which would, in fairness, built very quickly by Eggs. That's a stick, though. Keo goes down before the bomb can detonate, and that'll be Virtus.pro locking it up on Lijiang Tower.
It's very close there towards the end, right? Even our first map was pretty competitive, but VP takes care of business. A lot of Reaper there ended up from both sides. As Jwoo kind of pops off almost 30 limbs, finishes with 29 in a good amount of damage. But I mean, look at Vasola on the Zarya. I mean, Vasola on the Zarya putting insane damage down, and then Fix it with 10k damage. I mean, I was talking about how aggressive he was playing and how many deaths he ends up having, but yeah, I mean, turning that aggression into good offense.
Yeah, and he didn't even invest in making his primary fire more strong with 3 droplets. He goes for the double wave.
I mean, he's got almost as much damage as their support line.
Yeah, more damage than Keo as well. I think that makes a big difference. Jwoo is really set up to succeed in this scenario, playing alongside Zarya. And I think much in the same vein as Landon discussed yesterday, it's likely Virtus.pro are trying a couple things out in this kind of matchup, right? Just trying to see what works. I like that Gala's gone for the major perk that really empowers that Suzu to give cooldown reduction. I think, you know, giving that Suzu to your Zarya and having more frequent bubbles is extremely powerful, especially as it allows Jwoo to play with that higher level of impunity.
Yeah, it's a filthy combination. I thought Jwoo took a little bit for him to get rolling on the Reaper, but once he did, I mean, it was just lights out, as you see here, using that Ray form, just trying to get behind Crocs. Crocs too good though. With the whole hog, I think the Roadhog may have been just like a round one type of okay, we can maybe run it here, see how it works out. It almost ends up paying off. I don't think we'll see it the rest of the series.
No, I do want to see Crocs stick to his guns, and there is a lot of environmental kill potential on this map. Maybe feeling that Roadhog is in a powerful position, but it does open up for this Farah pick that really, to me, resembles a pretty strong counter to Hanzo and any comps that really don't feature like strong, reliable hit stand pressure. Hanzo, though, able to put out a huge amount of damage. We saw that from Kyo here on Control Center. The Zarya Reaper combination for Virtus Pro was something they were really happy just to exploit, for the entirety of the map. And like we mentioned, Fixer on the Wu Young able to do a lot of work and playing from those extra safe positions. SXJ is someone we tried to highlight or just looked towards as someone who could put pressure on that less mobile backline, but ultimately it didn't come, frequently enough to hamstring the healing output of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I'll be curious as VP kind of evolves through this stage of like where they start to work some of these other players in, right? Like, does Shockwave, like, what is his role on this roster now? Like, Ice Gnome as well, right? I think we kind of have a good idea of like when he's going to play and how they're going to use him. But now with the DPS line, right? I think real questions about how they're going to kind of cycle these players in and out.
Yeah, I still think you really want to open that Freya Sojourn option up for you throughout the course of the series. I think Shockwave's going to get plenty of run on those more relevant maps here. But Lijiang Tower, that kind of control map makes perfect sense here to play like a strong frontline damage dealer, especially given what Crocs' hero pool has shown itself to be. And against the hazard witness that Jay was behind the play a little bit or having to make those quick TPs into get around the battlefield. They've made that easy for Reaper map with the minor perk that makes the cast time better for Shadow Step, but also reduces its length, so you can zip around the map a little bit more and just make sure you're always at effective range.
I mean, there's also worlds in which Kevster stays in and they take out like Jaywu for Shockwave, right? Because we saw Jaywu had to come out at times during Stockholm because couldn't play the sim, right? And they have to bring in Ice Gnome. So Kev can play just about everything, right? That's kind of his best kind of trait, I would say, is like a DPS player, right? Can pick up everything really fast, can play everything at a very high level. Maybe not the best in the world at one specific hero, but he's up there in the upper echelon in a bunch of different ones, right? So I think that's kind of where he excels and can fit into the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Virtus Pro, I think, going to show us a lot more than what we've seen so far, given their depth of their bench. And here it is. Shockwave's going to be subbed in pretty much straight away.
Basically
so
a mind reader. Look at this. Coming in for Jaywu as well.
It's a bit low hanging though, isn't it? I think it's like a kind of a safe bet as we head into some of these maybe longer sideline maps.
No, not a safe bet. Not a safe bet.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoe's team getting some love now.
Team.
Yeah, I mean, just unfair. I tried to get KSA onto this roster. I don't know what he would have played, but didn't work
some
out.
Strings with the commish.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for next week. But yeah, no, I think Shockwave coming in for Jaywu. Jaywu plays a lot of the Tracer, right? At a really high level, can play Genji, but maybe for some of that other stuff and for a little bit more flexibility, and you want to leave him, put him on the bench and leave Kevster in, right? So I think it's that crazy.
Kev's getting a lot of run early on here for Virtus Pro, so clearly Smash has managed to find a niche for him to.
Well, I also feel like Kev's not a difficult player to work with, right? And kind of slot in. I think it's a lot easier to work a DPS player in than all right, here, throw a tank in on 2 weeks' notice or something like that.
Yeah. I would suggest though that Kevster joining this team, unfortunately Sim is not in vogue anymore. But Kevster was not playing Sim at all on the Ultimates. That was actually the issue for that team. Christopher was like, dude, I can't put
but can he play it? Can he play it better than Ice Gnome could? Not saying Ice Gnome Sim was bad, but to have your secondary tank have to come in, can he play it better than that?
Dude, I'm not even convinced.
I'm
genuinely not even convinced. We have this idea, right, that these guys that only play tank when they get into ranked and that kind of stuff. But that's obviously not the case.
I saw some clips of the Super Genji out there in the wild again.
Yep. No, yeah, we've seen that floating around a bit. That was a legendary moment. and he actually won that game pretty convincingly. It was like a Route 66 map, if I'm not mistaken. So at this level, you can expect a relative amount of flexibility, but Virtus Pro have loaded up their roster with extra DPS and tank players just to ensure that, to make sure at the highest level they can offer every kind of look.
What map do you think they pick for Good Guys? I mean, we see basically, I'm almost, until somebody picks New Queen Street, I'm basically just penciling in Esperanza for every push. We've also seen Atlas become way more popular. I think
Surivasa.
Gibraltar, maybe there's a handful of teams in the EMEA that'll pick it, but I think that one is kind of one that teams are going to try and stay away from.
How do you feel about, like, now Rialto is back in the map pool?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's like a generally like a solid one? It feels like it lends itself to a pretty specific kind of play where, like, you get that Widow on the attack side and you can maybe mix in more of those, like, less mobile tanks. We usually see Sigma all the time on this map. Obviously, it's not in vogue.
I like it from the standpoint that, I mean, just look at the maps that it's in with, right? I was just talking about how Gibraltar, you really don't want to play, like, EMEA teams just don't really love to play it. Junkertown is like very feast or famine, especially when it comes to the Widow play. Yeah. So it seems like Rialto Esperanza might just be like pretty consistent here in EMEA. Good Guys get rid of the Zarya here off the rip. So clearly the Zarya was very impactful. They don't want to see it. Maybe it feels like they kind of ruined some of the plans they potentially would have. And then the Curie gone here from the side of VP.
Okay, so it denies Lucio Curie comps pretty entirely. Virtus Pro, of course, more than happy to work it double flex in. So taking the Curie out here, we're going to see Good Guys tested a little bit more in terms of what their backline can provide. Last time we saw this map in EMEA, it was a Lucio ban. So we were looking at double flex. Here, I imagine Wuyong gets some run alongside Lucio. We did see that in the previous series where teams tried that out, and it seemed fine, honestly, especially if you're running a Hazard who has, built-in damage mitigation. D.Va obviously offers you the same with that defense matrix here, so plenty of options for Vistola. I feel like he just locks D.Va, he just windmill slams that and goes for it.
Yeah, probably, right? I mean, why? I mean, yeah, I think it's probably D.Va for Vistola. Like, there's no real reason. I was like, could you see him go to even something we've seen like in the past, but like there's no reason to play like a Sigma or anything like in the current current meta. So yeah, you'll just see him insta-lock that D.Va extremely strong at the moment. Maybe they do want to play Roadhog again, question mark, but we'll see.
Yeah. I just don't even think Zai is good on this map. You have like zero verticality with that hero. Okay,
I mean, I also would say I don't think Roadhog is very good on.
Okay, you know
map,
what?
But
that's probably true and real, honestly. But they're on the attack side, so we'll give them a chance. We do actually get the more rare cameo of the Ana and the Wuyong setup. You can really juice up one of those individual heroes here. I don't think we'll see both ults committed, but you'll notice that these support ultimates here, neither are team-wide. Yeah, so it's...
I like Ana here because there's so much high ground to hide behind as well, right? Like just pulling at a distance. So they're going to play the Roadhog here again.
Widow for Shockwave. Decent sidelines as we get around this corner. Not so much early on. And again, I think it's tough here for the Ana and Wuyong to play against Widow at times. Both relatively easy to pick off. His SXJ already trying to wend his way towards that back line, but it'll be attended to very quickly by that peel. Kyo wins out the sniper duel, apparently. Hanzo downs Widowmaker. Kyo, of course, he represents a lot of threat up close to someone like D.Va with the Storm Arrow. Just can send those shots in, but Kevster is able to drag the Ana down. So that's a large portion of that healing now off the table.
But it's also risky playing. You're going to have actually Vistola lose his mech here. But playing the Roadhog, although you do have an Ana of your own, right? There's obviously no Suzu available in the mix, or no cleanse, right? So these bio grenades are going to be like horrible for Crocs to deal with. Really just trying to avoid them at all costs, working his way over here towards the Mega.
I think that makes the comp matchup pretty bad for Good Guys overall. I think a lot hinges on what the Widow and Hanzo respectively are able to accomplish for their respective teams, and that's pretty good. Kyo deals with Kevster. Really supposed to be a strong matchup for the Tracer to win out there, but a headshot will solve your problems more likely than not. Still under a lot of pressure now, but can just abscond to the high ground and not be chased. That's one of the reasons why D.Va is just so good here. And eventually Shockwave has opened up the account. He's found the Ana.
This is going to allow them to build up towards that Nano rather quickly. But Keo yet again, another nice shot on the Hanzo. I mean, a few nice pickoffs for him off the rip. Crocs on a little bit of a flank, gets Gala here, so there's no Nano. This might be this first point in favor of the good guys.
If this is the good guys' signature comp, I'm here for it. It's so scrappy, it's so pick oriented. It leans heavily on
D.Va
individual skill.
Vistola just gets Jono, and now you're going to have Kev back on the points. This one not entirely over just yet.
No,
oh
Shockwave coming back off for respawn. That advantage here for Virtus Pro with a Nano Tracer. Oh, jeez, that was beautiful. Bionade there came on in from Gala to set that one up, and Shockwave is able to finish the kill on the Baptiste pretty easily. Good guys are hoping that this Immortality field can give Crocs a reprieve when he's hit with the Bionade, but yeah, it's an ugly matchup for good guys.
I thought that was going to be it there for good guys to take that first checkpoint. So Keo has really been on fire on the Hanzo, but you know, a few pickoffs here already. I know a large amount of damage, but now FACEIT takes out SXJ. You're going to have to wait here a little bit for your Tracer, right? No pressure onto that back line. The card is going to move backwards. It's starting to get pretty good here for VP.
I guess that good guys have some decent ultimates, but it's really hard. I think outside of just sticking the Tidal Blast onto the SXJ to really make these work in concert effectively. Pistoli here again, as soon as he feels like there's some threat coming, he gets out of there. That's the Immortality field pop relatively early in the fight, which is cleared rapidly by Shockwave. And X is under an extreme amount of duress here. Could say the same for the Wuyang of Jonovich, who falls. Fixer finds him with an orb across the map.
Self-destruct here used by Vistola just to get a mech back, and although those Crocs does get rid of Fixa, I mean, that's going to be both supports gone here for good guys. They're having a difficult time even working their way through the choke, as Vistola going to fly here, get out of dodge, as Crocs may be looking to make a change here. The change a little bit late, though. We're down to 20 seconds on the clock.
The Widow switch for Keo. Will it be enough to answer Shockwave? The Hanzo honestly was the least of the concerns for good guys. That's a pick though, nicely done. Fix it down, both teams trade their Wuyang's out. And now it's going to be Baptiste versus Ana for the lion's share of that healing. Fortunately, Crocs was on that wrecking ball now, so it could be a little bit more self-sufficient. Keo was expecting a visit at some point from Kevster, and now Infrasight is in play for Shockwave. Gives him a distinct edge. It's going to force Keo into less ideal spots. Takes a hit as he drops down, and Kevster finishes the job. Nicely from Gala. This is becoming unserious very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they had their chance, right? When Vistola's in like Baby D.Va gets Jono in. The cart is basically underneath the bridge. Does not need much longer to go, but VP clutching out that fight, I mean, that's kind of where things start to fall apart.
Yeah, they come back off with a bunch of ultimates and a nano for Kevster to make that contest much easier. I don't even know where we ended up seeing the Tidal Blast from Virtus Pro go. They feel like they were a bit of a footnote, underneath Kevster, consistently assassinating backliners, and some nice shots being hit there by Shockwave. 10 eliminations for him. Kevster just doing his thing. This feels like kind of idealized circumstances for this Tracer Maestro.
Yeah, Keo with the 2,900 damage and a few early pickoffs, so maybe a bright spot there for the good guys. So we'll see Keo on the Widow here. As Croc's going to end up playing the Winston, so gonna ditch that Roadhog here on defense. The Winston that was going to have a tough time Mitchell against this D.Va.
Also, I don't think Winston likes to tangle with Freya at all. That's quite difficult, especially just getting slowed in your tracks. Winston's got a few things in the kit now. I kind of like the perk that allows him to throw his bubble forwards. Helps with those dives a lot. Means you have to game them a lot less and can really go for the throat and not have to worry about getting slept here. But no reason here not to expect Virtus Pro to make short work of good guys here. Now they don't even get that first checkpoint. They're on the Winston, which will be having to tangle with this D.Va and with this Freya. Kevster back on the Tracer as you would expect. Virtus Pro, best foot forward now to try and claim Rialto.
And if you're VP, what it kind of feels like is if you can get one pickoff, you essentially then just make this a one team fight game, right? If you can get a pickoff here, they're going to have to back out, and you're basically in that fight underneath the underpass at that point. So if you're VP, just how do you manufacture this first pickoff? It almost even doesn't even matter. The target is already been a decent amount of payload progress thus far.
Look at this immediately. As soon as Crocs tries to drop down on Gala, Pistola creates that spacing and forces the Winston out. The car barely slowed down.
Keps are in position up on the high ground here as well on a flank, so you lose Keo, so that's your kind of like long range damage output there, completely gone. You're going to lose Jono here as well, so the cart will continue to move as players just kind of spread out so far here from the good guys. I mean, nothing Eggs can do to kind of keep himself alive there against Kev, and now you're going to have that one final fight I was talking about.
Yeah, this is pretty cooked, folks. You can talk this one up. Good guys, of course, with some spawn advantage, but Virtus.pro haven't lost any players, and they are respecting these Widow sightlines immensely. Fixer playing outside of Keo's purview for the entirety of this round, and that's still on the win.
Jump back. Yeah,
that's the death knell, 100%. Good guys now really will only be able to use their Tracer to contest, and John Witch and Eggs don't have any ultimates to empower SXJ, so they'll eventually just fall under this war of attrition. Keo here, well, the fight doesn't really matter as the card slots through and Virtus.pro snap Rialto up in a matter of seconds.
And once they actually get Crocs there, he gets hit with a pulse bomb and then kind of like jumps out. There's nothing they can really do. I mean, SXJ can only just kind of exist on the payload for that long as we take a look at the scoreboard here to close things out. I mean, Gala with a very good game, right? Above 3k damage. It was significant amount of healing over just about everybody else in the lobby. And then Kepster in that Tracer battle, man. I mean, 5,900 damage to 2,300 on the other side.
Yeah, it feels like the comps didn't matter hugely here. Just on an individual level, Virtus.pro were able to stand tall. But good guys maybe could have done themselves some more favors in picking a little bit to strength in this matchup as opposed to those individual strengths. I like the Hanzo play early was good, right? That gives you that verticality option that you don't have when you have a Roadhog folded into your composition. And Kia was able to deal with anybody that tried to close the gap on him. This was a nice shot. That was a shockwave pickoff here. So Hanzo invites a level of volatility into a game that sometimes you can use to your advantage, but the problem with the volatility is that it really has the consistency that you need in order to win fight after fight.
I mean, the whole comp is like when they were playing the Roadhog, right? Roadhog Hanzo, it's extremely volatile. I mean, there's like no middle ground of like extending fights and like, trading cooldowns and maybe you're gonna get an advantage. Like it's either manufacture picks or don't, right? Nice stick there from Kev as Crocs is about to use that leap on out, and I know once Vestola gets back in mech after that, I mean, you see he just pushes everybody out so far across the bridge. Nothing they could do.
Yeah, like you said, the volatility means you can either snowball a game or you can really struggle to get into it, and that's the edge of the sword that good guys fell to this time. Virtus.pro looking great. Hard to assess them or really cast to a critical eye over them because I don't know if any of the weaknesses that this team has had in the past are going to be exposed in a series where their opponents have not been looking to play maybe the more powerful, more robust compositions. Virtus.pro looked weaker when they had to play sim mirrors in the past. Or, more generally, when they've gone up against the meta comp, the most strong looks from the strongest teams and look weak they're here, this should be their playground.
I mean, they're not going to have to play necessarily those sim comps. I don't think it's going to be a thing that comes back in like a major way. I think we just have a few teams that are still very good at playing it. We'll mix it in. Yeah, they'll mix it in every once in a while. But yeah, this is a series where, look, good guys came in as the underdog. We fully expected that. They're just trying, use some wacky styles of play to make this one a little bit closer, a little bit more interesting. It's just not working out. We're VP. I mean, this is a game they should win in this fashion, right? This is not all too surprising. So for me, this is VP taking care of business.
Now, if you're good guys, how do you feel about like Roadhog on any of these Flashpoint maps? Doesn't seem amazing, right?
How did you feel about Roadhog on any of the Control and the Escort maps? I would have said I didn't feel good about it there.
Yeah, maybe on Ilios. For obvious reasons.
What do you play here? I mean,
bro, you lock King's Row and you send it at this point.
Is that the play?
Yeah, just send it straight up.
I mean, just Esperanza doesn't seem like it's something they would want to do unless they want to play ball. Atlas would be an option if you want to play ball as well.
Yeah. Look, I think you either pick a map that you've worked on pretty extensively and have a ban strategy for, or you go to like a really familiar one here when you just try and let your individuals do the talking. I think that's where GGA are at. I think that individual skill comes before that whole team cohesion, and also GGA are playing a composition that is less about that coordination and much more about juicing up the individuals to sort of run wild, right? They get that Wu Young in there. The Baptiste is brought in at some point to just make it so Crocs doesn't die instantly to Bionade. It really felt like it hinged on a Tracer of SXJ getting good picks,
Is this our
Kyo shooting people in the head, and Roadhog doing Roadhog things.
Is this our new Queen Street? Is this our new Queen Street sighting?
I doubt it. I feel like that map like might allow for like Doomfist teams to like try and throw a curveball, but we've seen those kind of teams go to Atlas instead and try and play Doom there, which had some pretty mixed results in that Alcadzia matchup yesterday.
They could do just about anything, good guys, I think, and that wouldn't be all too, I mean, well, so if they picked like a like an Eichenwald or Hollywood would probably be pretty surprising, but anything outside of those feels like it would be something in their wheelhouse. Okay, so Jwoo comes back in for Shockwave. We saw them do this when they wanted to play I know some of that Reaper early on and play the Zarya. The Zarya still well, the Zarya can't be banned out now, right? Yeah, it could be well,
it might be going for like Atlas here or something like that.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Suravasa since Atlas has been in the pool, but
why do you think that is, honestly? Because Suravasa is, I always thought it was a pretty generalist map. Like there are a ton of comps that were super relevant here.
And Ice comes in. So this is so this actually might be
mild delay.
This might be Atlas then, because like this is probably where you would play like Hazard or something along those lines, right? If you were VP. So we don't know the map pick just yet, but potentially that could be it. Yeah, so it will be Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so it makes sense. So that means VP are trying to position for like a Wrecking Ball style with like double flanking DPS. I think it works really well on this map. Obviously, Wu Young has been picked very frequently here as well. You have so many delivery systems for that Tidal Blast that it seems like an easy lock-in. Lucio, Kiriko rather, available here still. I might end up going towards like we saw the Lucio Wu Young comps on this map in the past. You definitely favor a little bit more of that mobility. How about them apples, Crocs? Stick that in your Roadhog pipe and smoke it. That has been banned. It's going to be Tracer the ban though for GGA. They'll be targeting that one again. You can play Venture alongside the Genji. Sombra can be mixed in here, especially for GGA if they're expecting a Wrecking Ball coming their way.
And we get a Roadhog ban, so that's going to force Crocs to play something different, I guess, for the Tracer ban. I mean, if you were VP, you could play Venture, you could play Genji, you could play Reaper, and maybe we see
Reaper Zarya. Yeah, you can just run that back, right?
Yep, yeah, you can just run it back. Well, you're not going to run it back because Ice Gnome is in. I mean, he probably can play the Zarya, right? But if that would be intent, I think you're probably looking at like more of like a Hazard dive type of style.
Yep. Ice Gnome, of course, brought into this VP lineup ostensibly to fix some of their tank pool issues, and ended up being their solve for Symmetra out in Riyadh at our mid-season championship. And the results were mixed, but I think that taking down that Weibo Gaming team, crucially that second time around for VP, was an achievement. They're going to be looking for a lot more here. They, at this point, honestly, caring a heck of a lot more about where they stand amongst their EMEA compatriots. They'd like to not only show that the region is dominant, and hey, EMEA put a team into the grand final at the mid-season championship, but they want to stand at the top here. So quick pause as we come into the game. Unfortunately, it comes before we see hero picks. So we'll just tread water here for a moment before we jump in.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a DC on the good guys side. So it looks like we end up losing a player. So we'll get them right back into the lobby. So yeah, unfortunately, it's right before that hero select, but I think we're going to see something like in the Hazard, potentially Ball here from VP, so completely different look. And it's so funny how like after Champions Clash, it was really like, oh, VP was like undefeated in EMEA, right? And it's like, all right, like we didn't even kind of consider them not maintaining that in EMEA. We were just like, oh, they need to start winning internationally. But they end up now having to deal with like TM in their region, and then Alcadzia as well. And now it's like, you just need to get out of EMEA. it's wild how fast that some of these other teams have leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about like Virtus.pro's run in EMEA Stage 2, they only lost to Alcadia and Twisted Minds, right? So that's maybe expected. What for me was more promising was a 3-2 game between them and Twisted Minds. That was like week 5, I want to say, of that tournament. So they're close. Like they definitely have felt like they're on the cusp. The problem is that, like, you know, you remember they're the team that got pushed to 5 by Quick Esports going into Stage 2. So we were already like a little bit concerned. As good as Quick Esports looked, like VP, we wanted clean games from them. And then they got absolutely pounded by Alcadia in that group stage. And of course, at the mid-season championship. So that's the team they're looking at going, this is our benchmark here. We're very well resourced. We have a legendary coach.
Yeah.
We have the best collection of some of the best players, not from Saudi Arabia. Should be able to not only just wash through this game, like they're definitely looking further ahead than this game, right? This team is obviously, looking at international aspirations, but a big part of that is by being the dominant team in their home region. It's a prerequisite for this point, especially with all the kind of resources they had to work with.
And when you kind of get into like that playoff and Stockholm qualification, like it comes down to the wire, right? I mean, we saw Peps obviously look much better today. Vision Esports the other day looked quite promising. We'll see what they look like against Alcatia in our next match here in EMEA. But yeah, VP's got a lot to contend with, as this region is definitely leveled up way faster than I think anybody could have expected.
Yeah, and I think that is owing to just, Vision looking quite good, and Peps also looking like they've got a lot of potential in that roster. Virtus.pro, we're looking at week 3, week 4 right now. It's back-to-back matches. Well, it's back-to-back. It's Alcadia in week 3, and then it's Twisted Minds in week 4. So, winning one of those, I think, is enough for them now. It like puts them in like far better seeding heading into the playoffs, right? You want to be like ideally like a 1-2 team with the favorable setup there. And it was a 5-mapper last time they played against Twisted Minds. You're still looking at us for now, folks, because I think Jonovich ended up leaving the server. So we're going to go to a quick break while we try and bring them back in. Don't go too far. It is map number 3, Artless here, and it's the last chance for good guys to stay alive in the series. sticking with us, folks. We are moments away from jumping into our third map of this series between Good Guys and Virtus Pro. And the word is that Jonowich's PC is balked. So there'll be a substitution coming in for Good Guys. Skrain, who is their flex player, to my understanding, Swedish individual, will be bolstering the ranks here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes for him in terms of his play on support. Unfortunately, there for Jonowich, but hey, you know, PC issues, they happen. This one sounds pretty tough, though. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I don't know if a defibrillator is going to do the job. I think it might be balked here. So
I don't think a defibrillator would ever fix a PC.
Let's re-establish ourselves here. We had a ban of Tracer this time for Good Guys. Kevster, too much of an issue for them. And a bit of Roadhog ban in response. Spiteful stuff from Virtus Pro, or whatever it takes to get the job done. Like I mentioned, they've got their eyes set on those week 3-4 matchups against Alcacia and Twisted Minds, respectively. This one here should be a 3-0 in their favor, and especially with the unfortunate issues plaguing Good Guys in terms of having to make this substitution. Are they going to make the best with what they have?
Do you think it changes like what they would play here? I know you go to Atlas to potentially play some like faster dive style comps. It might change things up a little bit in terms of you know, what their original game plan was for the map.
Again, maybe just plug and play option here for Skrain. Oh, Lucio action for them might be the plan. Virtus Pro, though, already considering double flex here. Gala and Fixer, and yeah, it's a map we mentioned briefly that Doomfist had a run. You know, previously for Alcacia. Chase brought that in. It looked fine. I think it looked fine. I think it was having to contend with, you know, a pretty powerful cop. It might have been a hazard look. Either way, Virtus Pro will TP out, and then Kevster will make a switch. Kevster not a known Symmetra player, as you remember, if you're the Ultimates fan.
Could play Genji here. Yep. So that, I mean, this is like it feels like a while ago, right? But I was talking about like a Genji Venture look. They go with Doom, though, instead of something like a hazard, which I thought is what they would opt for.
All right, back to business we are. Hazard for the Good Guys, as pointed out. They've got a venture to match. Keo, we saw a lot of them on Kitscan Heroes last stage. Pretty strong Cassidy player. Virtus Pro, of course, have a very all-in setup here behind this Doom Fist, but will Ice not be able to intervene here? Crocs does make a jump in. Gets a little bit low. Skrain just trying to make sure he's where he needs to be. Right now, apparently that is between Doomfist and a wall. Stunned up for a moment. Geo will be exchanged, though, for Jwoo. Crocs, though, is very low, and it's a while before Eggs can actually get there to top him back up.
Yeah, nobody gets control of the point just yet, as looks like was Good Guys with it for a bit. SG actually gets with a bio there from Gala. Really nice play. So not able to keep the venture alive, and this may be kind of just the beginning of the end here for the Good Guys.
Yeah, kept that to lead point. He was contesting, but he went upstairs to try and help with the pickup of SXJ, so allow the flip to go over to Good Guys. But Virtus Pro playing the long game, dropping down, only giving about 28% over. They'll be in control now. I'm keen to see them test this Doomfist comp, see what more it's capable of.
Yes, we'll see. It was a little bit of percentage earned there by Good Guys, but now you're going to have this combination, right? With the Ana and Wuyong ult is nice drill from behind there. Put some damage on the Kevster, and they're not able to kill him up.
Flattened by SXJ, who move away from the point here. Surely will start to contest now, as Crocs also opts to drop on down. Ice Numb very low here. Good Guys doing pretty well at pulling this Virtus Pro composition apart. Like in the absence of Kevster, they were already able to achieve their game plan. But Keo moves outside. He's got to respect the damage from Fixer. He's done a lot of it this series, but Crocs will take Wuyong out.
And I'm still on the Doom. I think we've seen just like the Hazard look way better than Doom in our brief stint here today, as this is going to be the nano boost here used on the Ice Gnome. He's going to get by a few players here. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush on the high ground that allows Exenko to take out the rest of the team, but the Meteor Strike plus Nano results in really nothing here for VP.
Yeah, Ice Gnome found himself a little out of position, so it's a Meteor Strike to get back to relative safety. And he might have found Skrain a little caught out here. Being available now for Skrain. Coming in as that sixth player. Picking up Lucio, dude. He's not easy to do against a team like VP. Ice Gnome's going to be able to avoid that downpour there and have to use most of his mobility to get a long way from where the fight is supposed to be. This is a little bit weird from Virtus Pro, I'm not going to lie. Attempting this comp with double flag support. Looks like they're pretty vulnerable to the Venture. Good guy's going to take the first flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I would just love to see them kind of, go over to Hazard here, which they do. I think this is going to be a much better look here for VP. Even playing like Diana with the Wuyong, I still think it's fine. It's just the Doom wasn't really being that disruptor you need Doomfist to be. And I think now you're looking at like Kevster, like this Blade, right, with Screen coming in, with the sound barrier here. See if can land a good one going up against potentially Kevster using this Dragon Blade.
Cox here just wants to try and gain a command and deal with the situation, as this actually was spotted in the corner. Jack the ball here to break up the sidelines a little bit more. That's probably one ability that was difficult for the Doomfist to handle. Jaywoo here's going to be able to burrow, and it's a sound barrier, so Strain times that correctly with the blade being drawn, and Kevster ultimately isn't able to put it to any sort of use. Tectonic Shock there sets up for a pick on Gala, and Kevster has already fallen by the wayside. Virtus.pro are in utter disarray.
Right? It's
what am I watching?
It's wild to see. I mean, good guys with a sub here, just kind of Screen filling in, just taking it to VP, where VP's trying to play some of this dive, right? But we saw this it was Alcatia, right? They tried to go for the dive, and they're the third map on Atlas where they bring in Chase. Doesn't work out there. Now Ice Gnome coming in here, and they're trying to play a little bit faster tempo, not exactly working out well here for VP. They're going to lose Kevster here right off the rip, so another fight that just goes horribly.
Oh, that Bionade as well is way off there for Gala, as Virtus.pro not able to benefit at all from the healing that they sorely need. Great picks here for Keo. SXJ's having a great run on the venture so far, and we're about to see 2 flashpoints picked up in quick succession. You know how I was talking about the whole like Virtus.pro with like global aspirations, trying to knock on the door of top 2 and him? Yeah, this isn't it. This isn't what that is.
So like this team though, they've tried to play dive, like with bringing Ice Gnome in. We know that Ice Gnome is talented. It just does. I don't know what it is. Like at least the team just doesn't seem to gel with this style of play. This will be a nano on Ice Gnome. They're going to get it down for here as well. So maybe they can start to get things going. A nice slash through Screen should give them the opportunity to take this flashpoint first.
Yeah, I like the downpour that was timed nicely by Crocs to catch Jaywoo as he emerged from the Wraith Walk, and Jaywoo just had nowhere to go, really. Just required Ice Gnome to get juiced up and go for the throat. So, Virtus.pro win a fight. They're first of those on this map of Atlas, and will start in control of the flashpoints.
So this is the first signs of life, really, from VP here on this map. So I think it also coincides with that backline change. I didn't mind it, but now seeing them play the Kiri Lucio, this is obviously a scenario that puts them in like a mirror matchup almost here with the good guys, except they just really want to use that all-out aggression of Reaper Genji to put pressure onto players like Keo.
No, see, Reaper has always had some difficulties with Cassidy, given their effective ranges are quite drastically different. Keo has made space with this ability. Oh, see you later, Sam. What a deflect from Kevster.
The space back in the spawn. Yeah, I mean, just tying that perfectly. I think Keo may have thought that like the deflect was already used there from Kev. Keo gonna go, okay, I was gonna say maybe play the Soj, but no, gonna stay with the Cassidy. Trying to make it very difficult for these flankers to gain position, while VP now, it only took the good guys getting 2 flash points for VP to start taking this one maybe a little bit more seriously, you know what, and making some changes.
Better than Virtus.pro taking 3 flash points to wake up, wouldn't you say?
I mean, you're on fire today.
I'm just saying.
The breakdowns here from you are next level. I mean, that is a good point.
Respects the deflect adequately.
Yeah, it looks like actually that's the bleed that comes through on the shot that actually ends up taking out Kevster. So when it casts these new perks in effect here from Kia.
Yeah, piercing shot that applies a bleed. Kind of nice. Obviously, when Fan the Hammer doesn't really, do it for you. It's definitely getting less and less use now that it doesn't have infinite range and no spread on it. That effect, though, fairly potent. Gives Cassidy some more options when shields are a concern or you've got some clumped up enemies. So, we have 2-1 on flashpoints now. Virtus.pro have at least come up for air. Now, they've got to finish the job. Back on what feels like a more comfortable composition for them. One that is more reasonable, as their experiment previously didn't pan out all that well. Let's get Tsune Rush now. Ice Gnome needs a little bit of help, but no one's paying any attention to Jaywoo, and he loves that. Going to be throwing a Death Blossom, though, into a sound barrier. Good heal thrown at him. Looks like he's going to came in from Gala's direction.
Yeah, I was going to say. There's no way. I mean, he almost actually ends up making it out of the life. That's wild there, but the rest of the team pushes on through. Dude, it's that Reaper inside of the Kitsune Rush with that, just all of his abilities, right? Just kind of cycling. But once they see the Suzu up in the high ground used by Eggs, that's when they decide, even with that sound barrier, it's time to go with that Death Blossom.
This is not that different to the comp that we saw when Kiriko first hit the game and people realized how powerful the haste buff was on Kitsune Rush, like the Reaper Winston looks. Just having those, when your survivability cooldowns can be reduced to such a degree, it feels like you're virtually unkillable. And fire rate with the Hellfire shotguns is kind of nuts when you are at the appropriate range to make use of it. Here's Kyo, another Deadeye. This time, Fixer falls, sees him in his periphery and pulls the trigger. SXJ, though, traded out for that now, and Virtus.pro can still lean on Gala for their healing requirements. Virtus.pro still have a heavy hit front line. Damage dealers have to run through.
He has some long-range action there in the feed from Jayu, but Kitsune Rush, I don't know. It's going to be Crocs actually going for the down 4 there. I think everybody kind of dodged it. So VP gets this one into OT. Ice Gnome going to get there and contest. It looks like a few players coming off a spawn. Not going to be enough, though, to keep him up.
Yeah, Ice Gnome had an opportunity to assassinate Eggs, but they had a Suzu. Now, though, Gala's cooldowns might be a little bit taxed, and all they're going to do is really just try and jump away. Can't afford to pay too much attention to the venture that is coming at them. And Fixer is the first casualty in this fight as well.
Now, good guys with control of the point here, but nothing really to work with. I mean, double support ult here for VP Mitch. I mean, that's going to be nasty. You can even, like, there's a world in which you only need win one fight. Could you actually hold on to those support ults and just use the blade? But actually, with SSJ behind, kind of catches them off guard there with a tectonic shock. It actually forces out the beat. So fortunate there for good guys to get that sound barrier out. They don't end up forcing them to use the rush, but we're going to go to a final flashpoint here.
All right, VP have locked it up, and they've kept Kitsune Rush for the next fight. There's a flanking tectonic shock attempt there for XSJ, but a sound barrier was a quick response for Fixer to make sure they could stave that off. I like the idea. The setup, though, decent. We're going to switch over to the Genji now for SXJ. No more Venture shenanigans.
I thought the Venture was pretty effective, but now the Genji, a little bit extra mobility. It's going to be Kyo using a Deadeye here, very low. So we will get Ice Gnome, but traded out. Now you're going to have crossover to the Orisa here. So just trying to, like, dislodge, get this hazard out of the way.
Now eventually Crocs gets run down. Even if SXJ can get some value in this fight, it starts pretty horribly for good guys. A trade that doesn't favor them whatsoever. Still no flashpoint cap yet. Jay, we there with you, like you mentioned, longer range damage has yet another Death Blossom to leverage in this fight, but it screams sound barrier to follow this Kitsune Rush, which is going to be the decider. A lot of pressure to put on a player to get sucked in here as a pinch hitter.
You lose SSJ, though. I mean, you're going to lose Crocs here, too, so you're going to end up holding on to this, not going to end up using that beat. This is going to allow VP to get probably above 50% on the point, and then also probably worse for the good guys, Mitch. I mean, it's going to allow them to build towards their blade in their support ults rather quickly.
42 and counting. Healthy lead. Strain without an opportunity for a good beat in the last fight, and SSJ was picked off. Not unlike that one. Catcher that may have been from a deflect. Either way, that's the Cassidy off the map. Virtus.pro really not feeling too much pressure now in this later fight. The Orisa means the good guys don't really have the ability to leverage the element of surprise. The Virtus.pro are mobile enough to kind of just give Crocs a wide berth.
Well, Mitch, it's another fight where good guys is basically on the run, and then now what? SSJ is over here just completely alone. As a good read there from Kev. And Fixa just catching him out, and guess what? You finally use this beat, but there's a Kitsune Rush on the other side. It'll be a sound barrier to use here for Fixa as well. So, man, this one just got away from the good guys, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro experimenting a little bit. I won't use the word trolling because I don't think that was the case, but the Doomfist doesn't quite work out for them. Eventually, they move to Kiri Lucio with the Hazard, and that's absolutely going to be a comfort position for them, especially what Ice Gnome likely was subbed in for in the first place. And so, we have another 3-0 series here. Virtus.pro lock it up against good guys who gave us some novel compositions and decent moments, allowed their individuals to shine a little bit, but there's so much more to the game at this level. The Virtus.pro have that in spades.
Yeah, I mean, it started off pretty well for good guys on this map, and then just kind of the wheels fell off once VP decided to make some changes in terms of moving away from the Doom, adjusting some of the back line. That's where they really started to come alive. You see the damage Iceman was able to put out there on the hazard, you know, really significant. And then, I mean, look, Kev, Jwoo, Shockwave, when you have those three to combine, I know as a DPS lineup, you're going to see them put together some pretty sick games like this.
And of all of them, it's Kevster getting the most run here. Clearly, that depth of hero pool being valued greatly with Jwoo and Shockwave, sorry, the ones that are sort of moving in and out around him.
Yeah, I kind of like seeing that though. Obviously, with the ultimates, it was a bit of a struggle last stage, so it's great to see someone like Kevster back to their winning ways. Now, has VP been tested here? No, not really. I guess their adaptation skills are tested a little bit if you're going up against a Roadhog, which you wouldn't really expect. But then again, it is Crocs in the mix, so maybe you should have expected it. I didn't expect them to run with it for quite as long, especially not like heading into map 2. But I guess GG just really likes to play to individual pick potential, as evident in the compositions they were running throughout the series.
It's really difficult at this level to win like that, though. I mean, I think there's a difference between. Is
this a result of them just knowing that they're not the team to win? Like, if you're outmatched, outskilled, then you kind of just go for wonky comps and like Hail Mary pick potential.
Obviously, we'll see, like, you know, in some of their next games coming up. But I think this is stuff they just probably feel like they're. It's a little bit of a wacky style, but it's like heroes they're comfortable on, and maybe they feel like that's how they can gain an advantage. But I feel like there's only a cap on that as a team, right? And obviously VP is able to kind of deal with it. Maybe they're able to catch some other teams off guard, right? You know, in EMEA with this type of style, but to kind of like, you know, get into that top 4, top 3, you're gonna have to play some stuff that's a little bit more topical meta.
Yeah, when you invite volatility to the game by playing like Hanzo, Widow, Roadhog, you're relying on your individuals to sort of stand up, and I think that's fine against a team that is like good and, you know, cohesive but maybe middling as players. But like, you just don't find those teams at this level. And also teams like Virtus Pro are investing consistently in flexibility and also just consistency in terms of how they want to play the game. They go for like the safer comps or the stronger looks here, and they have the individual prowess to stand up there as well. These guys are so experienced. They've seen so many years of competitive Overwatch play that there's not a look you can throw at them that they're not familiar with. At least won't take them a fight or two to figure out. They themselves are trying some stuff, and I think the stuff they tried looked pretty bad. That's one thing I want to sort of point out. I think that start of Atlas was horrendous from Virtus Pro, but these are the games where you can try that stuff. They just need to try a little more.
I mean, dropping him up there wouldn't have been like awful for them.
I mean, it would have.
Would it though? They would have just won map 4. Like, I don't know.
Because it's like a map loss that shouldn't be. You know, there's probably no reason, I think, to drop maps to this GGA team at this time, especially like if it's one thing if GGA are just like, you know, focused on like really just playing the sweaty, powerful comps and looking quite good and punish them as a result of that. But there's no reason, I think, with the offerings that GGA can put out, the Virtus Pro should be losing maps in this series. And if they do, it's like, all right, guys, you need to wake up a little bit. We need to hit the ground running here.
Yeah, I mean, coming up next for VP, it's going to be a lot more resistance, right? Because their next 3 opponents, not necessarily in this order, are Twisted Minds, Genji, as well as Alcazia. Like, those are the 3 opponents coming up. Now, Genji, I still want to be a believer, but the 2 Saudi squads are definitely going to be an uphill battle with them. I'm very interested to see how they will fare if they're facing off against potentially Symmetra comps again.
They need to beat one of them, I think. And, like, if they face a Symmetra comp, they could probably still handle that. You're not going to see VP play that because Kevster is not a sim player. Like, you have not added a sim player to your team with those changes you've made, unless they like rotate Ice on him, which would be ridiculous. The thinking is that you don't have to play that style anymore. That it's not the best, unquestionably, with how sim has changed. So Virtus Pro, find their style, stick to it. They can, you know, make use of Ice Stomp rotating into play that hazard. I think that's totally fine. They need to be one of those teams, though, for me to feel like their changes in the offseason and their spend has been worth it. You cannot continue just to tread water as like the 3rd place team here and then get kind of beat up by the other juggernauts from other regions globally. I just don't think that's acceptable for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they definitely have to put in the work in those upcoming matches. And you at home, if you want to be a sweaty gamer also and put in some work, why don't you create a FACEIT account and start playing, improving, hopefully, maybe, potentially not. Either way, you will be earning rewards in Overwatch 2 if you do so. So head on over to FACEIT.com and start your journey today. And who knows, maybe next year,
Who knows?
upcoming season, might be talking about you or with you even.
I mean, if your goal is
needed.
to improve, right? Maybe your goal is to just run it down. I mean, I don't
Sure.
think you probably want to do that in FACEIT games, right? But
we
if
won't
your
be
goal
seeing
is to
you.
just... Yeah, we probably would not.
If that's
a good point. We
if that's
probably
your
won't be
team
seeing you.
identity.
But if you play, you can also earn, right? So you'd accomplish 2 out of 3, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
Exactly.
ain't bad.
It's all about whatever expectations you're setting for yourself and your squad. Now the expectations I'm having for this upcoming match are pretty high, and I hope both teams will be delivering. It's going to be Alcatia and Vision Esports coming up after a quick break.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Matt and Mitch, and we're about to set you up for our third match of the day, the last match in our EMEA region, and this ought to be a good one. It's going to be Vision Esports going up against Alcatia. Let's talk about the favorite first. Alcatia, obviously the top dog of the region. They have made that very, very clear last stage, and as well in their opening match. They're still kind of just leaning into the old and trusted compositions, but they did sprinkle in some different newer looks as well, and told us as well in the post-game interview. London did mention that they're just trying to figure out what kind of works for them.
Yeah, I I think they're just trying different stuff to make sure they kind of like have everything covered when it comes to playoffs, and then Stockholm, right? I think they feel really confident in being able to put it together, really kind of whenever they need to on some certain comps, right? But just trying some different things, forcing some different things. You can do that in practice, but it's just way different in a real-time game environment. So I like how they're using some of the games in the regular season to kind of get that done.
Yeah, I think that, the way the series played out was pretty close. And I wonder, though, if it was more one-sided, if maybe Alcatia are just trying to really try hard and just pick the best maps only for them and just sort of run away with it. But I think it was a series that featured a lot of the things that you love between TM and Alcatia. The latter, though, is still looking extremely good. And it's the same players that really operating as the engine room. I think Ziad's Diva is fantastic. Still something that impressed us, God, like going back quite some time at the start of this year here. Yep. Lennon and Kellex look great. They have tried to work the Wuyong in a little bit here and there. But like you mentioned, still clinging on to some of the classic styles here. And they're going to get away with them in a lot of games. They even got away with, of course, against a team like Twisted Minds. So that means this team is going to have time to work on some other stuff behind that to make sure when they hit the international stage, which they're bound to do, they're going to have a few more options to tangle with, let's say, Team Falcons once more, and they'll be smarting after that 3-0 final, I'm sure.
They will indeed. Now, they will be going up against Vision Esports, and quite frankly, they came out of the gates swinging. It was a very dominant showing we got to see from them against Gen.G, who kind of just like flopped over, but they played a very competent Winston dive, right? That said, Gen.G also made absolute zero, if not minus attempts on keeping them from the Winston and these kind of competitions.
They went out of their way, Sally, at times to not,
enable it. Exactly.
to not make changes.
Yeah, so I don't expect to see the same from the Alcatia roster, right? I'm pretty sure they took some notes on what worked well for Vision Esports. Now the big question is, what else can Vision Esports play? What can we see from them today?
Yeah, we also know that like they played a lot of Winston. They weren't really forced off of it. The other day, Ziad like playing the Diva really kind of like farms like Winston-based comps at times when we see it in action. So curious if Tama will bring anything out like a hazard or something along those lines. Where this will be really. I think this game, regardless, is like probably more telling about like how good Vision is than like where Alcatia is. Like I think we know that. Alcatia is just a tremendous team, right? I think it's just more of like, is Vision a team that can like legit play with some of these top teams in the EMEA, or is it just like a nice story and they'll just kind of like beat down on some of the lower teams?
Yeah, like are they just going to take that ultimate spot and just occupy it for the entirety of this stage? We want to find out what their ceiling is, and I'm glad that Matt wanted to highlight Tama. I think that that's someone who's going to be up with a real test today. I think between Choice A1 Cookie and Violet, like you've got some known quantities here that can definitely stand up and deliver in games like this. But this is Overwatch. So much sort of depends on your tank having flexibility and also knowing how to conduct themselves against teams that are very good at like playing appropriately, peeling back. They're going up against the Diva comp, and I think there's a pretty big difference at the moment between Ziad and Tread in terms of how that they can control the space and assert themselves in game. So Tama's absolutely going to have his work cut out for him today.
I mean, the entire team will be, Vision Esports will be tested to their limits today, but if they can even just show a crack in Alcatia's armor, if they can just make them bleed a little bit, I think that bodes really well for their upcoming matches. Let's find out what they have in store for us on day 2, and for that, we're gonna hand it over to the two of you.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that's enough to satisfy you as Vision Esports, considering the roster that you've managed to put together.
It might be. I would also say it's probably easiest to find a win against like an Alcatia level team in week 1 than like right before the playoffs, right? Like a brand new patch comes out, tons of changes. Like week 1, this is probably where you do find like a little bit of a sneaky upset type of win, right? If you are Vision, much harder once we get into like week 5 and in the teams kind of establish where they're at.
Yeah, we're manifesting a close game between these two. I think that's what we really want to see. Alcatia here with Matt Pick have gone for what likely is a protect ban, and Vision have just taken the Symmetra off the table straight away. They said we don't want to deal with that, especially on these control maps here. Want to force you into a little bit more modern maybe slightly more honest Overwatch. So that's going to be the answer. We know the Vision in terms of what their DPS output is. Haven't really seen Choice One or Cookie go over to Symmetra. I definitely sort of prefer to see Choice One on that Tracer, Cookie on some kind of Freya or Sojourn look, maybe with even Cassidy potential there, excuse me. So jumping into this one, Vision, it's a great chance to not have to worry about what Sim can do and how she can turn the game on its head.
And if you are Vision, right, getting the Sim out early, like win the control, right? You know, you're the underdog here. You throw a lot of your eggs into this basket, get that early lead, and then figure out kind of some of the adjustments, whether it's through the ban process you can make if Alcatia tries to fall back on some of that stuff.
Of course, Alcatia, they're a team that need no introduction. We saw Zarya last time from them as they tried on Lijiang Tower. This time, this is not too foreign a look for Ziad. Tama on the Roadhog though. Honestly, yeah, okay. Even going back to Dallas, like last year, we saw Roadhog picked into the Malga comps and had great success, but Vision are going to see Tama walk out on this Winston, and Alcatia will be offering a challenge. They'll be the one asking the questions in this matchup with the Malga composition that is going to put themselves front and center and demand an answer from Vision.
And I think obviously Alcatia was able to watch the game that Vision played the other day, so they'll know that Tama probably wants to play a lot of this Winston, and it's going to be very difficult kind of leaping directly into this Malga.
Which is going to mean that Alcatia get priority to some degree, like they can just stand up here on the point and force a response, and then they can sort of act accordingly. Checkmate, you can see working the fridges against Choice One. That's a pretty high flying matchup, I'm going to be honest with you. And Alcatia here have had some time now with the point unlocking to play in that direction. Tama already be using the jump here just to stand out in the open, and Ziad gets chucked down a little bit by this poke damage, so much so that he's got to get back off the point. Violet strikes though, as we would expect. Labda is out of the picture. Violet's Lijiang Tower showing yesterday was one of the most ridiculous from a Lucio player I've seen.
It was sick, and I think they're going to need a performance like that if they're even going to kind of sniff beating Alcatia, where I really like how Alcatia played that. They kind of sat in that back corner and was like just baiting them, like, okay, Tama, like if you want to dive in, go for it, right? Because as soon as Tama would have dove in, they put down some damage, he's trying to get out, and then that's when the Stomp would have just kind of followed it up with the chase. But they started opening it up, Vision, there with some nice shots from Cookie, right? Able to land some railgun shots into Ziad, force him back. It's really difficult to get the Malga out of that position.
Yeah, and look at Alcatia, they just play off the point until Malga's ready to charge in because of the Sojourn threat. But they've got, Labda who can sit back and be more defensive against the Tracer, and then Checkmate who can, again, come in as just like a third party to a lot of these engagements, or, harass that backline just a little bit more. So Vision, it's kind of tough to actually demand the engagement that they're looking for. Alcatia are not going to line up for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they are able to give Alcatia even some trouble. Tama actually doesn't get the benefits of that sound barrier, so let's see if it's impactful as he's actually trying to put some pressure onto the point.
Now, it looks like Alcatia put both their support ultimates in this fight. They know like the round win is basically here for them at 62%. They can commit to try and win the fight outright. And Vision have been forced out to the edges of the point. Another bubble cycled here by Tama. Pulse bomb avoided for the most part by Cookie, who has that overclock ready to go and land and finally falls. Deadeye here for Labda in a very compromising position with the Winston bubble in his way. And no one there to pop it for him. So nice fight win for Vision Esports, considering both teams went for both support ults.
I mean, you can see how difficult it is, though, for them to win a fight in this type of situation, though. Like, Winston, you can place, like, a shell like this against the Malga, but it's typically not with Winston, right? We've seen teams do it with, like, Hazard or even Diva, right? Winston, it just feels very difficult to make it work. Tama now building up here as that prime also. Just putting some pressure onto the backline of Alcatia. You see him, here from Checkmate's POV over in that back left.
Checkmate down. Tama's actually able to deal with the Tracy here, but it comes at a cost. Now Vision have to operate without their Winston, and Alcatia will be eyeing off the point, as it will be much more difficult for Vision to respond here to any attempt to capture. And Violet gets caught out a little bit. Live by the sword, die by the same. Apparently, Alcatia is still strong enough with 4 players. Bully Vision off the point, and will demand them to make use of Pulse and Primal here to snatch the round away.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Tama would have used that Primal in the previous fight just to keep himself in it, but saves it here for what could be the final point on this one. Yeah, that is it's just when he was that is so unfortunate, right? Because like there's a brief moment where he jumps over the gap there, and that just happens to be, you know, the 3 seconds away when the recall comes up. So not even able to make it back on.
Well, one good fight we got from Vision Esports, and in fairness, it was a good fight. It was on an even playing field, with both teams having their support ultimates ready. It was really solid. Outside of that, though, OWCS tend to provide a pretty relentless amount of pressure on you. And if you are making any unforced errors, like from Choice A1 or any others, any mistakes, even if they're ones that are forced by your opponents, you're going to start falling behind. It's a big ask. I mean, we come into this game hoping for a good game, but you have to be 100% basically the entire time against this OWCS team, or you're going to lose these little edges in equity, and you're going to lose these advantages, and frankly, it can snowball against you when we start to consider ultimate economy and just players building up some momentum.
This will be interesting. So now we're going to see Tama run a D, but we didn't really see him get forced over to anything other than the Winston yesterday. So already a slightly different look here from Vision. The only different things between these two teams will be that Cookie's going to play the Freya. So a little bit better at longer ranges here, especially against Labd on the Caps.
Tama here knocking on the doors of the dojo, but doesn't have the required Dan level, I think, to tangle with Ziad. Double back here. Play ball towards the bridge, of course, and big damage on Ziad. It's going to draw out a Susu. Now, Kansia having just to smooth over some of these rough edges of the damage that they're taking, and getting their Tama pick off early is very, very good. That'll be a point take early.
Yeah, as OWCS looking just as good as they did in those first two maps against TM yesterday, right? They're going to play close up. They just do not want to allow Vision basically out of the spawn. They want to try and catch them off guard a little bit. Turns the corner, uses the defense matrix there from Ziad. Now they'll back up. Maybe they were just seeing if they can find a sneaky pick off there off the rip. And then, I mean, his Labd Defiant shows he won as soon as he makes way towards the point.
Now, this is going to happen. It's going to happen against a team like OWCS here, and you sort of need to be able to find a way to brace yourself against it and find success regardless. Ziad there, you think they'd be sort of caught out, but Labd is able to catch Violet by the heel as he tries to get away. So that's not enough still for Vision to really be going on with. There's still Pulse Bomb here. All of OWCS's ultimates are pretty much online, and Ziad can return to the fray pretty quickly. You might see OWCS disengage briefly until that D is back.
I mean, even though you lose Ziad, you see Labd here going to end up using the Dead Eye, going to get some healing, and also it's going to be the Kitsune Rush with the sound barrier later on top of it. Ziad's going to get right back in the fight, so it doesn't even really matter. I mean, he dies playing quite aggressive up towards that high ground, but Vision just was not fast enough trying to capitalize.
And this is starting to give three-team region vibes now as Vision, again, put to the, honestly, the greatest test you could expect from them very early on in this stage. But have fallen behind in this round. OWCS had everything they needed, especially to secure the decent on Tama, and they're going to make a pretty telegraphed engagement behind this sound barrier. They can't even get over Labd. Surely Violet has to find that one, and can he escape back up? Looks like he'll be fine back into the fight. Vision starting on the front foot now without losing a player. Sound barrier sends them in, but they've lost Sile here. I think the damage might already have been done, but
they're going to
caught out. And Ziad is a remake. Point flip is all well and good, but the numbers here certainly favoring OWCS here.
No, OWCS should be able to flip this right back, right? I mean, Tama, we'll see if he's able to get back in mech, but Ziad and Checkmate still just doing a fantastic job staying alive throughout all of this, as OWCS will have 3 on the point.
Well, it's going to be an overclock for Cookie. Anything to try and force OWCS back and generate some level of threat, but they're simply going to skirt around this. You saw Ziad go off to the right there. Nice couple of consecutive shots on Kellex as he thought he'd be able to get the drop. He was mistaken. So Vision maintain that point control. And this is what I was talking about, right? Falling down to a shorthanded scenario in that previous fight, they're still able to hold on. Now they need to run that back a couple more times.
And yeah, that overclock was massive from Cookie, able to put down some serious damage there, force OWCS back as OWCS was trying to make the flip, because that may have been the game there if they were able to get control of the point.
Ziad for a moment thinking if there was a backliner close enough, he'd try and snap them up, but instead opts to double back towards the rest of his team. He's lapped up. Deadeye pushing forward. He knows that mech is done, and the Suzu comes a little bit too late. Second time he's actually used Deadeye and exhausted that defense matrix resource. Tama could not get out of line of sight in time. And with them down, it's pretty cooked for Vision Esports. I'll give it to you straight, folks. Jump back in their spawn direction now, only being able to lean on Choice C1 and maybe Sile to stall this out.
Yeah, you see Zion just trying to cut Chosewan off, and they do get him as soon as he makes it to the point. It'll be Kitsune rush there from Sile, but answered quite quickly there with Kelix's sound barrier. So everybody pretty sturdy here for Alcatia, but Violet has one as well.
I like the barrier timing here for Violet, especially with Kelix being low as he was. Patience for Vision as they wait that beat out. And here they're looking a little better. Zia with a self-destruct to try and remech now. Something Violet unfortunately can't punish. And there will be a Diva in the fight here for Alcatia still. Kelix has to respawn and will come back in, but Alcatia having to give the point over.
Oh, I mean, Violet being able to land that beat there towards the end was massive.
Another D-Mech.
They're also going to get a D-Mech here on Ziad, so Vision should be able to battle back through this. And I mean, what? They're going to have this overclock yet again, as Cookie had a great value out of it the last time. The thing, if they can get a pick off on the landing early, I mean, that would be massive here for Vision.
Landon, great game for him so far. 13k healing, dominating the lobby in that entry. And Ziad has needed a lot of help in that regard. Tama on the ball. Is this going to be enough to secure the dub for Vision Esports? At least going to take us to 99. They're making it competitive, and that's what we were asking for at the start of this game.
Ziad's so low.
And he can't get enough healing. This Kiri Lucio comp doesn't really have enough to get him top back up quickly, but he's been given a bit of space by Vision. Here's another Deadeye, which has been very impactful. Labford this time just uses it to make sure they can take the point. But now might be able to punish some of the players that are hiding away from it. Checkmate is down. No, there's something here. I can feel a Cookie going to wrap around. Violet with yet another beat. He's built those awfully fast. Now Vision can try and run Alcatia down. Landed a little bit low. Got the Kitsune rush off in the end. And Troy one's bomb. Lays Ziad low. Checkmate back off spawn. Now we'll try and get back into the fight. But by the time he gets here, the round's going to be over.
I don't even think Vision played that well that round. Like, and they're able to take it. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Checkmate. See, we'll get him back in the lobby. Is just like a little bit of a DC there, but I thought when Tama went over towards that ball, they were able to kind of stay alive over by the point. I thought Vision started to play much better, and then dude, Violet's kind of balling out on the Lucio. I mean, they're doing a great job of building up those sound barriers really quickly. I mean, it's the amount of damage that he puts down that is just crazy, right? I mean, just taking a peek at some of the stats here, right? Violet sitting at like 8200 damage on the Lucio, and then Kelix at like 51. Kelix has a bit more healing though.
I mean, it's something that they're telling Lucio players all the time, top players. If you ask them, it's always be shooting, no matter what.
Yeah.
Find value where you can. Violet as well, like to his credit, doesn't have like an egregious amount of death, so it's not as if like an overly aggressive play style is causing him to get caught out a lot. But as we kind of expected, Tama, with 6 deaths, there's a lot of pressure on that front line. But really, Ziad is suffering much the same level of scrutiny. Labda is the one that's getting picked off a lot here. Checkmate also going down at the end of that last round. I think Tama was able to find the Tracer. That combined with the sound barrier means that Vision can come back in and have like a pretty powerful advantage in that engagement. We are still on a pause, as you can see. Checkmate, though, appears to have been able to at least rejoin the server.
He's back in. We'll get this one going, because then we'll get off to that final round. But Vision take that second round. That's a bit surprising to me. This one, it was looking like that it was going to be an Alcatia 2-0 rather quickly, and just kind of getting this first map out of the way. But Vision, using that ball there towards the end, looked quite well.
I want to focus a bit more on Cookie in this round, because you can see maybe where some of the gap is emerging from that allows Vision to take that round away. Pretty insane.
His Sojourn was crazy. Yeah.
And that's something that I think Alcatia you probably need to be mindful of now throughout the rest of the series. And only 3 deaths now. Obviously, having that extra slide distance or just that perk picked up at major means it's a little bit harder to catch Cookie out, but they'll have a comfortable range advantage over the Cassidy in most phases of the game. And Lapid dying 6 times, something to be avoided.
This is also a good read from Vision, right? You have a great idea that they're going to be playing Ziad on the Diva, and what can you come out with? You're going to play Tama here on the Zarya. So some really nice adjustments here from Vision Esports. Style gets dangerously low. I mean, not able to use a bubble there to keep him up.
My issue with the Zarya pick here is it's a little bit hard for Tama with mobility to circle back towards the back line and protect people like Silent Violet, who are definitely going to get looks, especially if Violet wants to be as active as he has been in these fights. You are going to expose yourself to some degree of risk as the Lucio player. And Tama is really preferring to use Bubble probably on Choice one in many of these situations, but it's not like there's a Reaper in the front line to pair with them. Ziad here has to just respect this, right? And hope that his DPS can go to work when he draws Tama out of formation.
Yeah, you end up losing your Tracer yet again. So Vision, now you end up losing Violet. So this has been a really poor start to the round. And what I actually thought was a really cool comp that came out with, one that should in theory work. Ziad, you see, he's taking so much damage there, trying to force out Tama like down low, so then you can see Lavna from that position finish him off, because this Zarya is so charged up. He's not died yet, so even all this energy.
Yeah, I mean, Ziad's making the right choice. He's trading his health points for room for Lavna to operate in. Since Deadeye now as well is going to help in that regard. And yeah, Sound Barrier also required to be committed to this fight. Vision though, do the same. Choice one picked off, but a Graviton Surge catches Kellex and Lavna, and Cookie is perfectly set up to capitalize. Now, Ziad, who's been basically 20% health for the entirety of this map, is going to have to fall. And Alcatzia will need to be satisfied with 64%.
Dude, Vision can just get something out of Chosewan here in this like previous this last round. I mean, they might be in a position to steal this first map, right? Died like 3 fights in a row really early on, forcing Alcatzia now to go over and match this Zarya, right? Don't want to play the D.Va directly into it. If Chosewan can just kind of like mirror checkmate, I think you're getting a good game from Cookie that you could actually win that hit scan battle.
Lavna's just not really wanted to match this at all. Cassidy's though has been very good for catching someone like Choice one out. Speaking of Cookie though, here's that overclock. Kellex again not able to avoid it. At least to his credit, this time he wasn't running towards Cookie. Or regardless, Vision really turning it up the heat when it comes to their Sojourn play. And honestly, Cookie's starting to leave everyone in his dust. 17 eliminations, only 3 deaths, 15k damage.
Yeah, I mean the output on the Sojourn is crazy, which is like I'm shocked we don't see like Labda at least trying to match it. Like maybe you want to play Cassidy for, you know, dealing with the Tracer, and I get that. Maybe you also think Cassidy's just a little bit better overall at the moment, but the damage output from Cookie just needs to be matched.
Ziad on the crawl up here. No more D.Va play for him. Happy to be on the Zarya as he was before. Labda just a little overextended on that side of the map. While Lana was busy attending to Ziad, Kellex could only look on as that Cassidy fell. And once again, we asked for this in the pregame. I didn't expect to see the cracks appear in our Cassia's game so early on. The Vision got the quality to expose them, and now they've gone ahead in Lijiang Tower. We're even in rounds, so Alcatzia need to wake up real quick.
Yeah, and Violet gets that kill, and that allows them to hold on to some of their ultimates, and you're going to have double support ultimate with a grab here towards the end. Look at the amount of damage that Ziad takes there. So it looks like a pulse bomb thrown in, and Chosewan connects, man. That is massive. It's going to have Vision Esports use their sound barrier. That should be enough.
Now, checkmate here. I don't think in any great position to contest. At least sets up overtime. But the rest of Alcatzia are a little bit too ponderous, a little too slow to get across the map here. And it's a big old grab there from Tama, who is going to be put in the spotlight for this matchup that sets up this situation. Now, though, Kellex has been out of stall without being picked off. That is very fortunate. Alcatzia have time to get in there with a sound barrier. They're ready to throw down yet again. This is not over. Violet picked off first. Landon meets it with a kunai. And Checkmate's waiting for a pulse bomb opportunity. One more barrier to burn through on Tama, and they finally get it out of him. It's Kellex that instead goes to work on him. So Alcatzia can take this to one final fight, and luckily for them, they hold on to the Kraven bomb.
Well, Vision pushes so deep, and it looks like they're in a great spot, right? It looks like this is going to be it. But Checkmate actually gets to the point there, has Landon, Kellex comes off spawn, and they're never able to get Checkmate out of the equation. And then all of a sudden, now it's a sound barrier, now Ziad and Labda are back, and Tama over to the D.Va here towards the end. So quite interesting. May know that there's also like a grab in the mix that you're trying to eat, but not able to come up with it. And dude, that Alcatzia, man, that is a brutal one to lose if you're Vision.
Oh, you are on the precipice, and maybe just a mild every. In fact, if you prevent Checkmate from stalling to that degree, and then Kellex gets in for free and is able to stall the point even further, they're probably in a completely different situation. That is a close call for Alcatzia, as Vision in their debut weekend are showing that they've got what it takes to tangle with the best of them.
Look, it's a map loss for Vision, but I think you got to be pretty happy with how they play. Dude, look at Violet, man. 10k damage, 11k healing on the Lucio. Still just doing it. And I think Cookie, we highlighted it a few times, right? The amount of damage on the Soldier. And I think if he plays like that, there's a lot that could this series could be a very long one, right? I think there's a lot to potentially like about Vision Esports. This series progresses, but a really awesome competitive map number 1.
I'm very pleased to see things pan out in this way. Remember, for Vision, we never actually got to see a map pick from them in their matchup against Gen G because they won every single map. So I wonder what has been lurking in their pool.
You could, I mean, if you're them, right? And with the way that Tama plays Winston, like we joke about never going to Gibraltar in EMEA. Did you see them do like would they go to Gibraltar and like get rid of like a diva or something along those lines? Like
you've got a legitimate Winston Sojourn team that can really fight. But I mean, the one thing that probably shouldn't be overlooked is that they have to stay stuck on the Cassidy this entire map. There's someone who is also an incredible Sojourn player, so can pick up some of those long range hit scan options. Definitely favor the Cassia, I think, to try and keep someone like Choice One quieter, which makes perfect sense. But Cookie's electrifying. Which they definitely did. Talk about being surrounded by legends of the game and then just stepping up to try and meet them. This guy is really a promising prospect.
This is where it looked like it was over, right? I mean, 90% they're in the spawn. They get like 3 with that grab and then pulse bomb and then a few other kills, but they never deal with Checkmate, who makes his way over to the point, keeps a contested land-ins there. Then the sound barrier comes through, and that's a brutal one to lose there if you're Vision.
I wonder, that beat timing there as well maybe was interesting towards the end of the round. But I mean, at that point, really, you're flying by the seat of your pants. Just that Alcatsi were able to. I find that they stalled. They're always expected to stall, but if you're Vision, you want to punish those players that are attempting to stall. Like Choice One, should be able to run after Checkmate, who should have no blinks left and probably out of recall by that point. But that was really classily orchestrated by Alcat to rotate Kellex in, and for him to get across the point without being punished at all, buy that time to get him back in. That's really hard to pull off. It takes quite a team to stay alive in a map like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams historically be able to do stuff like that, and those are the teams that always are in like that championship contention, right? They just win these fights that just make you go like, are you serious? Like and Alcatia, they pulling out there.
I thought it should have been over by rights.
Yeah.
Probably it should have been, but that's what happens. You make one mistake against this Alcatia team and the game gets away from you very quickly. They will punish even the smallest of errors.
So your Vision, like Esperanza's a pretty good dive map. Do you want to play like a Gibraltar? I just saw the map.
Yeah, they definitely won't pick Rialto here.
They have selected Junkertown.
Okay, I'm super here for this. Now, this is a pretty unique map, Junkertown, that will invite in more of those long-range compositions, right? We've seen Echo toyed with a little bit. We've seen Widow Wrecking Ball comps was kind of, where we were at in the past. Some teams have often opted, God help me, to play the Sigma looks, right? Something that's a little bit more static, but still very much in a poke shell. I think Wu Young might be pretty decent on this map against someone who adds to your poke damage offering here. But I don't know how much Alcatsia have really prepped for a map like this.
I also wonder if you're like, okay, Cookie can play some of the Widow, right? We don't really see Labda play a ton of Widow potentially, right? You trying to force like an even longer engagement potentially. A very interesting map selection.
Yeah, I think this in Gibraltar, it is in our escort map pool right now. This is pretty unique. We have 2 pretty wild card maps, and then Rialto. We actually have 3 escort maps that are not frequently played at all. Obviously, Circuit Royal finally rotates out. That was a go-to for a lot of teams who wanted to sort of play that different style. So Junkertown, like we mentioned, will allow for us to see a lot more from Vision. I said, because they played Gen G yesterday and won every map, we didn't actually get to see what their preferred picks would be. Wu Young banned here by Alcatia. Want to deny their newest hero away, but Ziad's Diva will be taken off.
Yeah, so they get rid of the Diva, and I was like, okay, like you mentioned Ball, right? They don't bring in Chase, right? So we're gonna have them roll out with Ziad here. Is this like an Orisa shield perk angle maybe for Ziad and co? That could be potentially an option. You talked about Sigma. Niche. It's yeah, I mean it is very niche, but I mean you're also on Junkertown, right? So it's definitely going to be niche. Where do you go in terms of tank? I think, well, we'll see what Tama and co actually do, right? Tama
Just play Hazard.
played a little bit of the ball. Well, Hazard's not really great here, right?
You don't think?
I mean, the longer sight lines on the first point, like, are not
There's a
anything
lot
Hazard
more-
wants to deal with.
There's a lot more terrain now in Junkatown in this current era, right? There's obviously been buildings sort of added back towards the back of that first stage. I think Hazard is pretty sick through like second and third stages of the map. So
Later
we
in the
might-
map, yes.
yeah, we
Not
might
at
see
the
a switch
beginning.
up. But yeah, in general, can be a little bit awkward. But there's no way that there's no guarantee that Alcatsia can guarantee Vision to run up on them and take sort of a straight fight. I think the Diva would have been the preference, of course, for Ziad here. Again, like there we go. This Orisa and Ramatra lurking in the pool. I think Malga was something that they wouldn't have suspected at all. And Labda on the, is he like the legs?
This is one. Yeah. Okay. So looks like we do have a pause. Doesn't look like anybody's DC just yet. But I mean, dude, what? So like they come out. Yeah. Looks like this is Ziad just DCing here for a sec. But yeah, looks like a Malga Sim Lucio Kiri with a 76.
Okay.
So 76 is an interesting one. Obviously not seen much love really as of late at all. But has the sprint obviously able to like cover a lot of the ground here.
Well,
on Junkertown, just good consistent pressure.
he has actually some of the more interesting perks, I think, that like any DPS hero does, especially at the major level. He either can have like a 20% sprint speed increase and be able to reload while sprinting without having to sort of interrupt that, or his Bionic Field could become a stim pack that increases attack speed for those that are standing inside of it. And so for solo, you can just nuke people down with that one before they're sort of expected, if you can train your aim accurately enough. So really interesting pick, but it's very solo play oriented.
Yeah, I mean, just attack speed for the Malga would be quite wild. Doesn't really need that, but having that capability. I also wonder if it's like just like a first point type of thing. We see them go to it, but this is Vision's map pick. Didn't get a glimpse. I don't believe Vision kind of like spawned in, selected anything yet, so won't have a look at what they are running at the moment. We'll kind of, once we get back into game, get an idea of what they're trying to do on offense.
Now, we never saw Ziad lock a tank, right? We don't know.
I know, it was Malga.
Okay,
he locked in Malga, Ziad. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a pinch, like kind of ridiculous amounts of healing. Checkmate, I think, was probably going to switch off the sim. This is just a reminder of your bans here. I actually felt that this might be the kind of map where Weon would get some more play. And it doesn't appear that Alcatsia are going to look for any super long range, any snipers, right? They have Soldier 76, so that is offering them some long range potential. Talking about trying things out, I cannot remember the last time that Soldier 76, outside of briefly when Flashpoint maps were introduced, I can't remember a time in the last couple of years when he was considered remotely meta attractive. Okay, on Busan Sanctum as well. But that's kind of it.
Yeah, do they just play like a little bit closer maybe here for Alcatsia, right? And force you to play like over by the cart on like defense, right? Just kind of like play right through the choke and just get right up onto the payload. That could be something that they try and force here, especially like Malga Sim 76. That could be an option.
Now, if you're just joining us, you missed a pretty banger of a first map here. Definitely one of the more exciting maps we've seen in OWCS EMEA so far. It goes down to the wire with Vision actually poised to take the map. And the first thing I said was, what have Vision got in their pool? Because they're the kind of team that have, obviously the ability to tangle with our top teams. Now we've had that confirmed for us. We speculated yesterday, but I wouldn't exactly say that Genji was the greatest test of the ceiling of this team. Now, though, we truly get to see Vision put through their paces. And if they can play every map like that Lijiang Tower, let's say they get 3-0'd, even if that happens, right? I do think they still got a ton of room to improve. And they've got really good players on their team. Finally was memed on a lot, the Lucio play, but right now he's just kind of doing, his output is insane. Like, it's not expected really for Lucio to be, contending with other DPS for damage numbers. No. And also, like, the healing's good. He's also not getting picked off randomly. Like, it's not like, oh, here's the other edge of the sword. He's too aggressive and dies. Like, the guy's just squeezing every ounce of value out of the hero possible by the looks of things so far. And it's what a talented player could do for you. But historically, Violet has been one to see on the flex supports, take a more flashy role. But here, behind the scenes, he's been going wild on the Lucio.
I mean, dude, Violet's been awesome in the obviously the one map in this series, but then yesterday's game, right? So seeing him kind of get back into the pro scene at the highest level has been awesome. So we'll get this one on pause. We got Ziad back in the game. He'll probably just go back play that Malga that he was originally going to play. Yep, they're just making sure the TP is going to be here. No, it actually gets broken, so we're gonna have to go escort him. But we'll see what Vision decides to do on offense. A lot of time for them to decide.
Now, obviously, I realize I say checkmate playing the sim to get him out of spawn quick, but they're on defense here, so that's just completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
They are going to play this in earnest on this map.
That's why I thought they would play like maybe a little bit closer, but it looks like they're still playing a little bit further back over by the bridge. So being to see Tama come out and play the ball here, potentially.
This is a weird comp. This is Kiriana?
Wait,
oh,
what?
no! Well, Violet, I'd say welcome to OWCS, bro, but you're basically part of the furniture at this point, mate. You should see that coming.
Yeah, it looks like just take a chunk of damage here from checkmate coming out of the spawn. So okay, so Elwari, Ana, Hazard with the Genji Soj in place here going up against the Malga. I wonder if they would have expected or got a read on the Malga potentially being what they would go to for Alcazian on defense, but this is an opportunity for Cookie and Violet to put out a lot of long-range damage.
Yeah, super poke-oriented this comp, but look at all the space they've been able to take. I'm still waiting to see what the plan with the Symmetra is supposed to be, because, oh my goodness, Lab is getting absolutely rolled here. He's able to get away at least from the jagged wall and back to safety to play around these health packs, but Bro does not have a whole lot to shoot at right now.
No, and everybody he's going to shoot at is quite far out of his extreme effective range. Freda Ziad inside here, just trying to bait some players in to battle out the Sim in the Malga in close quarter scenario, but he landed in a really rough spot. That's 2 taps from Violet. Taking him out. Violet finds Kellex as well. A 5-3, dude.
You've got to go this comp. It just doesn't make a lot of sense here. The fact that Violet and Cookie can team up on an angle and just ruin this soldier. Yeah, get that out, get that out. Okay, so Hazard and Cassidy is the hasty switch here for Alcatia, but it's going to be too late here to contest this first point in earnest. The jagged wall will make sure of that.
I don't know why they're so against playing the Soldier or Alcatia, right? I mean, we know Lab can play it at an extremely high level. Maybe they feel like they want this Cassidy to deal with like the Genji coming into play and then also the Hazard, but dude, his Sojourn, like in terms of just damage output is wild. I think it would be huge if they had that here.
But Cassidy for me is a really hard sell, I'm going to be honest with you. It's hard for me to see like where it's supposed to find great success outside of defensively against these Genji forays, which I feel like it's not done. It should be the least of your concerns going up against this Vision comp. Ziad has been able to close the gap towards that back line, and Tama, as a result, will be dragged down. The one thing Vision, one weakness they have that is exploited is that extreme immobility of their supports. Both Sile and Violet are very susceptible to being dove on, but most of Alcazia's team isn't really geared in that direction. It's just kind of Ziad who has to walk up, knock on the door, and put the pressure on them.
Yeah, exactly. As maybe there's a change here after the Captain Sun plus Nano get used, but it looks like Violet just trying to find an angle, just playing totally alone here, and that's going to be okay. So at least you got sound barrier out though, right? I mean, you get the sound barrier out here. Tom actually goes for a downpour there, gets one, but I guess you get both support ults out for Alcatia, so maybe that's how you view this as a win potentially for Vision.
I mean, I think it's a good result. You're quite happy to see those ultimates drawn out. However, time is something you've definitely got to be considering. And you were wondering if there's going to be a switch up of comp here for Vision Esports. There's no true defensive ultimate on their side. If Arcadia gets a drop on them here and get a good setup, like a downpour or something, that would be good. But Ziad is claimed by the Captive Sun.
No, and they definitely weren't going to change while they had Captive Sun and Nano. So now that the Captive Sun is gone, and you also get Ziad, this buys them a lot of space. So you're going to be able to use like a Nano blade here with no response. You should definitely be able to take the second checkpoint.
Alcatia want to bully their way out here. Deadeye can certainly set the playing field for Ziad to get a good engagement. Blade here going to be avoided. Almost. Checkmate TP through and is chased down as that is a short-range TP now, and you cannot extend it with perks. Deadeye for Labder actually yielded a kill, but he's going to throw himself in here. I think Vision will snowball through the second phase of the map.
Not surprising, seeing what they had to work with there. The Nano Blade comes up with like 2, and then I think just kind of the chaos it causes there for Alcatia, where everybody is split, allows Tama and the rest of Vision to just kind of push on forward. And I mean, Lude, if Alcatia pushes on up, well, that is actually so that is a sim like orb deflected right back at Landon. So you lose Landon, he's not going to be able to build towards any of this Kitsune rush, and you have this overclock you can get from the high ground. Vision may be able to snowball like the rest of the map.
Yeah, this hazard really is going to be hard to shift from this spot. Vision has to be invested into pretty heavily by Alcatia in order to reclaim that high ground. You see Violet, though, a little bit out in the open now. The fight's been taken straight to Vision. And the loss of the hazard is something that they can bear, because they've used it in order to now get set up, play close to the doors, get some of the high ground back behind them. And this is where they need to blow. This is their last best chance to bleed some serious clock.
I would agree. And I think the decision here to bring in the Kiri instead of the Ana, I think just a little bit more versatility for this lineup now. And then also being able to have that Kitsune rush, right? I don't exactly think you can rely on nanos the entire time, as that's going to be chosen when he's going to fall. Yeah, just dashes straight in when they have that Kitsune rush rolling. Difficult to live.
Yeah, and in contrast to the last time we saw Alcatia win a fight, they only used one of their support ultimates in doing so. So no concern about being severely underprepared for the next engagement. Now, does he stay on this ERE? Probably back to Lucio, if I'm honest.
He's so close to Captive Sun, he may just stay.
Damn. Okay.
He's like a shot away. Like literally, like almost no, like
the Falcon bargain is accepted. I see. Okay.
Well, now he's further away. He's at least 8 seconds plus.
No. Even though he dies, he's getting ever closer to that key Captive Sun. Alcatia might just stick a Dyson sphere around it and harness it for his energy at this rate. Ziad can be pretty annoying from this position. Hard to shift. Jagged Wall also just cuts this off as a route of approach.
Well, who's really annoying to deal with here is the Sim, right? Just constantly moving these players around through the choke. I mean, I was like, is he going to downpour? Okay, here's the Captive Sun. They give her a lab with it. You're just not going to be able to get anything else.
Yeah, just maybe provide some incandescence, but that's about it. Okay. Will the Iliari experiment come to an end now? A minute 23 on the clock for Vision Esports, who, look, let's be straight up, it looked very good across this map. When the terrain has advantaged them, or when the wind's been blowing their way in terms of ult economy, they looked excellent. So they can convert on advantages. It's about trying to derive strength from moments of weakness. And Violet's going to switch over to a classic pick for him. He's going to be on the Ana.
I mean, look, this is going to be good to potentially kind of sleep the hazard. Nice Suzu there from Landon, kind of cleanses off the bio that comes through. And I mean, everybody just falling here for Vision. They've done a great job of getting to this point, but as soon as Alcatia has gotten control of this choke, it's been a blowout.
Sile committing the Kitsune rush there. And so now Vision can't even, leverage a support ultimate advantage after Landon and Kellex both pop their abilities. Tama's not going anywhere. Remember that downpour affects, they can go through walls, basically. Its effect comes directly from vertically, so that is a great spot to make use of it, as it works on both floors. And Ziad is standing under, and that means 20 seconds are on the clock now to play. Cookie is in no man's land, but I'm not sure if Kellex sees a value proposition in going after the Tracer.
I mean, they know exactly where he is as well, right? So Kellex just kind of marks him for a second, and then guess what? They just run the complete opposite direction. It will be Chosen getting rid of Kellex, but everybody behind this sim wall TP back over towards that payload. Feels like just a matter of time before they deal with Cookie and then close it out here.
It's interesting to see Sim be used in this way, right? The TP there is not really the center of the game plan, right? Land referred to it as their greatest strength. That Sim long TP. But Checkmate still makes it look really good at a multitude of moments on this map, especially when there's a wall involved. And so, every solid at the end, defense side from Alcatia, despite things going pretty haywire for them early. Pretty easy to forget the Soldier 76 experiment that was attempted by them, but I am not going to forget about it. That one was horrendous.
I mean, look, it's still, even though Sim doesn't have that long TP, we've talked about it, like, still just group mobility like that is extremely good. Obviously, the extra long TP perk that's been removed made it, like, ungodly good, but it's still very strong. I don't think she just completely fades away into nothing without it. Taking a look at some of the stats, you see the damage that Checkmate was able to put down as well, just kind of like that ramping damage over time. Very difficult for a lot of teams to deal with.
It was a nice downpour there from Vision combined with Dragon Blade in that last fight, but yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the backline pretty closely. They are mixing and matching a heck of a lot. Violet on the Kiri, Sile on the Ana. Still, it's a, you know,
Avenger for your defense.
I mean, I think Vision want to be more proactive here as defenders, which is all well and good, but they have to keep tabs of like how these TPs work, because Alcazia do get unfettered access to high ground for their entire team should they want to make use of it. And Lambda likely will just work along flank and be outranged for the most part against Cookie, so we'll see what they end up looking to play. It's just pretty tough to take the fight to Alcazia's comp with Checkmate thriving in front lines and Lambda being so effective with the shorter ranges.
I think if your Vision, the idea is here that you're going to fight over by the bridge right there, like that choke, and that's where the Venture can get most of the value that they have, and then also you can actually use Tama on the hazard right on both sides and just fight in this like close quarter area.
Right, well, first little milestone achieved for Alcazia underneath that first bridge. Sile, spotted out. This backline really struggles defending himself.
It's just, I mean, Lambda just runs through and it just gets behind somehow. So that is a little bit of a blunder. You cannot allow him to just kind of access this position.
Violet wasn't going to get away after that flashbang came in. He was stuck in place, hindered and easily picked off. So, I mean, especially with like Ziad commanding it so much attention from the front line, at the cost, granted, of his own life, makes it pretty easy for Lambda to slip back through there and be more than just a little bit of a nuisance. Take note of the Venture off to the righty screen. We'll see if Choice One can find a way in and actually put some pressure on this Kiriko Lucio backline, but they are so mobile. They're the gold standard in self-sufficiency. So it's going to take more than maybe just this Venture to rattle them, and Choice One is frankly just too late to the party.
I just think this area, the map's just too wide for the Venture. Nope.
Oh my goodness.
We saw at the MSC is, yeah, I mean, Lambda just kind of putting in work there on the casting. We saw at the MSC a lot of teams who maybe didn't play Sim would try and, you know, use Venture as like an option against the Sim to kind of just burst the Sim down, and it worked at times, right? But against a team like Alcazia, I mean, they're so good at playing against stuff like this that especially at this type of map, it being very difficult. I think it's a rough one to go with.
You can see the change to Hazard now that Spike Guard doesn't reload if it's not hitting anyone. It means that Ziad can't quite go fully aggressive a second time there and actually has to wait and reload for a moment. As Choice One, a foray into the backline is pretty ungameful, but at least Lambda was obtained on the other side of that exchange. It's Kitsune Rushes now melding, making it look like a 3D movie without glasses out there. But Cookie still commands this high ground, and Alcazia, you know what, they're trying to fold around towards the right. And maybe wait on Lambda to rejoin them.
Yeah, potentially it's actually going to be the Sim wall that comes down and Tama gets to the high ground. They give him the nano boost, but I think he's just trying to back out here. That may be a little bit of a miscommunication, as you're not going to get much value out of the nano there at all.
This is backfoot central for Vision Esports. They can't be aggressive. Sile has no nano anymore, and Cookie just gets run down. And that's ultimately what this comp wants to do. Lambda kind of showcase the approach on that first point by running it on up. With this TP, you can come up from pretty unexpected angles and always have a mechanism to take the fight to the front line. Somewhere where Lambda is absolutely thriving.
And they've kind of like flipped sides of the map here. It's Choice One doesn't exactly want to challenge Lambda, and you see why. I mean, gets hit with a mag grenade and then almost impossible to get out of the way. And now just some high ground control here for Alcazia. Sile just trying to make a play on an off angle, but he's in a lot of trouble, Mitch.
Kind of like the downpour from Tama, but no chance to follow off the players caught him. Also, a TP can be thrown down, and you can use it straight away, even if you're rooted in place. That's a little relief valve that Checkmate has in the event of an emergency. Choice One's got nothing to do here, and he knows it. It's about trying to buy a little bit more time. With that high ground access, like I mentioned, the Sim TP lets you go where none have gone before, so to speak. And Vision don't have a safe perch to play from.
And it's, I mean, this starting to feel like it's all Alcazia now, right? As Vision trying to get towards that high ground, right? Violet TPs directly on the Tama. They don't want to let Ziad kind of hold that position, right? because then that's where you could actually like TP Lab up there, then the Cassidy from up top there with the way he is shooting. That is going to be a recipe for a quick point take there for Alcatia, but Ziad actually doing a nice job playing that far forward, trying to deny some of that space.
Stuck on the corner here. Not able to do too much, but to try and hold the cart in place. Cookie, who has to fire for some pretty tight angles, and Violet has gone down. Sile has a nano and will die with it in the back pocket. No opportunity to make use of it as Ziad cuts a bloody swathe through Vision Esports. So Alcatia, all said and done, look vastly the dominant team here on Jakarta.
And this is the Alcatia we expected to see, right? I think Vision Esports, I'm curious for your opinion, but at least for me, I think they played quite well. Like, obviously not coming out on the winning side of these things, but it's not like they're just getting like absolutely mutilated here by Alcatia. Like putting up a really good fight in map number 1, map number 2 at times, right? Had it like heavily in their favor. It's just Alcatia at the end of the day is the best team in the region, right? Very difficult to unseat them from that position at this moment.
I mean, for me, what is most standout, I think, is Violet with 13 deaths here, getting exploited pretty heavily. And we noticed it a couple of times that Labda was just walking forward, just pushing straight through, or using a TP to get into the back line. When it's Kiri Ana, you don't really have great escape mechanisms, because Kiri obviously needs to dash to a teammate, but doing so there would cause Violet to TP to probably Tama, who's fighting in the front line. It's not a safe place to be. There's actually nowhere really to go. And it makes me wonder if, you know, Vision wouldn't have been better served with just Violet picking up the Lucio and continuing to really take over the game as he has been in the past. Kellex was more than happy to go there. Also, you know, the Kitsune Rush is all well and good, but it's really nice to have something extra like that sound barrier alongside of it here. And I don't really feel like that nano boost is doing enough in this matchup to warrant the pick of the Ana.
No, it didn't really kind of give them a huge benefit. Only maybe like 1 or 2 fights. It really kind of came into play. I'd say the bad thing for Vision at this point, though, Mitch, is they kind of burn their Diva ban on this map, right? So you burn the Sim ban in map number 1. Now you end up kind of running through the Diva ban. Not many other great options available here for Vision that could really target Alcatia.
And I don't know what you think about this, but I'm not convinced that we are past the era of Symmetra. I don't think that Alcatia get away with it just because Vision don't play well. I think that's actually not the case at all. You maybe don't have the same like array of options available without the long TP, but it was still being used very effectively here just to assail that high ground and basically give the rest of your team that verticality that you otherwise sort of wouldn't have on a map like this. I
was pretty convinced we were done with it. I am less convinced now, I think. We'd obviously have to see Alcatia kind of can play more throughout this. I think Twisted Minds, seeing Alcatia, may decide like we can go back to this as well. I think the demise of Symmetry may have been a little bit too fast. I think the losing the distance on the TP hurts. I don't think it just kind of like, you know, it neutralizes everything good about the hero, right? I think obviously just the larger TP just pushed her way over the line, but I think now that she's been in like a meta, right, I think people will always kind of go back to the well and see kind of like how she kind of fits in, right? She was gone for like literally ages, like basically forever. I think teams will experiment now constantly with her, and it still seems like she's viable.
Yeah, I think also I'm curious on what the win rate is for teams who use Simwall in a fight and one that's not mirrored, right? Because it just seems like as Sim, you can dance that so effectively. I mean, it really synergizes beautifully with you, but also with Cassidy, you could just walk up and play on the safe side of it and not have to worry about range advantage or being poked down. It's going to be a Suravasa pick by the looks of things here from Vision. Pretty rare. Not to see Artless, I think, so far in EMEA. And again, we know that, you know, Tama is where it's at when it comes to the Winston play, but we don't go to Esperanza as a result of that. The Hazard is solid. I think that was their best shot at not having to play against Diva. Can expect that to be a fixture now.
Well, I mean, it was, yeah, the Diva was banned, so yes, that was the best chance for them not to have to deal with the Diva. But like, in terms of what, I mean, you could play Diva here on Suravasa. I still think it's like a decent Winston map. We've seen teams in the past play like Winston into the D.Va here. I wouldn't discount as well, like potentially like if you're Alcacia getting cheeky with like a little Malika action, if you think they're going to play Winston.
I just think it's very difficult to play Winston into like a Lucio Kiri backline who are so good at sort of just avoiding him, and that forces you to run up on a Cassidy. Historically, that was kind of tricky for Cass, but there's so much peel that a D.Va kind of gives you. And it was interesting actually to hear from Tama yesterday, who said he feels like Winston into D.Va is a good matchup. They tested a bunch of stuff, and that's how they came away from that. For me is really interesting because to my knowledge, that's never been the impression that I've gotten. It's also not what I've heard from like a lot of top players. If we have a chance to talk to either of these teams, I will ask them about how that matchup feels for them, because it seems like there's no consensus.
And it's going to be Vision getting rid of the Lucio, and then it's going to be a Tracer ban on the other side. So Tracer doesn't really impact Alcacia at all, right? They are probably going to end up playing this sim here. And then you also get rid of the Lucio. So like Kellex, like, are you going to see... well, here's an interesting one. Like without the Lucio, do you play the sim? Like, do you really want Lucio with sim in that kind of combo? You know, potentially you're looking at like a Wuyong Kiri setup.
You play Reaper for checkmate then? If you're expecting a Winston frontline?
I mean, possibly. I think it all depends on like what the read Alcacia has is here. Like if they believe there's going to be like a Winston on the other side, then you know, maybe it's actually. I think they just honestly, it looks like they're just going to kind of roll out with this sim and just say, all right, beat us.
Now, if you haven't seen Survivor in a minute, obviously it's had some cosmetic upgrades, which I enjoy, but also it's received like a design pass in terms of just the layout of the map, which I think is quite interesting. If anything comes out, we can discuss it. But yeah, I think Kellex, you know, he knows where his bread is buttered. He really prefers those high healing throughput, less utility focused supports.
And I think it's, you know, you kind of hit on Survivor. I think it's awesome that they're constantly going back and revisiting some of these maps, right? If you remember what it was like this in New Junk City, right? Our first flat-going maps, only 2 in the pool, and you don't really know how it's going to play out until they're on live, right? So to see them kind of obviously now have a lot of experience with the Flashpoint maps, with being able to kind of get some data out of it and change it, it's pretty dope. And I've been asking for it for it feels like 2 days to see Lab end up playing the Sojourn. And now we get a chance to see, and he gets a pick right off the rip.
I hate Zaya trying to play the high ground on this first point. It's really challenging.
You said that in such a sad way.
Yeah, because I was dumb enough to try it. I mean, again, like skill issue as well, you've got to take that into consideration. But it's really hard to like tempt your opponents if they're playing D.Va or Winston like down to that low ground. It's like really hard to get a good engagement. The best thing is like you bubble your Genji, you have to go up there and try and
well, it's also
some sort of attention.
It is also infinitely harder to do that when you do not have the speed to even get this Zarya in position, right? And they banned the Lucio. So, yeah, it's interesting they banned the Lucio and then don't try and play like a Juno for some speed, like maybe they thought, or like Tom like playing this type of comp where maybe the ban of the Tracer kind of messed them up a little bit, right? They were going to play like the Tracer Genji with the Wuyong Kiri, but still, you know, Labda already with, you know, 2 picks right off the rip, going to have an overclock here available. So we're already probably in our final fight on this first point.
Just sitting at the edge of the point for so much of that fight, just out of range of, you know, Zarya's weapon. And then if Zarya tries to step up, she gets pounded by Lapta and co. So much damage. And Alcacia have unfettered access to that high ground at all times. There's nothing that can really challenge them for it outside of Choice One, who would be pretty nuts to try and commit into a scenario where they get knocked into by D.Va.
He's just walking crouched for like 20 seconds there. As that is, I mean, it feels like nobody even died there on Alcacia. I mean, it feels like it's just yeah.
You're correct. No one died on Alcacia.
Blowout there in the first point. Labda almost 3k damage in their first flashpoint. This is why I wanted to see him play some of the Sojourn. We know how good he is on this hero. It's
just a lazy 9-0, Matt. Nothing. We'll make it 10.
Gets another. Sorry. Maybe when Landon was talking about like yeah, we're trying to like you know, make it a little harder on ourselves, learn a little bit. Maybe they meant like taking the Soj away from
so just like training weights. Yeah. I mean, better than denying food.
Just don't play it, man. Like the game becomes too easy when you're on it. Like
it looks phenomenal here. Labda like, in some senses, handicapping himself playing into like those longer range hit scans as Cassidy. But again, like they're playing much more together, much more like death bally with those hazard looks, and even the diva to some degree. So I kind of understand it. They're going to go for it though. Vision. Here's Kitsune Rush, and they've made use of it to tickle the mech. That's about it, honestly. They cannot commit behind it. There's a mild disengage from Alcatsi though, as Choicy One finally gets in there and deals a checkmate. Well, with Tama out of the game, there's no bubbles to give over towards your Genji. It's going to be tough. Now it's about individuals trying to stand up and fight. Lambda ends up finding a trade there in the end with Cookie as Choicy One gets involved, but Alcatsi will take trades. They still have their tank in the game.
Exactly, and it's an orbital ray that comes in that I think just gives Tama and Chozuan pause of using their ultimates. But here's where I get scared, where Chozuan goes for the blade, you have that overclock available, right? Just like one shot basically would put him in position where he's not really gonna get much out of it. Oh, that is a grab. They try and use the catch with Landon, and he's not there.
Was that an NA grab? We've had a bit of everything in this series, haven't we? We are missing Violet Ajax, though. We haven't had that.
Yes.
It is Lambda now just going to work again. Truly unleashed on this sojourn. Best foot forward and planted right in the backside of Vision Esports by Alcatsia. We are chilling. 2 flashpoints to 0. And now the gap turning into more of a chasm's trench.
Yeah, the shades of Nene there with the grab. Just kind of chugging it there out of support. And although, to be fair to Tama, he may have actually thought that the Swift step had already been used to kind of like get out of the way.
Yeah, I should have tracked that cooldown better, huh? That's rough. Bro,
just a bit unlucky.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, it's a coin flip, isn't it? 50-50. Tough to play Overwatch in that way. That we talked about introducing volatility into your game as good guys just found out the wrong way. Here's a remake for Ziad back in the fight. Winston for Tama. No more Zaya. Suffice to say that didn't really cut the mustard. Is it Dark letting a respond here now under this level of pressure with the Kitsune Russian? Ooh, Choice one's target just vaporized. Lander though does eventually serve himself up yet again, so another couple of nice kills for the Genji Mechanics there with a Medi Blaster. It's going to work. Genji's down. Alcatsi though yet to sort of retain any control of this point now, and might still not be in such a position as we have a D-Mech Sile fighting for his absolute life, waterbending his way out of trouble, and ends up taking Ziad down.
Yeah, it looked like for a second there, Alcatsi was battling back on through that, right? But once Ziad loses his mech, I think that's kind of where the fight is over. But Choosy One gets 2 with the blade. While that's happening, though, Checkmate was actually able to come up with a pick there. And when I saw Tama die, well, once Ziad was at his mech, I felt much better. But when Ziad was still in his mech, I was like, there's a world in which Vision beats this.
I'm just mourning the fact that Rungon came too late for the Avatar crossover. That would have been a slam dunk, folks. Here's a orbit around the point now. Tama just trying to garner as much attention as he can. Primarade should help to that effect as Lambda's going to be knocked off the map, and is Checkmate. Nice little 2-piece here from Vision Esports. And they'll have themselves back into the game in the biggest way. And all it took was to switch off the Zaya. The Winston gameplay for Tama, definitely where he's most comfortable.
Well, it's funny you said that. Oh, well, you know what? Like, hey, they tried the, when we talked to Tama yesterday, tried the Winston into the D.Va, and that's what he felt the most comfortable in, and then they just didn't do it up until this point. So we'll see if they're able to win a few fights with it, because they're going to need to. That is their first flash point, but still Alcatsia on series point with their flash points. So Winston maybe a little bit better here against that Sim. And Thomas did.
Yeah, D.Va now has the ability to have that long-range damage involved. Nice pick by Cookie, though. Quite a big map. But honestly, has been a bright spot for this Vision Esports team, who are already, honestly, giving us plenty of reason to get excited. However, we mentioned this would be their test, right? It was the final boss they had to face in week number 1. Now, Alcatsia have sort of weighed and measured them and found them to be wanting in many aspects of the game.
And look, Vision losing here to Alcatsia is like not a reason to like write this team off per se, right? Like I agree with you. I really like what we've seen from Cookie this week. Violet as well looks to be in kind of a championship form. It's just a really tough opponent right now, though. Looking like they're trying to flip this. Flashback back. Oh, that is a filthy shot there in the heat of battle from Lambda.
Emma, put that blade back in its sheath, big son. You're done for now. Nicely done by Lambda. Sile also fell to his hands here, but Alcatia have managed to maintain a lot of point control in a very scrappy fight and might be able to just move it and take it back. They've got a player advantage. Tama's looking a little bit worse for wear. Ziad, moments away from bullying him off the point, you have to assume. That was a Suzu drawn out just to keep Tama's feet on the ground. And Alcatia in a priority position right now. And having a look at that Wuyang post, which I tell you what's hitting a little bit deep. Landon now has to back up a little. Now that Sim Shield is in play. Oh dear, Tidal Blast would have connected, but Landon is able to get out with a swift step. There's a TP in play as well, should have been required. But Vision still have that point control now. They've managed to catch up a lot in terms of this flashpoint. And now we're going to have an old-fashioned throwdown for this series point, as it were. Left and low, caught out. Tama's able to get in there and zap him right on down, but Sile is taken in response. There's a primal, though, for the Winston. And Ziad goes very low, headed upstairs, knocked out of mech. Sile out of the picture, though. Bear that in mind, but Choice One still running rampant over them and is able to...
Oh, they're going to orbital array this. So it's going to be an orbital array here from Killix. I mean, maybe it's a sign that they're going to change here moving forward, but they orbital array there with like Landon and Checkmate and Killix there, and ends up obviously not working out. So now you're going to have to be in a scenario. Okay, we're going to get the final flashpoint here. Is Vision Esports. They are not done just yet. As looking to try and steal this one. I mean, you look at the series of your Vision, like completely different if you win a map like this, right? Map number 1 goes down to the wire. Really only Junkertown, which felt like it's potentially out of reach.
Flashbacks though to Lijiang Tower. Vision Esports poised to win that map as well, and this let things slip at a critical moment. They have to be 100% from here on out. Don't offer up any openings for Alcatia to punish you. Alcat come in at least with the Kitsune Rush after a pretty shocking use of that orbital ray. We see a trade, but Checkmate is down. You've got to be pleased with that one. Kitsune now committed though for Alcatia. And Lennon has to be very careful about it. Looks like he took a wayward shot there for Cookie, and Ziad is going to serve up his mech on a silver platter here. Hope for a remake opportunity. Will he get it? Looks like he will, and he got fired up for his troubles as well.
While he drops the rush.
I mean, Violet is the king of slapstick humor in Overwatch. I won't be convinced otherwise. Always on the wrong end of some of the most unfortunate takedowns. And so
you know what it is, though?
Lengthen their lead.
He's just trying to always make plays. You know, sometimes it looks like you make these like crazy highlight plays. Sometimes something like that happens. But I mean, what? Ziad gets a mech kill and it just flies straight through Cookie, takes him out. So now you lose Violet yet again. So this is going to be basically Alcatia getting like 70% on the point for free.
10 deaths for Violet. 2 ahead of Choice One in that regard. That pick off there, that one really hurts. It's going to be lessening the chances of a Kitsune Rush being built in time for it to have impact on this map. Going to be relying on that Tidal Blast here from Sile. And the Tama delivery system locked and loaded, ready to go. Labda and Killix got poked down very low in that moment. Cookie is dishing out these railgun shots. But Ziad is diligently keeping Tama out to the fringes of this fight. And a primal rage in there could get some value, but environmental kill potential a little bit harder to come by on this point map.
Yeah, but it's a sim wall now used with this orbital ray. You're going to end up following this up here with your Kitsune Rush. Such a powerful combo here from Alcatia.
Oh, big damage there. Fan Hammer on Tama's going to draw out the primal rage from him now. Looking to try and get some environmentals, but Killix is floating too high up in the sky. Lennon is down, but Sile and Cookie suffer a similar fate. And Tama is just able to catch Killix, but it might just be too little and too late. No healers up for Alcatia. That's something that you can work with. Landon obviously working his way back into the fray now as Tama is going to be brought down. Labda's still there, and a blade for Choice One is used for Alcatia to cut the victory cake. A 3-0 series in the end, with 2 maps that could easily have gone either way. A strong showing for Vision, but this was always going to be their toughest battle.
Yeah, honestly, a really tough opponent, obviously, here for Vision Esports. But I think there's a lot they can take away from this game. Look, when we give them a lot of praise, we also got to be critical. I mean, 11 deaths on Violet is crazy here on Flashpoint. Definitely, when you're playing at this level, and I mean, he knows that, you have to play a little safer than that, constantly getting caught out. But look, I think there's a lot to like here for Vision Esports. You can make an argument, right? You go back and watch some of the footage. Could have taken map number 1. Could have potentially, with some better adjustments here, hung in Flashpoint. I think this team is gonna be really tough for a lot of opponents in EMEA.
Yeah, I love the close look we had on Lijiang. I mean, they really made Alcatia work for it. And you see those individual moments, right, from the likes of Cookie, who was on an absolute rampage. Like, Cookie made it look easy. He was on fire. So yesterday, I think the main praise went out to the back line, but I think today it was kind of the DPS of Vision, which really, really brought it home.
Yeah, I mean, looking back over this, right, we will throw back to Li Jiang Tower early on. We ended up getting a Xayah mirror, and that grab gets used at the end of the round that unfortunately causes the map to go... it was not the grab that's the problem, it's Vision's overextension after the fact. Junkertown here was a bit more of a classic throwdown, but Alcancia, oddly enough, was still on the sim, still on the Cassidy. So with this little throwback look, Lavender just charges at them most of the time and is able to get into the back line. I thought it was a decent showing from Vision. Choice of One definitely feels like more impactful of a player on the Tracer or Genji, which is harder to work the Sojourn in. And then eventually, excuse me, and then we're watching like this Xayah low ground play on the first flashpoint. It definitely had to be a switch here for Vision. And when they make the change, all of a sudden, they take on this new life. And it looks like they could really fight for the map. It goes close in the end. And Tama making the move to Winston definitely assists.
Absolutely. And I think if you're Vision, you can go back and look at some of this and you know kind of what you have to work on. I think Cookie had a good series. Chosewan and Violet, look, I mean, both trying to make plays. Sometimes, I mean, this is just a nasty shot. But like Alcacia, dude, it feels like they're still just on another level. I mean, we've seen Labda play so much Cassidy. And then you see him play the Sojourn. You're just like, why in the world would he play anything else? I think, though, still looks very good on the Cassidy in combination there with the Sim playing a little bit more close quarter.
Quite frankly, though, with this performance from Vision, like, yeah, they didn't win a single map, but they played two of them so close and they played it so confidently that I still, if I'm looking at their matches coming up, I feel very confident that they might be looking at the top 3, top 4 finish in their respective region, because they're having GG coming up. I think they're the favorite in that matchup. Twisted Minds, yeah, that's probably the L, but afterwards it's Quick Esports, then Peps. VP is the last matchup. I feel like there's a lot of winnable matches in there for them if they can build on this performance we've seen yesterday and today.
I wonder if they can beat VP.
I mean, that would be like if you were gonna say, like, if you were gonna pick one, like that would be it. I also kind of want to see Peps play again. I thought they were really good today. I think, like, no, I don't think Peps is gonna like take down Alcacia or anything, but I think like kind of just marking that one down in the win column for Vision. We might be a bit early on that. Where, dude, I feel like after Alcacia and Twisted Minds, I still put VP at the top there, but I think there are way more contenders in EMEA than there have been in the past for that. Like, for anywhere from like 3 to 6, I think there's a lot of teams here in the mix.
Our mid-table looks really good in EMEA.
Yeah.
I'm actually very pleased with what we have. It means that also we're just going to have like a higher volume of good games over the course of this stage, like generally competitive teams that are really throwing down. So it's nice to see that average level lift, even if maybe the top 3 isn't going to be broken into. We're going to see probably the most competitive stage out of this region.
Yeah, but like performances like that will also force the hands of those top dogs, such as Alcacia. Let's actually bring in Kelix, I believe, for a quick chat after this victory. It is indeed Kelix. Hello and welcome to the show. Long time no see. Now, we just talked about how Vision kind of made you work for this one. Did you expect them to be able to play it so close on control and on Flashpoint as well to steal away those rounds?
Yeah, I kind of did. I heard they were doing pretty good in their scrims, and then as you saw yesterday in that match against Genji, they looked pretty strong. So yeah, I expected them to put up a good fight.
Now, is that a discussion we're having right now? Because in the past we felt like the D.Va-based compositions were just probably some of the best, and Winston was tough to play into that. But we've seen your opponents actually like try and lean in the Winston direction often, and they look at their best when playing that. How do you guys, in a D.Va comp, right, with like Lucio Kiri, let's say, how do you play into Winston? Do you feel like you're still favored with a D.Va, and Ziyada's D.Va especially?
Yeah, I mean, even when we played at EWC, we didn't think that Monkey was that strong a hero, because I feel like he just dies to a lot of things. But yeah, I think it's the same situation now. I mean, I think Monkey can be good if you're good at the comp and good at the hero. I think Tama is really good at Winston, but I still think the hero is a bit weak compared to other tanks. So we're just gonna play our normal game and shoot the tank a lot, and win.
Hey, that pretty good strategy. It's working out for you guys. I gotta ask, we see Labda play some Sojourn there on Surapos, but I've been playing a lot of Cassidy. What do you guys see in Cassidy as a hero that you're trying to work him into more lineups here in stage 3?
I think Cass is a bit more tanky and it's a good Freya counter because Cass could just take out Freya from the sky, where Soldier needs to build up the one shot. And I think on last map, Lepta was just like, I want to play Soldier and I miss her. And yeah, why not? Go ahead, bro.
I miss her.
He's in bed with the photo.
If he plays like that, let him play or whatever the hell he wants.
Let him do it. Let him do it. Well, Calyx, it's great to see that you guys didn't miss a beat between the stages and continue on your roll. Let's see how you close out this stage. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your next match.
Thanks for having me.
As needed. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. That's Calyx Alcatia getting a dub, another dub.
Next time we have Calyx on, he's got a. You see, he's got a little turntable behind him. He's got to play his little.
Spin some tracks.
We should convince him already to like stream his DJ.
I was gonna say the next time we have him on, he's got to just DJ the outro music here as we kind of wrap up.
Maybe we can get him to like DJ a DreamHack after party or something like that.
Oh,
you know?
Hey, that would go.
That works with me. That works with me.
that would go low key hard, high key hard, in fact. Just like our DHL daily highlights. So let's take a look at the best of the best that EMEA had to offer, and there's quite a lot. Did the Nene graph make it in it? Probably not. But
Probably
it was
not.
Highlights, Zoe. Highlights.
Sometimes
Cargo.
lowlights and highlights kind of. There's the Venn diagram crosses there.
Cargo's eating good with the EMEA highlights.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we actually got some great games today. They were all 3-0s, which is kind of weird. But, within some of them, and I use that term very, within some of them, it was pretty good. I agree with Matt saying he wants to see more of Team Peps. I thought Willie's was a really great tank of what we saw from them on the quick side. And honestly, like, Dip Zoro look excellent. FD God also just, like, beating the allegations of being too aggressive. Also beating the heads of Quick Esports on multiple of those maps. That's just this to me represents like the stepping up of the mid-table here in EMEA, and that's what's going to make this region so much more compelling to watch. But this VP matchup, they trolled. They trolled pretty hard on Atlas. I think they,
I was a bit sad. I was a bit sad with Quick and a little bit sad with the good guys, but everything else though was pretty awesome in EMEA. I know Peps looked like a completely different team. Vision, although in a loss here, I think proves like, hey, they're not going to be a pushover. So really awesome first weekend for EMEA.
Yeah, and still a lot of unanswered questions as well, right? In terms of where do the teams fall strength-wise. Some have been more tested than others. So I'm very excited to not just see the teams evolve, but also to see how the meta will shape up. As it seems like there's still quite a lot of viability from many of the compositions or the compositions saw in stage 2. Either way, though, that's a wrap on EMEA here for week 1.
See you guys in 2 weeks
to come.
You're on another vacation? Dude, this guy takes so many.
Hey, he's gonna go to Paris, living the good life.
I'm off to Paris.
I mean, nobody travels more than this guy. I mean, it's unbelievable.
This is Bryce. Yeah, that's it. Hey, it's what, when people want you at their shows, brother, you know how it is, man.
I mean,
you tell me how your normal job goes in the meantime.
This is unbelievable. I mean, I didn't know you were making.
To the office is going.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like the train. I can press my Switch too. I can start gaming on the train.
Normie job. What a life.
Yeah. Gen G at 6, man. We can't be having them down there again. We can't be having them down there again.
What's their schedule coming up? Their VP is their first in week 2.
Come on.
You know why I'm mad? They're a partner team. For Christ's sake.
Yeah, but also, okay. Here, but I will say, to Gen G's credit, like they have attempted like with multiple players. Like it's not like they're just trotting out like the bad news bears over and over again. Like they are trying to improve this roster like every stage. It's just a really hard region, man.
Yeah, EMEA is super tough.
Efforts are made, alas, thus far. But this is only like we're so doomery. Like let's see.
That's true. That's true.
This is just the first look we got of all these teams this very first week. There is more to come. Also more to come, of course, in our NA region. GK will be going up against Team Z. And then afterwards, we're going to close out the day with Nightmare and SSG. That ought to be a good one. So I'm very excited for all things NA. For now, though, it is a bye-bye from Matt and Mitch. Thank you both so much for joining us. And of course, we're heading into a very quick break to change the scenery and the vibes. And then we're bringing back Jack and Rose for all things NA. Don't want to miss it. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
See you, nerds.
Bye.
my name is Howard Wong, and I voice Wu Yang in Overwatch. Today I'm reading Against the Tide. Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world, they founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, Martial Arts, Defensive Strategy. Metal College, Robotics, Technology. Water College, Traditional Medicine, Medical Advancements. Earth College, Agriculture, Sustainability. Wood College, Civil and Environmental Engineering. During the Omnic Crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied, Then regrade his exam. This is clearly a mistake.
I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell.
Water College? But that breaks the family streak. It was unexpected for us too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal.
I disappointed everyone. My family was trying to be supportive of my studies.
You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you.
But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of,
Then you were like blam, and the fire went whoosh. That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again.
maybe I just have to be more like her.
So it's like that fire staff you made, but imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire, but at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man.
So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures.
Something to share with the class, Wu Yang. No, Shifu.
I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. Null sector attack reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. Get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like if I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Wu Yang.
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the med bay, there you go, all better.
Help!
The tide turned against us in Chengdu.
Null sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she? What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? Her family. Anran!
We're supposed to protect each other.
Wu Yang, you shouldn't be here. Hey, tin heads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Wu Yang, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up. 3 weeks later. After Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anran. Why aren't you studying, Wuyang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours. Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place. Keep working hard, son. But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along. Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this. What a ride. I hope you'll join us in Overwatch 2 when Wuyang officially joins the roster. See you there.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Rose, and we will be covering all things NA today with an exciting first day, an exciting first look at many of the teams. Jack, I don't know if you follow the EMEA, but they're cooking over there with their compositions. All right?
No, they're not cooking, Zoe. They're just playing sim. Like, there's no cook there. It's just EMEA go back to sim when it is most comfortable, okay?
Excuse me.
I'm not having this.
Are you just ignoring that we saw a genuine attempt at Roadhog?
Okay, it's Crocs, okay. Everybody be like, okay, let's try the hog once, but Crocs be like, actually, I'm just going to run it every map
What
and then
about
wait
the
2 minutes.
Reinhardt?
Why not?
Okay.
Discrediting the Reinhardt?
There were a couple
I'm not
of
gonna
good
win this.
changes that I think happened to those tanks that, let's just call it exciting. You know, we're gonna have exciting. We've got all the cards on the table, all the heroes to choose from.
We're in the experimental phase of the stage, and I am here for it. And now we have some great matches coming your way. So let's take a look at the schedule. We're kicking things off with GK going up against Team Z, and then afterwards, pretty much a title match. All eyes on that one: Nightmare and SSG. That ought to be a big one. Expectations are high for both of these teams. Both of them have been playing their first matches yesterday. So let's talk about what we've seen from both of them. Starting with Nightmare. I mean, they lost, but they did lose against a very, very, very dominant and good-looking Team Liquid squad.
Yeah,
They even
Team
won a
Liquid
map.
this series, was scary. They won a map. That's the good caveat. And if you looked at this in isolation, you're like, okay, a 3-1. Was it that close? Not if you look at the last 2 maps of this series. Full Hold, Watch Point Gibraltar, King's Row, where we just saw Hanzo rule the entire map. Like, it was a rough one towards the end, but this first initial one, Control, is it fraudulent? Still up to debate, but Nightmare still look decent coming into the stage. But I think right now, everybody sees Liquid as the top dogs.
The fact that they did win that map, and they also showed so much promise with the individual changes that they made to their roster in between maps, bodes super well for the rest of the season. We saw Rhino and Winston on Ilios, which is that one map that they won, but then you also got to see the swaps of Squid and Nenwai switching out for each other, so Nenwai can come in and play those main supports, and Painkiller switching out with Rhino so that you have access to all of those off tanks. And we saw a ton of different looks. So we saw the Junker Queen, we saw the Zarya, and especially this Junker Queen looked very promising on King's Row.
Yeah, but it kind of looks like Nightmare's still on a bit of a self-finding mission. Obviously, if you have a deep bench like that and you're making so many substitutions per map, it takes a while to find their footing, find your stride in this meta. I think the one thing that kind of concerned me for them was the fact that they took us to Gibraltar, the ultimate dive map, and then they couldn't deal with the dive coming their way. That just kind of made me think as I was going to bed. Now on the other side, Space Station Gaming, they have won their match and they're looking sweaty. All right, they made the right changes. They're in it to win it in stage 3.
Yeah, I really like that Hawk's back in the roster. It feels like he's never left. Took a small break in retirement, but honestly, scrub it from his Wikipedia page. Dude looks locked in. It was a really fun series for Space Station. And I think with how they've been a little bit disappointing over the last couple of stages, this is the big turnaround that they need. Sakura, you'd expect them to win this series, but they come out with a 3-0. You're like, okay, this is good. We move on from here. Can we take down Team Liquid? That is going to be the big question for Space Station. Obviously, they're facing Nightmare later, but I do think if anybody can touch Team Liquid right now, it might be SSG.
Nightmare is still going to be a very difficult opponent for Space Station, and so a great litmus test for whether or not Space Station can actually get the job done. But the fun, this is the fun that we were referring to. This Esperanza went crazy. Not only did they bring Chronic in to be able to play this Bastion sim comp to really take apart this frontline Sakura had built, but they do this with a full cap. Even the first possession that they had of the push bot made it basically like a meter away from the end. They got the full cap in what felt like record time, outside of like the blip of Sakura taking it back. But yeah, ignore that. They absolutely dominant.
I did like to see that SSG is trying things out, right? You guys talked about that. Like they're still experimenting and trying to find their identity. CJ talked about that as well in the post-match interview. In case you missed it, definitely go back. It was very insightful things that he shared with us. Now we are still all trying to get a good read on these teams, on these players, and where they may be placing. And I think to warm up our people reading skills, how about we play a round of hot take or fake? Production put together some what could be hot takes or fakes being said by our players.
Okay.
I want to say yes. Okay, here's the first statement. Did a real person say it, or is it made up?
So we're guessing if it's a real hot take or if it's a fake,
A
like
made up one.
the production made it up kind of thing.
I think so.
Okay, good.
I think that's the
I think I've got a good. I think I've got a good read on the people.
Wuyang is strong, but with a good player only. I mean, I think
that has to be
factual.
fake.
That's
But I
hot.
could see players actually saying this, especially at the top level, because it is very, very hard.
Yeah. I think this is a real take. I think this is
so
a hot
too.
take. I think the
production
character
spoiled that already, and I see
is
the
busted. I see the hot thing too. I think maybe that's a spoil. But the character is unbelievably strong. But the key to success with Wuyang is permanently hitting the left clicks, which is really hard, which only good players can do. So yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Does the hot meaning like it was a real take?
I think so.
We're
W.
we should
W.
have gone over all of these rules and stipulations before we started playing the game. Okay,
do it live.
Now we know. Exactly. That was a test round. Hot take or fake? Wuyang's ult is not strong enough.
This is so fake.
surely
The
that's
ult
not.
is so good already. It's a bubble with overhealth, and you run into people, and it knocks people down, and you get basically guaranteed kills if it lands on a squishy. This has got to be fake. Surely, Rose.
It's either fake or it's a bad take. It has to be one of those two, but it's not a hot take.
Yeah, I'd go for fake too. It is a fake. Go us. We're nailing it. Go team.
Go team.
Okay. Go team.
2 for 2, by the way.
Yep.
100%.
I think we only have 3. Do we? Yeah, I think we only have 3. Hot take or fake? Wuyang needs to do more damage and heal less. No, he does not.
I don't think
That is a wrong take. More damage? You can't hit your right click, your left clicks. Whoever said this, no.
You think this is? Did you say that this is real?
I don't think this is real. Surely no one's thinking this. Surely not.
If someone were to say though, who would have said it? Which of our
Any
players?
flex DPS that doesn't like to heal.
No, or
Violet.
any support player that actually wants to take the triple orb.
We
real?
want names, production. We need to put a face to this one.
Needs more damage, but needs to heal less.
Oh, these are the people that are taking Falling Rain, I'm telling you.
Yeah, actually might be. Oh, wait, that's so
Triple
true.
orb. Yeah. They're
Hang on a
like, I just
second.
want to spam damage. I've got the mechanical skill. I'm gonna do damage.
Okay, I mean that's a ranked warrior kind of statement, though.
It is.
That's kind of what it is. Either way, you know what? We're here for it. We want the players to have fun. If that makes them have fun, why not? And we get to watch them have fun, and so do you. And you know what's even more fun than just watching players having fun whilst having fun yourself? Getting rewarded for all of that with drops.
So
And we got so many of those. And all you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you can start earning drops. The drops are on your screen right now. Cozy Cat with headphones. Can't ever go wrong with that. Diva, fireworks, blue skies.
Winston
Beautiful.
holding the trophy. Let's go.
Yep. The last one I don't. The 8-hour one is like, that's fraudulent. I have to suspend my disbelief. No way there is a cat in a mouse pad, and the cat is not trying to lay on the mouse pad.
Yeah, there's no way the cat's
No
on the
cat
shelf.
in the history of cats would go on a shelf.
Yeah, or
Unless
the
there's
cat is
something to
behind the
knock down.
monitor because it's warm.
Oh, also true.
Yeah, but your keyboard and your hand with the mouse and the key, like, trust.
Oh, so true. Yeah, that cat is not sitting there.
It's not inconvenient enough. It needs to be. You need to maximize inconvenience for your human pet as a cat. That's right, we're the pets. Either way, here's our schedule for today. GK and Team Z are up first. We already talked about Nightmare and SSG. So let's dip into this first match of the day. GK, we're still undecided on what we're going to name them, but we have not seen them yet, but they also haven't made any changes. How do you guys think they will fare in what we perceive as the current meta?
Right now, a lot of people playing Perma Tracer, little Genji, a little Reaper, Winston Ball, kind of dive-esque. Backline Wu Yang, Anakiri. The team looks pretty set up for that. Let's be real. Like, they've not really made any changes. No changes at all. Lethal, however, more in the hard hit scan. Cassidy, Sojourn. We've seen a fair bit of Cassidy, to be fair. And I think with his perk changes, he did get the silver bullet perk. I don't think it's crazy good, especially against fast comps. You kind of need to fan the hammer. You lose a fair bit of damage there. But the double flashbang against the Tracers, I think they're very well set up. They're probably not going to play Tracer Genji, but Lethal on Cassidy, Lethal on Sojourn. Yeah, GK are going to be up there. They always will be. I mean, they're just so good. You can't really argue with that.
This backline is elite too. You look at Ultraviolet and Admiral that I think are stand out in each of their individual support roles, and now you put them together on the same team, and especially when they've had this entire season to work together, I think they are really, really set up here, and they have so many different heroes that they can play. I'm very curious to see if it is going to be Admiral that decides to take up the Wu Yong, or if it's going to be Ultraviolet that decides to play a little bit more, meticulous with that hero.
Well, I hope we find out today, and that's the direction they are taking it. On the other side, they will be going up against what used to be Supernova, essentially, like the core from Supernova, now turned into Team Z. What is our read on this team without having seen them at all, just based on the players that they're fielding?
Oh, this is so tough to say. I think there were a lot of different changes that this team needed to make once a lot of their players got poached to other teams. The core of the roster still showed us a lot of tenacity being able to make it through the promotion relegation stage, but I don't know how much time each of these players will have had together when they, lost so many players, and then you also just have you have to slot in Cinnabar, I think, for the first time on this team. It can be tough when you're put under that type of pressure to perform right away.
Yeah, DPS line's pretty, again, kind of equipped for this. I mean, Ryan and Jutsu and Peace, like Genji Tracer, feels pretty good for the meta, honestly. I think Astro might have a little struggle with the Winston and Ball against some of the very elite players that we do have. Very good on the Orisa, was good in the Rush mirrors, but yeah, we'll see how the Wrecking Ball or the Winston face up against Kuffer, because, Kuffer, kind of a dive tank player. So yeah, it's going to be a tough game. You expect GK to kind of walk away with this one, with a 3-0, but there could be some upsets, but I think if GK don't win 3-0, we'll be a bit disappointed for them.
Yeah, now Team Z definitely the underdog heading into this match. Let's see how confident and how convincing we might see GK closing this one out. Jack, Rose, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, here we go. GK and Team Z. First time we've seen GK in this new meta here in stage number 3, Rose. Obviously, the big read here is that it's a lot of Wu Yang and Admiral Ultraviolet. There's a lot of fantasy points on the line. I'm just saying for this one. I think everybody from GK has been picked up by our fantasy team. So, yeah, there's a lot of points to be had. Here is the map pool. GK picking Lijiang Tower. No big surprise. It was either going to be that or Helios, let's be fair.
For sure, and I think it'll be really telling on this map in particular where the support lineup decides to go. We've seen different teams take different approaches, a lot of them still sticking to the classic Lucio to make sure that they have the speed around control, but if you want to play a bit more greedy, you can actually play something like the Ana and the Wu Yong or the Kiriko and the Wu Yong. But Tracer and Zarya getting banned, okay, I mean, no Tracer is actually probably pretty good here for GK, actually.
Yeah, I mean, my moan could just play Genji, just play another flex. We've seen a little bit of Venture action as well. Lethal, okay, that's fine with me. Cassidy, Sojourn, like we've seen a little Freya. Not sure we're going to see it in this map specifically. And Zarya's been pretty prolific in EMEA, and of course we saw it yesterday, the Zarya head-to-head, and then the Bastion rolling over the Zarya comp. That was rather funny. I don't know if we'll see Bastion again here today, but I mean, Chronic's playing today, so maybe we will. That's of course a little bit later. But as we load in to the first map, looks like we're going to Command Center first. Team Z versus Geeky, both their first matches running into today here in Stage 3, Day 2, Week 1. Did that out of order, but it's all good. You understand what I meant.
We're just here for some great Overwatch action, no matter what day it is or time it is in the world, and I really hope that Team Z can show us some signs of life in this match. We already discussed that it's going to be hard. They are definitely the underdog team when facing up against Geeky, and this is going to be our first look of both of our teams to see what they want to bring to the table with this brand new Giga patch and stage number 3. We see 2 different looks where Geeky is definitely going more all in. They do have Ultraviolet that's going to be on the Wuyong and Maimon coming out here with the Venture. So that's going to help facilitate this ball dive a lot.
Yeah, that is a little wacky DPS line. I like it though. Honestly, you body shot someone with the Hanzo, you can just run them down with the Venture. Astro first to fall though for Team Z. Right, did end up using that Wraith Ball to get away, but in hot pursuit was Cuppa just rolling straight at it. Pretty easy team kill after this. That's going to be a point for GK, and this comp is extremely quick with the Lucia and Wuyang. Like, good luck actually locking anybody down. There is the cap, and now Lethal can just set up, lob some logs directly at the spawn.
That is definitely the hard thing about this Orisa, is you are just such a giant target with all of this burst damage GK has. Now they come back out with the Winston. That will help them at least try to get through the door a little bit longer. Those Winston bubbles can give you a bit of that shield. But then what? You're still walking into this Hanzo. And now that you don't have the speed either, you've got to take a reset for your Lucio to come back. I don't know if I like them being stuck in this control room.
Yeah, especially against the Wrecking Ball of the Venture, that's for sure. And then Lethal doing the dirty work. Astro switching over to the Winston now. A bit more dive pressure on the front line. Rush on the point for Hanbei. However, there is the Tidal Blast. And oh my word, yeah. Mine's Tidal Blast. I mean, good deflect kill from Peace, but I think the fight's just about done and dusted, I'm afraid. Only Ryan and Peace left. The DPS trying to fend for themselves, but against Cuppa, it's going to be quite difficult. He's a DPS menace all on his own.
If the Wrecking Ball mines weren't enough, and then you put the Tidal Blast on him as well, there's just so much AoE. Team Z have struggled so far to be able to get in, and now backs truly against the wall. One final attempt for them, as they're going to have to run into this tectonic shock and sound barrier.
Yeah, Blade's going to get used by Peace there, but instantly cleaned up by Maimon. Double sound barrier, both from Cinnabar and Avril. Dragon Strike across the point, splitting the fight. But with Peace dead and Ryan already using that Wraith form, it's going to be tough for him to get in a position where this ult is going to be useful. And Maimon is currently 2v1ing on this high ground. Look at that 2v2 now. I think that was Avril actually up there, just booping people around. A quick last touch here is required by Team Z, but look at those health bars. Everybody's so low. Astro chunked out as Maimon just doesn't cringe in the face of danger, just stands up against the Genji and forces them away. And Peace and Cinnabar are going to have to touch, but they are unable to. Geeky with a good start already, 100-0 on Command Center.
I was half wondering if we could call that a C9, but I don't think so. I don't think that was a winnable fight for Team Z. Everybody was so low. There were still cooldowns available there for GK, and what a commanding start for them. It's only Lethal and Maimon that have died on Team GK, and it makes sense. Your DPS are a little bit squishier than everybody else, but like, wow.
Yeah, it's that was a flattening. All good though. Go next round. I think banning the Tracer here was really nice. Protects Lethal a little bit more, like we said. Gets Team Z off one of their comfort heroes too. Although, to be fair, I think we've seen a lot more Reaper than I initially anticipated. But against some of these harder dive blocks, especially against the Winston, it works out super well. But Wrecking Ball, not as much. You're still a threat, that's for sure. Quick teleport on the high ground. That was close. I mean, Ryan managed to get the TP off, but very rarely do you see a Reaper knocked off the map, but it has happened, especially on this one.
Oh, these bubbles are exploding. As soon as you actually see Astro pop one down, it is instantly deleted. And that was a very fast team fight win after Team Z actually took the positioning on point.
I think we found the culprit of that hot take, Rose. Ultraviolet, I believe, picking up the falling rain perk, the triple orb, for a lot more damage.
But it wasn't even just him. There were our other Bouillons yesterday in North America that was taking Falling Rain versus that Oven Flow for the major perk. And you can see why. Look at how much extra damage that you're putting out in terms of being able to burst those Winston bubbles or just being able to burst somebody down with the help of Lethal hitting these headshots. And we're going to see yet another switch. Piece comes out on the Sombra and quickly gets eliminated.
There's a little gap there Lethal was firing through. I didn't know that was like a pixel gap you can fire at the spawn doors as the Hanzo. Oh dear. Yeah, there you go. What he's lining up with right now, I didn't know you could shoot through that. Very, very slight gap.
Even
with this Sombra, it's going to be hard. Yeah, you're not even going to be able to build up too much ult charge either if you're the Sombra. Obviously, you're not getting out of spawn to begin with, but locking anybody down is super tough. Astro now switching over to Wrecking Ball. They need to force something here, so they're going to try and force the positioning of Yike with the ball going to the point first.
Yeah, but then what? Like the Sombra is here to deal with Kuffa. Kuffa has been such an annoyance, but even if you get Astro over to the point, look at how well DK is focusing down that Wrecking Ball. Astro has not been able to have a say in this match so far.
Yeah, and then Hume dies to an arrow. Ryan falls next. Yeah, it's definitely going from bad to worse right now for Team Z, unfortunately. Oh man, he gets booted away from the Mega Health Pack too. Goodbye, Astro. Back to spawn you go. Nice manual hack on Kuffa, but doesn't last too long. Dragon Strike into the spawn. I think that must have been. Mine's on the point, and that's going to be a 200-0 for Yike. Ain't no shots. I don't think Team Z are going to come back. No pieces down. Ryan maybe next to touch on the Farah, but not to be, unfortunately. That was as quick as you will get it, folks. GK with the win on Lijiang Tower in record time.
Wow. I have no words except for absolute dominance.
Yeah,
we're still no
on that
deaths
second round.
that round. I know. Holy cow. Lethal, Maimon, only two to actually take a death on Control Center, and then the entire team up and kicking. Look at how much damage Ultraviolet did too. You really expect that it's going to be your DPS are going to help there, but Ultraviolet taking that triple orb perk.
Yeah, it was pumping.
Absolutely
big DPS damage. Especially if hitting the Winston over and over again, and like you said, every single time Astro was kind of getting in, making space with the bubble. It's like, okay, well, we're just going to shoot with the Hanzo. Storm Arrow, Hanzo, okay, and then Wu Yang with the shot. Like, creating space there is almost impossible, unfortunately. It's a rough one to start off this stage for Team Z. But hey, there's still a few more maps to go. But you're expecting GK, like I mentioned in the opener, that they want to get a 3-0 here, and it would be a disappointment if we saw anything else. Well, that was a nice shot, actually, by UV there.
There's something to be said about a team being able to play together for as long as this GK squad. There were no changes really made to the squad outside of them losing Zera when they were under the Nightmare banner for stage number 1. Zera got picked up by Team Liquid for stage 2 after his incredible performance at the Champions Clash. And since then, GK have stuck together as this core roster, and without making any substitutions or changes, they have just had so many weeks to ramp up and continue to get better and better in terms of their synergy. And that type of commitment has been rewarded for so many of our teams. Team Liquid is another one that really is continuing to climb the North American ranks alongside GK, and that's why we look at those two teams, and it's so difficult to break through when you're working and your team coordination is as tight-knit as that.
There's only a few spots available at the World Finals, that being for the teams. But there's only a few spots available as well for tickets and yourselves. So make sure you go pick them up right now. Tickets are on sale. You get a 1-3-day pass. You get a VIP and some exclusive merch packages as well. I believe we added more VIP ones because they already sold out. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. Link is on your screen right now. Or if you're an audio listener, I don't know, maybe you're audio listening or second monitor watching, bit.ly/DH Stockholm 2025, or check out the Overwatch Esports socials. They'll have all the links there for you to pick up your tickets for the end of the year. You don't want to miss it. It was a lot of fun last time. We had an orchestra last time as well, playing some Overwatch music, which was fantastic. But as we get back into this series, Rose, going to a map number 2, Team Z. They can now run Tracer if they really want to. So they could have Ryan popping off on that. But that does mean, obviously, GK can kind of whip that one out as well. So where do you expect Team Z to pivot to here?
It's tough to say. Astro has always been very good on these main tanks. If you keep Astro in this lineup, then you kind of expect that we are going to be going to a map that's going to really enable something like that. Atlas has also been one of those maps that teams have favored going into as a second map choice. That's another one where I think if you're really hoping that you can try to get the jump, or maybe you try to throw a wrench in the span, then Atlas can work. Maybe you can sneak something away. Look at the bands then.
Genji and JQ. We've seen a little bit more JQ, actually. I've been loving the Junker Queen, in all honesty. We saw it a lot on the Kings Row series yesterday.
It was awesome. And I think that the Junker Queen is one of those heroes that, especially if you were kind of expecting something like the Orisa, very nice to be able to have that. But now that that's off the table, I wonder if this opens us up a little bit more to have the Zarya back on menu, or maybe we do continue to see that Wrecking Ball. It could still be very powerful on a map like Atlas.
Yeah, it's got to be the Wrecking Ball here again for GK. Just has to be. I think it's going to be the same comp throughout. I wouldn't be too surprised if you still... Well, we'll see what Lethal ends up picking, but I wouldn't be so shocked to see Mymone again on the Venture. I think it's not a sleeper pick by any stretch of the imagination, but a pick that works very well in these comps, especially with the ball. The ball slams you and then you burrow under them as well. It's like an instant kill. It's real nice. But Ultraviolet and Avril, they look very at home on these picks. And you'd expect Ultraviolet too. Like, he's such an incredible flex support. The best in North America, I'd say. And Avril too, who's only improved as time has gone on the Lucio. So again, sticking with a very fast comp. Mymone is going to TP people out. Going to the Tracer. All right, another good pick for the lad. But Team Z, they're going to try and match on the ball straight up here, but Peace on the Reaper instead. Lethal, let's see how he does on the Sombra. This has been a little bit of a career special as well, with people like Merit picking up Sombra out of the gates.
But we have seen Lethal take this out as a pocket pick in the past, and we saw Team Z attempt this at the end of Lijiang Tower as a great counter to the ball. If you know that you are an elite Sombra, like we have seen Lethal perform for the past weeks, then you know that you can maybe help out a fellow ball player.
Not if you get 2 taps.
Those hacks. Well, Sombra is still pretty squishy. Maybe we chalk that one up to bad luck for this first go-around.
Yeah, that was nice TV from Peace is what that was. Decent point presence right now for Team Z, but Peace just walked into the hot zone there as Ultraviolet just shot him down the corridor, and Peace couldn't get anywhere near him, sadly. Point capture here for GK, and Ultraviolet 88% towards that title blast already. And Cinnabar 52. Like, that is a gap of enormous proportions.
Cinnabar is also going to switch, goes over to the Lucio, and now that means that Ultraviolet is super free and clear to get this, to really let this Wooyoung pop off. We saw Ultraviolet put that title blast on a Kuppa. It just gives you such a big area of effect, and look, already going to use it now on a Mymone.
Oh, Astra and Peace ended up getting knocked down there, but there was no follow-up to be had. No pulse on for Mymone, so no ability to insta-bin somebody with a pulse on top, which we've seen quite a bit recently. At this point, it's so tough to actually cap because the amount of high ground control here is just immense. You can just sit up on the high ground, wait for them to try and cap, jump on them, and just eat them for breakfast. Good pulse bomb from Mymone, and that'll be the fight done and done. As Ultraviolet looking to maybe lap Cinnabar here in terms of ult charge, even though she did switch.
That's the fight done. That's the flashpoint over as well. Don't think there's any world where Team Z come back in and contest this when Ryan just respawned. So Team Z have no choice except to wait for this next flashpoint to unlock and try to make their way over there. But GK are already meeting them in the middle. Look at how fast GK is actually making these rotations. Even though Astro has the rollout to try to beat them to this flashpoint, there's not really a lot that's going to be good for them to engage with. But Kappa beats you to the punch. There's the mines.
Mines goes hits with the virus as well. I'm back to the rescue. Managed to hit that Suzu just in time, but Kuffer is giving chase to Cinnabar right now, who's closing in on this sound barrier. Kuffer's just playing his own game. Literal single-player action from Kuffer currently. Lethal does fall after that EMP, and the rush on the point is going to aid in their efforts to try and get this cap, but a sound barrier from Avril does hit 4. Kuffer rolling around still as Peace tries to lock someone down. Now turning his eye towards Avril, gets out of there just in time, but Team Z managed to cap that point eventually.
Kuffer tries to roll away, but yeah, good fight win here for Team Z. Only really using those 2 support ultimates, and they still get a chance to hold on to the Death Blossom and the Pulse Bomb. A big whiff and a miss there for the EMP from Lethal. Felt like that ended up getting no value, and then the rest of GK get picked apart. Love Team Z trying to push the pressure.
Yeah, really popular on this map to push out this far. Tidal Blast on Ultraviolet as he chases down Cinnabar. They traded 1 for 1, but they've expended a single ult. As now the point is under a little bit of pressure as Kuffer rolls on in. He's got the mines in a couple of seconds as well.
Again, he charged them so fast.
Yeah, he's just doing so much damage right now. Manual hack attempted onto Astro, but he's got the Primal Rage, so if he feels like he's in danger, can pop that and just get out of dodge. Kuffer goes for the slam of the high ground. Cinnabar trying to protect Ryan currently as the TP comes through from Peace to get into the back line. The Primal Rage from Astro is going to be good for 2. Ryan's going to clean up Apple for a 3rd, and Team Z are on the board now. A point under their belt as Kuffer and Mimone, the last players alive, can't get back to the point, and that's 1-1 on Atlas.
Really great stuff from Team Z to be able to string those fights back to back and to tie up this flashpoint. The Sombra fell so flat on that particular round, missing the EMP as well as just being taken out before you can get any of those hacks if I purchase. So Lethal does switch over to the Reaper, and you can see an immediate difference. Hanbei gets caught out, won't be able to have the rush, and this gives GK a pretty big opening.
Lethal just reformed towards Beast mid-ult. Took a little bit of damage there, but unfortunately, the Reaper Death Blossoms, they ain't what they used to be. A little bit of damage, but that was about it. Everybody could scoot out of there with the Lucio speed boost as GK capped this 3rd point.
That's the thing, Lethal gets a nice opening pick, is able to kite away from the Death Blossom, and now GK with the first capture. They have this Admiral sound barrier. If Kappa wants to play aggressive here, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, big wave there coming through from Ultraviolet, pushing people back as Astro falls initially. Sound barrier coming in from Team Z, a later one, but they need the kills though. If you're losing a player like that, enemy team has used their sound barrier, and then you beat in, you need kills instantly, and unfortunately, took a little bit longer than First Class Mail there. It was about a 6 or 7 day postal time. And look, at the end of the day, GK now can play up. They got Tidal Blast. They can just send Mimone in or Lethal or Kuffer and just assassinate the backline without these support ults.
Felt like almost a little bit of a miscommunication when Astro was using the Primal Rage. Maybe just that HP pool disappear a little bit too fast for that sound barrier to actually connect. But GK are like, we'll use everything now to secure the flashpoint.
Oh, Mimone ends up going down. Lethal couldn't get on top of somebody, even though they have the Tidal Blast attached to him. He's just going to contest the point right now. He has got the Death Blossom, so kind of waiting for people to come to him. Looking back, checking the team, and there is Death Blossom on top of Astro, jumps to the sky, but Kuffer slams down, and somehow Hanbei dies to a mine that probably should have expired 10 years ago. They do end up trading Kuffer, however, for a support, but Mimone with the Pulse Bomb can quite easily take out Peace, who's lacking health right now, even dodges somehow the miniature health pack, but stays alive. Eventually, Ultraviolet weaves that orb of water around the corner, snipes Peace away. Team Z still in control, but Kuffer is already back in the mix. Same with Astro, though, who's got the Primal Rage and is forced to pop it. And now Hanbei luckily receives that sound barrier just in time before He got rolled by my moan. This Primal Rage looking not so great right now from Astro. Popped a few people around, but the focus fire from GK was just so good. That 1000 HP just melted like butter.
And it's crazy that we also saw Team Z use both DPS ultimates there and no value. Team Z have control of the flashpoint, but it's not too much longer before GK are able to sneak it back 99%. Nobody else can come in and touch from Team Z unless you really want to wraith walk your way onto the point into the wrecking ball mines again.
Yeah, soundbite from Abel as well is going to connect with 4 players, even on the rush. There's just too many cooldowns to get out of GK right now. And then even Lethal so close to this Death Blossom. A valiant attempt there from Team Z to come back in, using a whole lot in their ult bank to try and get this point. But it's going to be a 2-1 affair on Atlas as GK looking to close this map out on the next one.
Kappa's timing with these Wrecking Ball mines has been so good. You know that these points on a couple of these flash points are a little bit more open. I love that Kappa has been able to kind of utilize the geometry of each of these points and make sure that those mines are going to play over the entire surface area. And at critical moments where you know that Team Z have to come in and contest, it is overtime in that situation. It's been really amazing. And so once again, GK beat them to the punch. He's gonna try the Sombra again. It did not work out on Lishong, but maybe it really just had enough of this cup of Wrecking Ball and you can land these manual hacks.
Yeah, there's a lot more space to work with, so you can see the attempt here. Attempted manual hack onto Lethal, actually gets onto Kappa, but Kappa is gonna be able to survive with those Wrecking Ball shields. That Death Blossom from Lethal was enough damage to help kill Cinnabot. And with her going down, I mean, no chance for a sound barrier in this fight, so it's just going to be a quick reset for Team Z. Or a forced one at that. I mean, she can just chase them all the way to the doors.
Yeah, at least from the amount of time that is left in this flashpoint, I think there's enough time for Peace to get an EMP. But like, you're so threatened, and I think he's still gonna die there anyway, especially if there's any follow-up from Maimon. Manages to get out, but now you've stalled out even more time if you're GK. And again, Kappa has mines. There's gonna be a sound barrier from Admiral as well that will end up being a little bit later if Cinnabar pops it first. Final fight, Jaws. This is it.
Yeah, the sound barrier actually launches them in. A stick connects with UV. Quick reset for GK. Yeah, okay, both supports down. A really nice engagement from Team Z as Ryan just does a lot of the heavy lifting there for Team Z and A. They've got Primal Rage, they've got EMP, they're gonna have a rush. Like, they're in good stead for this point. They just cannot let Ultraviolet's Tidal Blast get any value.
That's going to be hard. Kappa actually now going to switch over to the Winston after using those mines. Double support ultimates here for GK. And you also have the Tidal Blast to put onto either Maimon or Lethal. Whoever you want to kind of send in there and play a bit more aggro.
Wow, connects with 4 there. That was a beautiful stuff from Peace. Okay, that's one fight under their belt on this point. Force Ultraviolet to not even be able to use that up. So, all right, they're good for it. Okay, Admiral, the only one not dying there for GK.
They do need one more, but it is looking very promising as Team C still have that Primal Rage as well as the Rush. If they continue to play up like this, maybe even Hanbei can let that rush through that main choke, and hopefully Astro can start to follow that up. Ryan was very close to another Pulse Bomb, so there are tools here for Team Z, but now GK, they started to make their approach, and how did that happen?
Yeah, Astro just dies mid-air. It doesn't even use the Primal Rage. Sound barrier for Abel. I mean, Death Blossom on top of Hanbei, who used Rush desperately. Like, that just cannot happen. Astro now Primal Raging to the point from the spawn, but, I mean, fight's already done. The map's already over. Astro dying there in the sky, maybe thought it was protected by the bubble, has just cost them the map. That is GK now just cleaning up. It's all over, Rose. That's a 3-1 on Atlas for GK. That puts them a match point in the series too. Couple more cleanup kills. That'll be all she wrote.
Wow, it is very disappointing as a team when it does end that way, but we also kind of expected that GK would be able to win in this type of fashion. But it definitely does feel bad watching that pick come through before that Primal Rage was able to activate.
Yeah, I think Astro thought who's protected by the bubble, which was kind of in the sky at the same time, I think.
Did the bubble get burst, or maybe like your toes were hanging out from the bubble
Don't know.
as it deployed?
You're expecting to pop Primal Rage there if you get low, so you can see the idea. Like Astro's diving into the choke and then, you know, pops bubble, like chills for a bit, gets low, pops Primal, and then they can maybe like force something and then rush and then win. But unlucky for Astro, actually use the Primal from the spawn to even get back to the point on time. There's the stats for you on the screen. My Moan only dying twice, 23 and 2. You're expecting that from a Tracer player, but looking good out there. GK, yeah, they're back to their old business. It feels like any meta for them right now is going to be comfortable. There's a lot of swap ups from Lethal, but happy to pilot the Reaper, which has come to the forefront of the meta as we head into a map number 3.
There were some bright moments for Team Z, and I'd love to be able to focus on especially that EMP that we ended up seeing from Peace towards the end of the map that even put Team Z in the position to tie back up Atlas. Really great heads-up play from Team C to play a little bit more aggressive. They finally had the space to be able to do that, and I think that is a nice little confidence booster. Of course, the map at the end of it did not go your way, but I really hope that they continue to string together some fight wins like that. Because it wasn't even just that Sombra EMP. There was just also some really great play coming through from that aggressive sound barrier from Cinnabar that also helped to set that up in the fight before. So I want to see more of that from Team Z. They're clearly capable, but it hasn't been too much time for this team to have worked together before we started the stage.
Yeah, you see that Astro, it was like frame perfect there. Like, pressed the bubble as he died. So, man, that is...
It's like the damage got through the bubble before it was fully activated.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's
Damn, that's unfortunate for Team Z and Astro there. But, you know, you're against GK, so it's definitely a team that, while you want to take down, you're the underdogs coming into the series. Next map up, I mean, I'm not sure any kind of ban strategy here is going to work against GK, especially if you're even targeting like DPS. But yeah, a nice 3-1 to start off. GK had a very, very close, or a very, very fast map, sorry. It wasn't close at all on that map number 1, 200-0. So we'll see where map 3 ends up taking us. Might have been seeing a little bit of Junkertown, Rose. Maybe. I mean, we saw a little bit of an EMEA, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see if we go to a different map that we haven't seen yet.
Well, I don't think we would go to Gibraltar. I don't. Even though Team Z does have the ability to play dive, I just don't think that when you're playing dive versus another team that is playing the dive, the skill differential plays such a big factor in whichever team is going to come out on top in that dive mirror. So I don't think going to Gibraltar would be a good idea.
Yeah, go to Kings Row.
It is Junkertown.
Kings Row, ban Hanzo maybe, because if you don't ban, if you ban the Hanzo, Lethal's going to play
the Reaper anyway. Yeah. So I don't know if the Hanzo ban actually works out that way.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a tall order regardless. Let's have a look the map list. It's going to be Esperanza. All right, okay. Little dive map here, little dive. You don't ban a tank. I think maybe you ban a support. If I'm honest with you, maybe you ban Wu Yang, actually.
Yeah, get it out of here.
Just get it out of here. Yeah, get Ultraviolet off that pick, man. Guy's looking like a beast out there.
Been farming, my God.
Actual, like, tier 1 waterbender. Looks like it's going to be a Winston ban from Team Z. Okay, so Kuffa is going to be playing at the ball, which will probably lead Team Z to play the Sombra off the rip, I'd imagine. Kiriko ban for GK.
Wonder if we'll see Mauga. Some of our teams have looked towards Mauga as a wrecking ball answer. So if you really want to, like, if you have to figure out a way to beat the wrecking ball, and I think if you pick Esperanza, this is one of those maps where there is a bit more open space, there's a bit more high ground. Maybe it will be a little bit easier to try to lock down this wrecking ball, but yeah, maybe Mauga is the answer, as some of our teams have other tried.
Let's have a look. Am I happy to see a Mauga? Well, it's not permanently,
so. You don't have to answer that.
Look, at the end of the day, if it's not perma Mauga, then I'm fine with it. But
the variety is nice. It's the spice of life, you know?
It's the spice of life. That is true. That is very true. But it is funny. We kind of joked about it in the pre-show. EU kind of always diverts back to like, you know, checkmate on the sim, like a little bit of Malga, a little bit more brawly type, and then NA has been more career pilled where it's like, okay, we're going to go pure dive. I wonder if there is going to be a transition for a couple of teams where they do end up playing more brawl style, like someone like Astro, or even like Hattori, like going to an Orisa instead, if you find that going into a mirror against top teams is just not even worth trying. Looks like they are going to run out with the ball to start off with. Lethal on the Sombra. Okay, I'm going to eat my words. It's actually Lethal perma Sombra here. As Team Z is just going to run Genji Tracer. So we saw the Tracer ban, we saw the Genji ban already from the side of GK. So now Team Z gets to run even more comfort with Peace on Genji.
The Lethal Sombra started to not work out after that second flashpoint round on Atlas, but it was fairly effective on the very first one. And so if you know that this Winston is banned out, maybe you were already thinking heads up about Astro playing this Wrecking Ball, come out here with the Sombra. It's going to be effective not just for the ball, but also for this Genji and Tracer. So very much like a great pick here as you see the hack land onto Astro.
Oh, Astro's super low as well. Team Z should be able to heal him up. They're just going to give chase a lot of the time. As soon as those manual hacks end up connecting, or even a virus too on a squishy, Cover's going to want to slam. You're going to have My Moan following up as well. And this comp is very self-sustaining too. Like, with the Wu Yang, you have the right-click beam heal, of course, so for like emergencies, but you put the little, it's almost like a mini harmony orb, the little like water flowing thing on the ball, on the Tracer, just send them off, do their own thing, and then maybe get AoE healed by Admiral at some point. Whereas Team Z have got very much like a more traditional heavy healing comp with Harmbait on the Ana, which is great if you're hitting these nades, but you've got to be consistent with them, and you can't use them defensively either. You've got to get the backline down. You've got to kill Ultraviolet is what I'm saying.
I mean, Hanbei has already done an amazing job. I think I'm about to eat my words because there is going to be an elimination that comes in the next 5 seconds. But who? But Nanabu's on Hanbei.
Oh, good pulse from actually onto Astra. So low. Nanabu's onto Peace, but hasn't really come off with the kill feed at all. Just kind of focusing down the Wrecking Ball. They end up trading their Wrecking Ball players. Peace out of CDs now, has to back all the way up. Tidal Blast sent out by Cinnabar, but Ryan's next to Fall, who I would imagine was the recipient of that. There's an EMP for Lethal. Blade ends up coming through though for Peace, and the EMP absolutely torn apart as Peace gets a double with the Dragon Blade.
There has been some time here for Kappa to come back in with the Wrecking Ball mines. Maybe you're expecting, okay, we'll give them a couple more meters and then we get a chance to go in. Maybe would have liked to see Lethal actually hang on to that EMP, especially that Peace had popped the blade. You would have already got one. But there is a little bit of that delayed reaction, and maybe you were hoping that there would be more people alive. Oh, Peace barely gets away from that though.
Yeah, I can't escape that one, unfortunately. Not a Tracer running after you with a Tidal Blast attached to him. Didn't even need a Pulse Ball on top. An easy kill onto the Ana. That's a very, like, you're looking death at the eyes if you're the Ana or any support player, to be fair. You're like, okay, well, my life is going to get cut short in a moment unless I get help. Unfortunately, help did not arrive in time.
It feels like the old days of playing Zenyatta. You see the Tracer on you and like, well, I'm not going to hit this volley or it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, well. No, so this is going to be almost checkpoint for GK. And I kind of wonder how coordinated this Team Z recontest is going to be. You can see them getting set up for it. They're actually going to try to get the wraparound behind GK, but this comp is so mobile. Wow, and that's a nice pick.
Yeah, really nice pick. Oh, Astro's got... Oh, didn't quite cancel the mines there, but it'll do. Ultraviolet. Oh, and My Moan gets whip-shotted around the corner by Cinnabar. That's an incredible couple of kills. It's going to make Cuffer actually use mines there to guarantee the checkpoint. I think that's more than an okay usage, to be fair, but not exactly something they wanted to use in that situation. So good on Cinnabar, at least, for forcing the mines out of Cuffer.
I actually really like that play because having that forward spawn activated can be very important when you're having a lot of these players that are playing kind of by themselves. If Lethal gets killed, then you have that forward spawn. You can come back on a Sombra just a little bit faster. I think it's fine.
Tidal Blast on Hanbei, trying to... Okay. Was thinking like, I could maybe get a knockdown. Yeah, it was for sustain, for sure. Oh, what a sleep! Mimo, dead.
Sick.
See you later, son. Nice little manual hack there onto Astro. Has to get nanoed. Dives forward, but quick as you like. Ultraviolet slides back with that rushing torrent. And now Lethal can try and do his business, but nice instant kill from Astro. Still had that nano kind of popping, so that additional damage really helped him out. And now Ultraviolet's chance to show him how it's done. A beautiful jagged wall that actually saves Hanbei's life. It puts the jagged wall in between Hanbei and the aggressors, and Ultraviolet and cover cannot secure that kill on the Ana. A pulse bomb for Ryan in his back pocket as they try now back up slightly as they sense the aggression coming through for cover, but still the roll through onto the Ana gets the kill, and Team Z now losing control of the bot.
Bot's gonna go back towards GK territory. Mymone still has this pulse bomb to let loose if this fight gets delayed any longer. But now you see the cleanup come through. But Cinnabar gets a little rewarded. You have your own title blast. Peace is gonna be on the potential receiving end of that with the blade active as well. But Peace almost feels like they're too far forward. As this bot rounds the corner, they are going to try to get set up on that off angle, but Peace is under quite a bit of threat there.
Blades already killed Lethal. Pulse bomb in the backline though for Mymone, just menacingly behind the supports right now. Mines end up connecting with the points. Tidal Blast, however, from Cinnabar sent out. Can hear the hit markers are flying, but where's the knockdowns? Where are the kills? That's kind of the second time in a row there. Cinnabar's used that ult with little to no success in follow-up damage. I saw a Tidal Wave there, or Guardian Wave even, but it's not going to result in too much. Still, GK firmly in control, despite the best efforts of the sports from Team Z for landing big anti-nades on the backline.
The anti-nades are good, but when you do have such stellar supports in Admiral and Ultraviolet, you know that's not going to be something that cleans up. Poor Hanbei. I mean, Hanbei and Cinnabar both, I think, if you're going to have this duo hit squad of Mymone and Lethal coming after you, you have to be perfect, and that's just so hard to expect from yourself.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, right? Like, being that perfect when you have very few tools to actually stay alive against that Tidal Blast. I mean, one of the big tools would be any kind of movement ability or a Suzu, and it's actually Hanbei switching over to Moira, Cinnabar to the Lucio, so yeah, they're not going to get dove on as easily, but still, it's a tough time when Mymone just runs to the backline with the ult attached and you're dead.
It's the last-ditch effort. Maybe this is the change-up that they need in order to get themselves back into this. But as this ball continues to round the corner, it's a final approach. There's still an EMP here from Lethal. They've been a little bit lackluster so far in this series, but it could be an absolute game-ender if Lethal's able to get this right.
Good EMP, hits two, both DPS. Full prey to the hacks. Ryan doesn't end up going down, but he's good enough for one. And yeah, Hanbei tried to get in there, tried to go for a rescue attempt, maybe throw out an orb, but was just caught off guard. April does end up going down, but Rose, this game is slowly escaping Team Z. Like you said, this final now stretch that Team Z have to fend against is going to be tough. There's a beat, a Tidal Blast, and a Pulse Bomb from Mymone they have to fend off.
And then there's the aggression to push so much more forward. You gotta step into the mines, or I guess use all your cooldowns if you're the hazard to actually leap over them. But then here's that public enemy number one.
Yeah, Astro couldn't even leap out there if he tried. Ended up getting knocked down, but before he hit the floor, he was already eliminated. Bot a couple of meters now away from that final point on the map. A sound barrier to end it all, potentially. Cinnabar and Ryan dead, and there it is. GK with a full cap on Esperanza will end up the series 3-0, and that'll be a 1-0 start for the squad as well here in Stage 3.
I think this is the result we would have expected, and for GK, I'm really wondering if they're feeling happy about this performance as well. They probably were also expecting that 3-0. Geez, Kappa only died once. That's crazy.
I mean, that is a wrecking ball moment, I suppose, but yeah,
so
still.
True.
One death is absurdly low.
Yeah.
For an 8-minute game, that was as well.
I know. But yeah, definitely congratulations to GK. Team Z, gotta chalk this one up as a learning experience, and especially when that's your first opponent of the stage. you're getting it out of the way, and then hopefully
Yeah.
with these next couple of days before next week, you can keep working on that team synergy after coming together so not so long ago.
Yeah, I mean, the next opponent is SSG, so maybe some more learning will be done. next
Losing
week.
is
I don't know.
learning. Was that the phrase?
I'm learning so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not an awful lot to take away, honestly, from this series, since it was a rather one-sided affair. In fact, I gotta be real with you, I didn't even get to see anything of map 1 because I went to get water, and when I came back...
You were like, wait, this isn't control.
It was actually so fast. Yeah, Lee Jung was an absolute blowout. Like, that was over in a blink of an eye. Interesting to see a lethal on that Sombra. I don't think we're going to see that much more Sombra. But yeah, Reaper, you talked about that as well, Jack. We're seeing a surprising amount of Reaper being played thus far in this first week.
I thought it would be a lot of Tracer Genji, like kind of even with like something like a Venture. But yeah, if you look at it at the face of things, like, well, if we're gonna play ball with the dive, something like a Winston, Reaper fits perfectly in there. The classic Winston counter in the guy with the 2 shotguns that shoots very fast. Like at the end of the day, it's going to be good for a lot of the hit scan players that don't necessarily flex to a flex DPS like a Genji. So yeah, I think it's great. It's fun to see Reaper as well with the Tidal Blast. It feels like Reaper of old almost with the Beyblade, just a little cherry on top that you get a knockdown as well. Yeah, it's been good, but unfortunately, if you are running into a team with a very, very good... Oh, it's Kuffer in the place of Rose. What's up, man?
Just like a surprise Kuffer. Hello.
Man, Rose has disappeared into the ether. We got Kuffer now.
Can we just...
No, I evolved.
I was about to say, Necker, now you got to do a Kuffer voiceover. How about that?
Your best
some
Kuffer
sick lip
impression.
syncing. Exactly.
I could never be
I
as
think I
cool
would
as
nail it.
him, so I don't even want to try that.
Can't be as
why
good as
you guys
Ball on
can
him,
just
that's for
combine
sure.
your powers. Oh, there it is.
There he
I
is.
guess we're doing an interview now. Let's chat to Kuffer. Kuffer, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello.
It's great to see you again. I want to chat a little bit about the mindset from you and the team heading into this, because mid-season championship ended with a bit of a heartbreaking 3-2 against Falcons that sent you home. What did you take away from that event heading into stage 3?
Honestly, I think it was like a pretty good experience. Obviously, we wanted to win that Falcons game, but it shows that we can compete with the best in the world. So, we'll just take stage 3 as like, a bit of practice for the international stage, because, NA is not really our focus. Our focus is to compete with the best, and the best is outside of NA. So, yeah.
Speaking of which, then, who do you think is the best team outside of NA right now? Do you think EU are going to be able to match this like Wrecking Ball, Winston like dive? They've been playing a little bit of sim, or do you think Korea is still at the very top?
I think like a good ball team will just like dismantle EU, like Crazy Riku and T1, like they're just gonna run them. Hopefully the meta changes for them come the international LAN, but yeah, right now I don't think they're gonna be able to compete playing those comps.
So then what do you feel like is going to be the key to success for you and your team, especially if you want to go toe-to-toe with those Wrecking Ball teams from Korea? So what are you guys kind of doing in order to prepare for that?
I think just like ironing out our hero pools a bit. I'm trying to get a bit more ball under my belt, play a bit more different comps. Like I think we're really good at what we play, but we need to branch out if we want to compete against them.
Do you enjoy it?
We'll just...
Do you enjoy playing ball? Because it's because it seems like a hero that is made for you somehow.
You just roll around, you just have a good time. You just gotta like annoy them. You don't really have to do much as long as you're making it annoying for their team. Let your DPS carry, really.
Sorry, you're just a distraction on the field. Well, Kuffer,
Basically.
you guys graced us with a very convincing victory in your opening match this stage. We hope to see much more of that. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you very much. See ya.
See ya indeed. Kuffer joining us there for a quick chat. Yeah, as I said, they barely broke a sweat. That was over very quickly. Team Z, it's not gonna get any easier. I kind of want to like just pick your brains real quick before moving on about the region as a whole, because the mid-table seems extremely stacked over in EMEA. Like really, any team can trade wins there, even though the top 1-2 teams are kind of solidified. How do we feel about this looking at this region, though?
Yeah, it still feels like NA are the top 4 teams, right? You got Space Station, Liquid, GK, Nightmare. Those are going to be the top 4. If there's a team that can punch up, it will be obviously Sakura, Extinction. I'm rooting for Dildogs though. They got a game under their belt this season, I believe, or this stage, I believe. But we are looking at the top 4 still. I think GK, they continue this. If Cuffer, I need to get more hours on ball under my belt. I mean, the ball looks fantastic already, but if he continues to improve from here, we might just see GK win and take that #1 seed. I think Space Station might be their biggest ops right. Oh, sorry, Team Liquid be their biggest ops right now, especially with how incredible their DPS are. But it's going to be a very competitive split for sure, because there's small variations in comps where like you can run the Venture or the Reaper rather than like the Genji, and there's going to be these small things that really kind of tip the scales. It's going to be competitive, and I hope one of the teams like Extinction do punch up, but these fast comps, they can bowl over inexperienced teams.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to get better is to get more reps under your belt. And Necra, what better way to do that than signing up to FACEIT.com, make an account,
Perfect segue,
and earn rewards. Thank you so much.
She was working on that during the, the very quick series.
I was setting it all up for myself. Yeah, Necra, have you participated in any of the FACEIT leagues yet?
No, because I don't think I would. I don't think people want me.
Do you want to learn together with me?
No, your tank's
we're going to be losing.
Yeah, Zoe has the best RAM in NA. You have the best support in NA.
So true. Oh, well, thank
so
you.
true.
I would hard
the two of us.
If I could learn Wu Yang fast enough, let me tell you though, that hero is hard. I have tried. I still don't quite have the hang of the orb around the corner. Yeah, not really.
You know what? But then, exactly. So let's get the reps in. Let's make that FACEIT account, make that team.
You're on.
Just like yeet. And if anything, we just get some Overwatch 2 goodies.
So true.
Had a good time. So everyone's winning. Even the ones who are losing. Now, one of the 2 teams coming up after a break will be losing. The other one will be winning. That's how competition works.
So
Keeping it
true.
factual here.
Wait a second.
No lies detected in this transition. We will chat all about Nightmare and SSG after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Oh, easy! Check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wan Honglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
day, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here,
Faded. No, hi.
What's
Hello,
up?
welcome back.
We're
Hello,
back.
that's good. What's up? Rose, I haven't told you yet, but I love your hair.
Thank you. I appreciate
that's
that.
very nice. You're welcome.
pretty nice.
Oh, thank you.
And it works with the headset. I assume that's on purpose, so I'm here for that.
I will take the credit, even though that it was definitely not on purpose.
Really? It feels like
Well,
every
no,
time you
it
buy your
feels like
hair,
it was.
it's like you have something else that like helps it out. You know what I mean? Like a headset or like a jumper or something like that.
The
I think it's
coordination.
because
It's
the
like,
coordination's
two main
crazy.
colors that I've ever dyed my hair are blue and pink, which are two of my favorites.
yeah.
So I think I just have a lot of things that are supposed to complement that. I don't know, but thanks
I've
for
got
the
the
credit
default
anyway.
Lego haircut. I'm jealous. I've got, dude. Seriously, it's like you take a picture of me and you remove my face and you put it in a lineup of other people, other guys my age, with my
Lego
hair color.
hair.
It's the same hair. It's the same hair. I remove it at night like a Lego piece, put it by my bedside, and then put it on in the morning.
Sick.
Like it's.
You know, now that I'm riding my bicycle again very often, I do want to get the Lego helmet, the Lego hair based
Oh, wait, that
bicycle.
goes crazy. Hang on.
It's such a
I
good
didn't know
idea.
that was a thing.
I think it is. I
It's
saw it
gotta
in
be,
front of
it's
the
gotta be.
Concords. Kinda, because he had the hair helmet. Anyway, great show. Everyone should be watching that, even though it's a little old. Speaking of old, no, that's not really a transition, I guess, but why not?
Some old faces
news.
in here,
This
I
is
guess.
I guess this is yesterday's match that you're having on your screen, and that is an old match. There we go. I somehow caught
You got
that
there.
one. I got there in the end. Yeah, Nightmare, they lost their opening match, but of course they shall not be underestimated. They are one of our top teams in this region, and rightfully so. Now, they do have shown us a lot of different substitutions. We talked about that a little bit yesterday already, and earlier today, in fact, as well. Is that going to help them or become an issue? Because that has been an issue for other teams in the past.
I don't think Nightmare have really anything to worry about. I think with how every team right now has been playing, I still think there's a little bit more evolution of the meta to actually happen. And I think with Seeker being able to play this Reaper, the Queen look was also really fun against Team Liquid, but Team Liquid have all the answers that they had infected on the Orisa. But I think what Nightmare have is really solid. Their backline a little less experienced than someone like RuPaul and Vega. Lucamino obviously has been around for a long time, but Nemwai comparatively to everybody else is a little newer. But having a deep roster is really beneficial right now. Rhino and Painkiller, we've seen them swap in and out, and they also have Squid on the bench too. Like, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Everybody loves to it's like one series Andy. Like, okay, don't panic, Nightmare fans. They've still got the aura. They've still got a deep roster. So, yeah, they're going to be good. But today is going to be a tough one, obviously,
I guess the
against
concern
SSG.
is warranted for some people, though, right? Because, like, if you're subbing someone in who is a specialist for one or two specific heroes, that can easily be banned out or become a problem depending on the map. So definitely can work against you. Now SSG coming in with some changes as well. Hawk back in the mix, out of retirement. But Rose, is that even a retirement? Like,
no. Not at all.
Not really,
Hawk
is it?
came into the match yesterday, hadn't skipped a beat, felt like we were watching his peak from the Overwatch League days, and what a great sight to behold. Hawk, one of the best tanks. I've missed him last year, and so the fact that he is back and he is competing at such a high level still for OWCS doesn't surprise me at all. And the rest of the team too feels like they've really come together, even with the Bastion that we saw here from Chronic. What a great substitute to be able to have to flex in, to not just play these more, as they silly comps, but also just to have a good hit scan in the back pocket.
We're not seeing Bastion today. I'm sorry. It's not happening. As much
Never
as
say
I'd love...
never.
As much as I'd
How
love
dare
to
you.
see it, they kind of spoke about it in the interview yesterday. Like, look, at the end of the day, it was really just to counter this Zarya. We knew that they were going to play it here, so, you know, we'll have the Bastion, we'll just kind of run them around with the TP. It was great. But this is just going to be more of like a mirror match, I think, this series. And especially with Nightmare kind of swapping Rhino and Painkiller in and out, I don't think we're going to see anything too spicy from Space Station. But, you know, like you said, you never know.
Also, a PSA for everyone watching. I've seen you, chat. I know you were also concerned about the missing diva and only the mecha showing up in that graphic. So she's not actually like too busy to like show up for action. If you remember how that pose actually looks, the diva stands in front of her mecha, so she just straight up gets cropped out. So it's just her mecha.
She's gotta go to a StarCraft tournament, okay? Like,
Exactly.
let her
She's
be and she'll come
busy
back later.
drinking, gobbling, being that person, you know.
To be fair, I
but
think
yeah,
it's
here,
the Ram
mystery
and the
soul.
Winston are also really short. And like obviously in the game they're really tall, but they look really small. And I have a theory actually. I think
Mr. X Morello
Okay,
effect.
This might be an insane theory. You have to. I'll have to check this, but I'm pretty
I'm here for
sure
it.
DPS players and support players, real life, are taller than tank players. Lip and Shu being prime examples of this, but you know, so we're just keeping it kind of accurate to player height, you know. So
I am a tank player and I'm vertically challenged.
You are very short.
So I think.
And Johnny was a tank player, and he is not vertically challenged.
okay, but he might be
Yeah.
the only one. But yeah, look around in your
Okay,
friend group,
but
everybody in chat.
Exceptions
tall and the
confirm
short
the
one?
rules. I think that's how it goes, right? I think so.
I'm a support
I think
player,
that's
I'm short.
them's the rules.
So
That's right. Well, we'll get on to the mystery and solve it for all of you. We you know, ask the people out there. The people know.
Yeah.
The people will
We'll
know.
get a
The
height
people are
survey
also
going
very
up.
excited for this exactly. The people are also very excited for this upcoming match, so we don't want to let anyone wait any longer. Please, friends, take it away.
Thank you very much. So yeah, a little bit of banter before we get into this one. So Space Station with the big change coming into this stage, Rose picking up Mr. Chronic, trading him for Seeker, who's now playing against their old two teams. And of course, Hawk stepping in, like you mentioned before, a very veteran presence and was the best off-tank player in North America. Can he prove that again? I mean, he's against Rhino and Painkiller, new faces compared to his tenure, obviously, in the Overwatch League. But what are your expectations here for Space Station? I think a lot of players and even a lot of the audience too are expecting them to be near the top two. Obviously, Team Liquid and Geek are going to be there in their way, but they've looked good so far.
And they looked even better yesterday, being able to play that double flex DPS. We did see them play the Genji and the Tracer when it came down to Ilios. And while it might not have been a win right out the gates, it still looked very, very promising. And one of the reasons why we expect Space Station to be able to do as well as they have. As we take a look at the bans, yeah, it makes sense. Don't let Hawk play Diva. Diva was an absolute menace for Sakura Esports when Hawk was able to play that, but I don't think that that leaves Hawk without options. Maybe we see him go back to the Zarya as a way to be able to counter something like a Rhino Winston or Rhino Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it does lead me to think, well, they banned the Divas, so is Hawk just going to kind of default to something like a Zarya? Very, very rarely have we seen him play someone like a Winston, of course, back in the Overwatch League when he was alongside someone like Gator. He was the diva to Gator's Winston. But as we jump over to Lighthouse as our first stage, a Wu Yang ban. It was going to come eventually. But for Space Station Gaming, don't mind this at all. CJ and Lep, just Lucio, Ana, Kiri. Kiri Lucio is going to be perfect for this map. Luke Mino and Squid, two flex players more often than not actually seeing Nedway in, who got subbed in to play the Lucio, but then was forced to play the Brig yesterday, much to their detriment.
Oh my god, do we see Hawk Doomfist? We actually saw Baz play Doomfist yesterday in that Dildux match, and while Dildux did not get the win either, I thought that the Doomfist was super impressive and also one of those heroes that can play a similar disruption game to the Ball. But maybe not now, but I will hold hope for later as we actually just see the Hazard from Hawk instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a safe pick. Doomfist against the Ball. It's decent against the Wrecking Ball, to be fair. But Hazard just feels equally as good, especially with that Jagged Wall. Scissors was rate falling pretty early there. Doesn't want to get hooped off of that. But yeah, the quick teleport away as well. And unfortunately, that Wraith was burnt in the first few seconds of that engagement. So an easy pick-off there for Rhino, burning Scissors every cooldown he had. Jagged Wall ends up getting popped as well from Hall, going up to the high ground. But a flying start from Nightmare as they win this team fight with ease.
When the Reaper
Goodbye, Hawk.
actually ends... Oh, jeez. See ya. Yeah, but when the Reaper ends up teleporting or wraithing away, you have an idea of where they're going to end up. So I thought it was really great reaction times from Nightmare to be able to focus down Scissors. And then that's the really big key piece of DPS that's going to be a threat to this Wrecking Ball. You've got such a big hitbox. You're always going to be able to land all that spread from those Hellfire shotguns. And once you pick that apart, then yeah, Rhino can go in a little bit more freely to try to go after these supports. But Space Station do make it back. Not really a whole lot of ultimates just yet, except for Seeker.
Really early Suzu usage there, but Lucamino does end up going down regardless. Seeker with the pulse bomb. Sixes to the wall, sadly, so not too much damage. In fact, not even a lick on Hawk as Sugar Free does his old teammate one there as he smacks him in the face. A flip from Space Station Gaming, and their comp is perfectly suited to actually just sitting on the point, and that is going to be their game plan more often than not. Ignore the Wrecking Ball. You haven't got a sim, so you can't TP there, but everybody's got such high mobility that they can just plant and just hunker down on this point.
The Jagged Wall is going to help out a lot from this hazard. Look at how well you are able to execute on this Wrecking Ball and Kiriko just because you were able to isolate them away. Yeah, Rhino gets away, but I think the damage has been done. Space Station come away with another fight win. Now you see this rush get expended by CJ.
Whoa, my heart skipped a beat there, but Rhino had the little slam there onto the high ground, luckily enough. Mine's on the point. Jagged Wall's going to clear one of them as it looks like Hawk's just going to sit there and spike guard till his demise. Easy kill there. No point using the downpour. But 47% is not too bad whatsoever. But now you are going to be a little bit fearful. You end up using that rush in that last fight. And Nightmare, they got rush, beat Blade.
But then maybe that's why you save the downpour. You have that as a way to be able to lock down those more mobile targets. But Rhino beating them to the punch as they come out of spawn due to this big slam down. And that's going to delay some time even more here for Space Station to come in for the recontest.
They managed to force the recall of Seeker super early. Sugar Free deciding he's actually going to recall himself. No chase to be had. There comes the Blade. That's a whole lot of AoE damage, but a Death Blossom on the point. My word. Rocket has 1,000,001 holes in him now. Didn't even manage to get the deflect up there as Space Station Gaming maybe took the Blade and the beef in kind and said, okay, left sound barrier got unreal value in that fight. 79% built up for Nightmare. They got a rush to come back with, but this downpour is going to be tough to deal with.
Downpour, but you're seeing Hawk play up so far, so that is where you can kind of lay that down as the Nightmares start to make their approach. Squid does have this Kitsune Rush, so I think it gives you a little bit more mobility if you are going to be able to play around this Downpour. But then you got to worry about these Tracers and how they fit into the mix with the Pulse Bombs active for both.
Lucamino's dead. Just off on the side there. Lucio ends up getting picked off. Seeker too. Wow. Rhino's wondering where the rest of his team went. I'm capping the point, guys, but unfortunately, he's going to have to go all the way back to spawn. Well, he's on the wrong side of the map right now, but we'll join the rest of the team in just a moment.
I'm just kind of patiently waiting here to see who is going to pull the trigger first.
Lucamino's dead again!
No way.
Oh, okay, where is Lucamino dying? Rocket 2. We've been in Rhino's POV this whole time, and two players just randomly get picked off. Rush on the point for Squid, and CJ's out close to his. A downpour ends up connecting with Squid past that wall, and Space Station Gaming just with these solitary picks. I mean, Lucamino's back, but I've got a feeling he's going right back to spawn again. Well, Seeker's dead, and Space Station just going to shut the door on Nightmare here. Not much they can do. Those mines have been deployed, but I mean, no one from Space Station is going to go anywhere near them. As what a round from Space Station. Those last two fights, they were just non-existent. Nightmare just got picked.
0-1. It was going so well for Nightmare 2 at the very beginning, being able to start their progress on the point first, and then, yeah, Lucamino getting picked off not once, but twice towards the end of that. You just couldn't have a cohesive push. But that's where Space Station, I think, is going to thrive. You take a look at the veterancy of this roster, how many of them have had to play in elite duels versus some of the best players in the world. And I think they're always going to be very comfortable trying to take those 1v1s. But what a great start for Space Station, being able to kind of get themselves back into it after they did lose that point so early. And we're going to see a run back for both of these teams in terms of their comps as we go to well.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do a little bit cleaner this time. Oh, look at me though. Just so scared for his life now. There's someone put a hit on him. Someone's getting money at the very least. Oh dear. Okay, Sugarfree dies to Seeker. Not a hero we know Seeker for either. The Tracer, more on the heavy hit scan kind of things. So this Tracer is going to be definitely an interesting look for him, but of course the guy can aim, that is for certain, so you shouldn't be worried too much about him picking up that pick at all. Good first fight from a Nightmare, not losing people too early, going for value trades and controlling that high ground perfectly.
It is nice to see Seeker come out on the Tracer, because I do think we need to see that variety from him if we want to see Nightmare succeed later on in the stage. You just can't always run that hit scan, especially if you know you're going to be playing against somebody that's as aggressive as Sugarfree or Hawk. And it's working out great. This is going to be another team fight that Nightmare are able to win off the back of some really nice picks from Seeker onto the DPS players of Space Station.
Yeah, Ryan's close to these mines as well, not bad. 85%. Slowly but surely, Space Station taking the right-hand side, that big staircase up to avoid any incoming fire down the straights. Seeker finally taken out by Scissors, who got him in the last fight. But this point, very rarely is this an easy point to cap. A mine's on the board for Rhino as well. Scissors using that Wraith form just to get a quick reload. Scared of the boot there if I was Scissors, but he's got the Lucio for backup. But Rocket is there with a dash and a smack to the face. Ends up killing the Reaper. Now the mine's in the choke point. A downpour connects with Rhino, and now he's going to be an easy target. Pulse bomb on the wall doesn't connect, and unfortunately, Rhino has escaped the grasp of Space Station. I don't know how he got out there at all.
Oh, the Suzu from Squid was timed perfectly for that. Even though the downpour hit Rhino and you had this spike wall behind you, you had such a perfect pocket coming through from Squid and Lucamino. The Suzu to save Rhino's life. He's able to roll away. And Nightmare continue their hold of this point. Double support ultimates for them as well. There's the barrier advantage for Lucamino if Luff isn't able to get there fast enough. And final fight. If Nightmare win this, they're going to tie it up.
They're trying to force Wraith form, and they've done just that. All right, now Rhino just getting onto that point. There's a beat from Lucamino and the rush. And Sis is just waiting for an entrance, waiting for an opening, trying to search for it to use his Death Blossom. Getting tagged out by the Tracer, tries to TP to the back. He's got that Death Blossom, and now is the perfect chance to use it. But everybody's just too slippery. Squid climbs up to the high ground, out of the grasps of the shotguns. Well, Lep ends up killing Squid eventually in Space Station Gaming. They managed to do it. 4 support ultimates thrown in on that fight. But Scissors, his life has honestly been very tough in this series, or this map so far. Everybody is just so mobile, it's tough for him to lock anybody down unless a downpour or a jagged wall connects with somebody.
Not just that, but you also have this Genji deflect. There are a couple of times I've noticed Scissors has taken even more damage because he's tried to get very close to Rocket's face and then just gets met with that deflect. They're going to have to probably wait this one out too now that Seeker is dead.
Yeah, don't want to do anything too crazy. Yeah, this the Reaper perk as well with the quicker teleport has really changed the game for Reaper because it was so easy to... Obviously, it's very easy to telegraph the Reaper teleport anyway because it's a giant plume of smoke that he's going towards. But because it's quicker now, you can really jump on people and kind of surprise them and hit that Death Blossom. So really nice quality of life change with that faster Reaper TP.
Yeah, it is nice, but you also have to worry about maybe some of the range in which you're actually able to do that. But as we get towards this next fight, you have double DPS ults here. Sugarfree is very close to this pulse bomb as well.
Feels like the threat of the ult is more dangerous than anything right now. Mines on the point. Rhino goes down to Sugar Free. A teleport from Scissors up onto the high ground, who's dueling out with Squid right now, but Squid had the range. Rocket has pulled the blade, has already killed Hawk, and now looking for the Lucio, ends up booping him away. Chase the Tracer as Sugar Free tries to go for a final touch here to get some additional time in the bank, but a quick reset is required. Now Sugar Free luckily staying alive with a recall in a couple of seconds. Is going to be able to go for an overtime touch. A recall is expended as he goes towards Cage, picking up every single mini pack to try and stay alive, even this Mega too, but he's bought enough time for the rest of the team to come back.
As they come back in, though, what are they going to have? If you're Nightmare, Space Station, they do have these double DPS ults and the supports too.
Sound barrier.
Nightmare beat them with the punch.
Unable to use that ult yet again. Since getting boot killed by Lucamino as Rhino just rolls through CJ. You see everybody there from Space Station all lining up with their ults. Led couldn't even get that sound barrier off in the end as Nightmare. They take a round and bring us to round 3. Going to Ruins on Ilios.
I wonder if Ilios is just Nightmare's map. This was the map that they won versus Team Liquid in their series yesterday. And this was okay for Space Station yesterday. They did actually drop around on well. So maybe either we're par for the course here. Well, one of these teams is going to end up disappointed as we head to Ruins.
Very low deaths as you expect from Rhino as you see the stats. Seeker with it. A lot of damage too, same with Rhino. Quick teleport out. It's going to be the same kind of thing. Ruin's a little bit better for the Reaper, I got to admit. Like, being kind of run around the well point is just so tough, but at least here it's a little bit more concentrated and there's a lot of corners you can kind of play around. So this is going to have an easier time cutting through Nightmare.
Maybe, but I still think that this Reaper pick has not really felt like... It felt as impactful as maybe what we ended up seeing yesterday. But if you can actually move together with like Sugar Free or Lep or something like that, maybe the Reaper does have a little bit more access.
Oh, CJ ends up getting rolled there by Seeker. It was good slam initially by Rhino.
Oh,
by Hawk. Good jump.
Oh my
gets
goodness.
back on. I think the fight's already over. I was like, okay, just going to reset real quick. But yeah, he manages to clamber his way back up.
It was pretty awesome that, to see him survive like that, that's for sure. And I think, like, if actually memory serves me, I don't think we ever saw Hawk compete in OWCS when Hazard was active. So this might be the first time.
Yeah, it was N80 the last team he played on before he took a little bit of a break. Of course, the last 2023 Overwatch League, he played with, what, Chio, Donghack, Stalker, Vigilante, Lip. Like, it was an insane roster at the time for Atlanta Reign. Didn't get a crazy amount of playtime, of course, but it was mainly Donghack with the mainly all Korean roster. But Hawk was definitely getting a couple of maps in there and there. All right, pulse bomb for Seeker now. This point, kind of Space Station struggling to even claim space, but Sugar Free starts to fight off with a bang. Okay, Squid dead, and in a blink of an eye, the fight is already won by Space Station. Good Suzu too, actually, save Sugar Free's life. Don't want to go down, even if you're a Tracer. Just getting these stagger kills is super easy with the triple blink.
Have the pulse spawn 2 for the next fight, but now really it's about just this forward positioning that Space Station can have. It's gonna make it a little bit harder, if I think, for Nightmare to try to get a wrap around. You've got Sugar Free that's gonna be up on this ruined high ground. Hawk also got access to the big Pantheon type building. But Rhino comes in with the mines that at least open some space.
Yeah, Lep died too. Oh, Sugar Free dies to the mines. Rest in peace. This map has really just been about these first initial picks. Like, a lot of the Lucios are getting caught out, whether that's Lucamino or Lep. Should be a trivial point take now for Nightmare. Got to deal with CJ, but they know they just teleport away. Orcs not going down without a fight, though. Use the entirety of that spike guard as the rest of Space Station Gaming just flop their dead bodies onto the points.
I kind of thought there was actually a world where Space Station would have decided to fight that out, but Left didn't have the sound barrier online yet, and Hawk was not healthy enough to actually go through with the follow-up of something like the downpour. May as well save those ults, go back in for the next fight, but it's gonna be tough. Squid has this rush. CJ is too far away from it to be able to match it. Just the double support ultimates here from Nightmare. If Rocket's able to get this blade, then I think it becomes an even better fight for Nightmare.
Oh, and Rhino just gets blown up there. They almost managed to catch Seeker as well on that high ground early on as Lucamino amped it up in Hawk's face. Hawk just one-shot him with the Violent Leap. All good though. Unfortunately, Squid did end up using a rush in that lost fight, but they still got beats to play with. The issue is with the beat here, and like you've mentioned in the previous round, Rose, even if you sound barrier, if you manage to catch them all with that downpour, they're as good as dead. It's very tough to escape. You require a whole lot of pocket to get out of that.
Well, especially too when Rocket has the blade and Seeker has the pulse. I think that's where the downpouring can be even deadlier. What if you lock Rocket down and that ultimate finds no value? You don't have to worry as much about the sound barrier being a defensive measure.
Well, there's the response to the beat. That downpour ends up coming in, but later sound barrier from Space Station Gaming. That feels way too early for Nightmare there. Over eager is the best word I can come up with. Both Rocket and Seeker, they've got ults, but this is final fight to get the Space Station's rush.
And that's really too bad. They had the setup there to be able to use this blade in tandem with the sound barrier when they were playing with that ultimate so aggressively. But you're right, like you've got CJ with the rush. Scissors is very close to the Death Blossom, so imagine those Hellfire shotguns going crazy with that increased attack speed. And here's the overtime.
Oh, good stick. But no, all good. It's Suzu and even a Wraithwalk as well. Scissors has got this Death Blossom. He can just sit on the point now. Just chill. Wait for Nightmare to come to them. Blade popped by Rocket. Popped the deflect already, but still has the dash. There's a rush in the center of the point there, but the Scissors is going to tank a lot of that damage coming out from Rocket. A Jagger Wall does connect with him, and there goes Scissors. A slam kill does it. Actually kill the Reaper, and Seeker follows up with a kill onto CJ. So Nightmare actually sustained through the rush and the Death Blossom and come up with big kills. Let Falls, Hawk, and Sugar Free, the last members alive for Space Station to try and continue this OT. A 99% flip is all good for Nightmare as they take the first map.
Well, Ilios is certainly just Nightmare's map. Just like we saw yesterday in their match versus Team Liquid, they are going to be able to, I think, we dare say it, called punch up in this match versus Space Station to kick things off. Amazing stuff. I mean, this Wrecking Ball from Rhino felt so problematic. Even though we saw the Reaper coming out from Scissors, look at how many deaths were going Scissors' way. When not being able to have all that uptime, how were you going to be able to take out the Wrecking Ball?
Yeah, it was a game of picks as well. Like picking off Let, picking off Lucamino. Like look at Lighthouse. Lucamino died. What, 2-3 fights back to back, just getting randomly picked. It was off screen too. It wasn't kind of like near the point or anything. Yeah,
it felt really
this is
far
Reaper.
away.
Yeah, it must have been close to spawn. I have to get a little replay, of course. We were, like I said, we were kind of looking at the point in that case. The Reaper struggled definitely here. We'll see where we kind of transition to now, and maybe, yeah, Nightmare just really love Ilios. I mean, they did win it yesterday, like you mentioned previously. And now we're in a situation again where they have to face a team quite high caliber on their map pick. Wu Yang available now. Space Station banned it this map. Maybe Nightmare go in with a ban of Wu Yang. D.Va, of course, for them, they've taken away that from Hawk, so Hawk's pretty free now to run the D.Va. And I can't imagine Space Station are ever going to really opt into banning that.
Don't think so. And I think I like Space Station's chances of being able to get that off-tank matchup they probably want. So I just have a feeling, you know, Space Station on this next map pick, they try to pick something where you're sort of forcing Nightmare's hand to bring in Painkiller, to bring in Nenwai to also play that main support. And that's really where I think Team Liquid got the jump on Nightmare yesterday. They were able to telegraph some of those roster changes, whatever heroes might come with the changes that they made in between those individual maps. And you know, Space Station took notes from yesterday.
Yeah, don't forget as well, there's been a lot of big moments thus far in the Stage 3. We've had some Ajaxes, we've had some nice Blades, some nice Death Blossoms, some big Pulse Bombs, big Mines, big everything. There's been a lot of big moments. So make sure you check out esl.gg/DHL-OWCS. And couple of you might be able to be in with a chance of winning a trip to the World Finals, which is in a couple of months down in Stockholm. You can meet us there. It's going to be a good time. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. All the DHL moments are going to be coming right this way in a moment, as map number 2 is going to get loaded in just a second. Space Station Gaming, they're still looking good regardless of that map loss. Now will we see this perfect matchup for Hawk, him playing the Zarya? Maybe we do see a pivot to, the D.Va. Maybe we do see a pivot to the Zarya again when Nightmare try and force it, and then they can just play Bastion. Of course, it's all up to SSG where we go next.
But I do still think that SSG will likely pick something that's going to lend itself to being able to play the D.Va or the Zarya, and expect that there might be some type of counter pick. I wouldn't actually even be all that surprised if we go to Eichenwald and then they just ban out the Junker Queen, so that Nightmare cannot have Painkiller play that like we ended up seeing yesterday. So I think some good things for Space Station if they were taking notes on Nightmare's match.
Yeah, the JQ would be an interesting pick. Like, going to something like a Kings wouldn't be too crazy, like you said. I mean, Painkiller's coming in for Rhino. Okay, so let's dive tanks now. A little bit more rush style. Now, Rhino, of course, wants to play ball, wants to play a little Winston. Painkiller, maybe a little D.Va, or Zarya. Please, some Zarya.
Or the JQ. But, unfortunately, don't think we're going to see any Ramatra, even though Painkiller was absolutely dominant on that hero in the last stage. But we are also going to see a substitute as Scissors comes out of the roster for Space Station and Chronic comes in. So definitely going to a map that's going to have a bit more of those long-range sight lines, and I don't think we're going to be seeing as much Reaper.
Yeah, no Bastion either, I don't think. Unless we go to Esperanza and that's just the sauce that they're cooking with. I mean, look, if Chronic comes in, it's going to be hit scan, less Reaper, a little bit more Soldier and Freya cast type vibe. Looks like we're going to King's Row though, Rose, so you might be getting your wish. Maybe some Queen.
No, I think that will get banned.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could get banned, or maybe Space Station just say, hey, we're comfortable with it, but come on.
Okay. Queen's banned.
So telegraphed.
And then Nightmare banned the Sim. We're like, okay, we saw the Bastion stuff. No TPing Chronic around, not having any of it. Please no. So a bit more honest Overwatch.
Yeah. None of the forbidden combos. That would have been crazy.
Combo. The delicious nectar of the forbidden combo. Grab or a Flux with the Bastion out. Perfect Overwatch on your screens. But yeah, we won't see that here. Definitely not on King's Row. But what was a big impact on King's Row yesterday was Hanzo. An absolute menace on this map. And we've seen players like even Tree last split, in fact, Rose. Just we saw in some of the highlight packages to open up the show. Just a beast on the pick, and Hanzo peeking his head in popularity. So King's Row, perfect map for all that.
And I think Chronic is one of the perfect players to be able to bring out that pick. Even, oh my gosh, please, just once, let me feel the double sniper again. You know how long it has been? Okay, if you can talk about the forbidden combo, I get to talk about the double snipers, right? People are gonna hate you for saying that. Right? Why?
Because people hate double sniper.
It's so fun to watch. As a viewer, it's so fun to watch. Yeah, Zoe's with me.
Zoe is with you. Look, I love watching good Widowmaker players, but playing against double sniper, it's just not it, man.
I didn't see playing against it. I don't want to see it in the server either when I'm playing, but watching it is pure cinema.
He's going to take a shot. He's not even going to do that. He's, straight to Genji. Good stuff, Sugar Free.
Oh, we don't even see the Hanzo
Chronic on the Freya, though. This was the pick he made his name on last stage. The best Freya in NA. Now has to contend with Seeker on Hanzo.
I do think that the Freya still has merit, especially when looking at King's Row. You have this high ground that the Freya is going to have very good access to. Yes, Hanzo does have the wall climb. I think you're able to use that mobility a little bit better to pick your head up. I don't know what the hell is happening over here.
We are fighting on second, everybody.
Hawk has decided that there's no first points. It's just the second.
Honestly, mad respect. He just created like an unbelievable amount of space, but unfortunately,
nobody was touching the point.
Lucamino is still there to heal, or will be in a couple of moments. They're touching the point now, and they got 33%. Aggressive dive by Hawk.
Yeah, but could you imagine how much more progress they would have made if somebody had actually been on the objective? It's working out fine, whatever, but yeah, what a quick start here for King Zero.
That was great. Fantastic stuff.
Nice.
I mean, you forced the Wu Yang to use the shift, the rushing torrent super early, and then Torch just chases him down. You got Lucamino for heals on the point, but you take care of the Wu Yang, it's done and done, and Hawk decides D.Va's not there. Goes to Zarya, and he gets the Hatter comp, and the amount of spam that Nightmare are going to be thrown his way, this is a really nice pick from Hawk. Pockets Sugar-Free perfectly, has a saving bubble for Chronic if he needs it, but doubtful anymore as he's killed Squid. I like this adaptation from Space Station.
Jeez, I love this. Oh, Hawk is so aggressive.
They rush that. That is a crazy way to play there. Painkiller does end up leaving into the backline, killing 3 though, so hang on and let me just eat my words real quick. Sugar-Free does clean him up in the end with a kill onto Seeker to boot, so they are going to get space, but that was an aggressive rush. Lucamino switching over to the Lucio, so it's going to be him and Squid on the Wu Yang Lucio, respectively.
Those trades were still better for Space Station. Your spawns are closer. Nightmare have to wait for everybody to regroup with this Lucio now. And now you're also kind of changing the pace of how you're playing. There's a downpour, but what else are you going to put with that? And Space Station get to pull the trigger first with the rush.
Downpour on top of the rush. Didn't really capture anybody, and now you can just bubble Sugar-Free's blade as he can go in. Everybody's now carrying on this mega health pack, scared to peek their head round as the rush eventually subsides, but a kill onto Seeker out of nowhere from CJ, and now Sugar-Free's got a free blade. Just runs on in, gets booped initially. A tidal surge there on top of the blade. A kill onto Rocket, and Space Station Gaming just launching themselves into the stratosphere. Nightmare are falling over right now.
Holy cow.
Oh, the pulse. The pulse connected to the bubble.
Yeah, Hawk is just farming. Absolutely farming right now. Graviton Surge, they've already captured the second point. I mean, just good. Oh, Lepis. Left out about, I guess, this Juno just to get the Hyper Ring for everybody at a point and then go back to the Lucio. But yeah, Grav is about to go big as long as the deflect is down.
Yeah. Oh, you use one of your bubbles, that's fine. You can use another inside of this grab. Well, it's a blade from Rocket, though, out of nowhere. I mean, Nightmare, just surprise attack. Everybody from Space Station there was looking at that grab. They wanted to kill Painkiller, but Rocket comes out of the mega health pack and just carves them up. Space Station Gaming forced to reset. Grab for blade traded.
There was a bit of a delay on the kill as well onto Painkiller because you saw Lucamino actually come out of spawn with this back. Has an immortality field now that made it so that grab was not going to be as easy of a pick onto Painkiller. And then they get away with the murder with that Dragon Blade. So looking at Seeker now, that's actually going to go match for match on this Freya. Have the Bola shot soon, and we're looking at shades of stage 2 past.
Oh no, Lab couldn't get deployed in time, but they're going to use the window to try and sustain through this. Tidal Blast as well onto Painkiller as he just rushes on forward. That rush now looking rather dire for Space Station Gaming. They thought they had the upper hand there. Even though, well, initially Sugar-Free went pretty low, but they forced out a bubble from Painkiller, thought they could take over the game. And Lucamino from the high ground pops the window down, and easy as that. Too much damage through the window with Seeker as well on this Freya.
For sure, but Space Station still have over 3 minutes to work with because of how fast they were able to capture that first and second point. And so Bola shot now from Chronic, also ready. Sugar-Free's now gonna have a blade, so gets a chance to try his hand at doing the same thing, dishing back out that medicine.
Nice stuff there. Kill onto Lucamino. Got hit with a right click as well, I believe, from downtown. Nice double kill for Lenny. And this is... it's worth pointing out as well, Boulder Shots didn't end up finding much there, but this is Seeker's time to find a little bit of redemption too against Chronic, who had his number the entire stage on the mirror. Seeker eventually ended up pivoting towards Sojourn, but now he's got to show up versus Chronic, the best Freya still. Nice kill onto Rockets. 4v5 now as they continue their push. They got a sound barrier. Hawk's got a grab. And Painkiller no way near. And they haven't got a big defensive ult either. Switching over to Lucamino's bat from a couple of lives ago. And Hawk, I mean, that is just a snack. And now he's just going to feast on the back line with that grab. He pulls both supports in. You got the lamp? Didn't think so. Easy kills for the Hawkmeister. And that'll be a kill onto CJ, but it don't matter. Space Station Gaming, 2 minutes and a second in the time bank.
What a life it must be to be a tank player that gets just infinite healing from your back line. Gosh, like the pockets that Hawk was getting from CJ and Lep, just it feels so good to be able to be enabled like that.
Yeah, and you're getting permanent energy too, so you're always at close to 100%. The uptime must be ridiculous, actually.
I would love to know the average energy
stats
that Hawk had.
It's got to be close to 80.
Map. Yeah, right?
In pro play, a lot of the time, you will see the Zaryas at close to 100 energy. It's either 100 or 0, because they're waiting, and depending on the comp, either waiting for like a Reaper or a Genji to engage, and then they're bubbling. These kind of comps, it's like you can be a bit more selfish and aggressive with the bubbles, whereas we've seen Zarya metas in the past where like you're only using the bubbles to like help your Genji, help your Reaper, help your Diver like go in and get value. Whereas in something like this, where you have like a long range hit scan character or like a Freya, Hanzo, whatever, you're not going to be bubbling them too much. Your supports are going to be kind of hanging behind you as well. It's not much of an all-in. Maybe you bubble Tracer. So it feels good to be a Zarya player right now when you're perma 100 energy, just beaming the other tank. And being able to get good grabs off as well. The other Zarya is just part and parcel of the job, really.
True. I mean, like, just to put it in perspective, Hawk had 1,500 more damage than Sugar 3. So definitely feeling himself and having a good time on the Zarya pick. But now as we switch sides, we are going to see a couple of different hero changes. Both Chronic and Seeker are actually going to start out on the Hanzo for now. And so we'll see how much impact this can have for either team.
And this, surely Lucamino said here, yeah, Sugar Free's not going to let you escape. Are you serious? Oh, got to run. 1 HP. Oh, Seeker gets it. Old teammate down. Good friend of his as well. I mean, Squid must have got 2 taps there. Maybe by Chronic and Lem, but unfortunate. These Wu Yang orbs literally come out of nowhere sometimes when they're bent around a corner.
Still stall potential here for Space Station. They're just going to kind of wait this out so that Painkiller can come out in the open.
Oh, not anymore.
Well, he did come out in the open, didn't he?
Yeah, he just got by. I think his organs got opened up, to be honest with you, Rose, if that counts. I mean, look, with Space Station's ability now to control this high ground with Chronic and Lep, like Lep is doing so much damage. Same with CJ, a very slippery Kiriko, of course. Nightmare want to get on top of someone. They want to use the Lucio speed boost to either flank, wrap onto high ground, or like jump on Lep, ideally. But it's just so tough when you have to fight your way through Sugar Free, Chronic, and Hawk's damage. I mean, Rocket's trying to poke his head in the hotel. He gets instantly orbed.
Yeah, Lep knows exactly where some of these different flank routes are going to be, so you lock down hotel. Sugar Free maybe overextended there with the pulse bomb, but
I think I'll forgive him for that one, to be honest with you. I think there was like 3 people and then a direct Orby from Squid to kill him. But still, a giant pick. Can they actually get this last 33%? Seeker's been taken down by CJ. Chronic's still on a nice angle, but he's the one that's forced to touch. Tidal Surge gets used onto Sugar Free. 2-man knockdown there on Painkiller and Lucamino. A Tidal Surge this time more defensively onto Painkiller to keep him alive, but the rush is going to be hard to fight into. And Painkiller gets pincered from 2 different angles, and those assists tell the entire story. Space Station Gaming now only having to fight off 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the time bank for Nightmare.
And they have the double DPS ultimates here, so Space Station know they've got the firepower for this one. The big saving grace here for Nightmare is going to be that Lucamino is close to sound barrier, so that is at least one ultimate you have that you can play around defensively. Or maybe you can use it aggressively to just try to get past this chokehold that Space Station have on this defense. So slippery. I mean, Seeker has had trouble being able to find purchase onto something like that Tracer, even though you see that head peek out. And Hawk is neon at the moment.
Yeah, full charge. Graviton, I was waiting for it. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. But unfortunately, those dragons a little bit too far away as they both sail past each other gracefully. Grav used, Dragon used, Pulse used, so Space Station Gaming with nothing left in the tank now have to fend off against Nightmare. They can just hold on for a brief moment, hopefully make the fight clean. They can save ults for this next Archway fight. Painkiller and Rocket close to their own ults, but Painkiller ends up going down to CJ, and even Hawk still alive. Like you said, Glowing Neon just laser beams Rocket down. Blade popped there from Nightmare, so -1 ult in that fight.
And Lep is gonna thought about coming back out on the Moira, got the fade to at least switch back over to the Lucio, and now can come in for this full 5v5. But it's gonna be on Painkiller right now with this Graviton Surge very close. Could at least lock down somebody, but this is the last chance, like 7 seconds left.
Honestly, just using the grab, just captain Sugar Free, captain CJ, just somebody at this point. There's only 33% to go. Well, maybe a little bit less than that, in fact. Graviton Surge does end up connecting, though. Perfect one. Suzu, double bubble, both DPS caught in there. Chronic does end up going down, but Hawk just got him. Look at him go. Tidal Surge used by Squid, but it's only the Wu Yang on the point. A Graviton Surge. Squid may have killed 2, but his life was cut swiftly short as Hawk finds 4 kills at the end as Space Station Gaming tie the series up.
A full hold on King's Row after getting a full cap on their attack. Maybe just gotta chalk up Ilios to the first map of the series, kind of getting the cobwebs out from the day before. I don't know. But congratulations to them. That was like truly dominant.
30-2. Hawk there. 12k
damage.
Yeah, he's back. If he wasn't back before, he's back now. Yeah, Hawk looked phenomenal in that last fight. I mean, Nightmare came into that preceding one with a Grav and a Blade. Or, well, not a Grav, sorry. It was like 92%. Hawk focused down Painkiller. Rocket pulled the Blade thinking, we have to win this now. Popped it, and then Hawk, okay, I'll just bubble myself. I have 100 energy. You're going to just evaporate. You haven't got a nano or anything. You haven't got a tidal blast. And it was, it's rough out here if you're Painkiller. Hawk, a veteran talent in the Overwatch space, has been around since Season 1. And at the end of the day, if you are Painkiller, who's made his name on things like Orisa, things like Malga, now has to contend with one of the very best North America has to offer in the tank role. And yeah, Hawk's making him work for it.
I mean, geez. Poor Rocket can't deflect the Zarya beam. And I feel like you can also just feel the difference between CJ and Lep with how much healing output they're giving to Hawk. It's kind of like Protect the President. Like the new era of Protect the President. It's not the Bastion anymore. It's going to be the Zarya. And as long as Hawk is alive, your supports feel very safe. You've got the bubbles to peel for them, even if it's not going to be just used over for the DPS. And then, yeah, let Hawk go.
I mean, he double bubbled both DPS as they got grabbed. They double bubbled, the bubbles broke, they burst, and boom, Suzu comes
100
in.
energy.
Chronic died. Yeah, 100 energy. Chronic ended up dying. It's like, okay, that's fine. Sugar Free hits recall, is 100% HP again, and then Hawk has 100 energy and just walks a Painkiller, and then walks a Rocket, and then it's really hard to take someone down like Hawk, even after using all those bubbles, because you've just gave him all the energy, and then he just runs away with it because you've used all your CDs as well. Beautiful stuff there from Space Station. A full cap, and then a full hold. Small substitution coming in for Nightmare. I can imagine we're going to see maybe Nemwai come in for this next one if we're going to a more fast map where Lucio needs to be permanently played. But for now, Rhino in for Painkiller. Bit more Monkey, bit more Ball.
I think you just see the difference in experience a little bit too in terms of the Space Station squad. We can sit there and talk about how amazing it was for them to preserve those cooldowns for when the grab happened. But think about the level of coordination and communication it takes to make sure that you're all on the same page so that you don't mistime something. So the Suzu comes out like too early or the bubbles come out too early for the grab. So like what an expert class right now on how to actually play together as a team. And
yeah, I mean, if one of those bubbles didn't go through, like both of the DPS are probably dead at that point as well.
And then
So
the map
yeah,
looks very
cooldown management
different.
are great. Yeah, they probably cap off that. If both DPS died there, if Sugar Free doesn't survive, like, okay, then we probably lose this point because it's only like, I think it must have, is it 2? I think both supports might have been up, but I mean, regardless, like, you probably end up getting run over from there. So yeah, expertly done by Hawk for sure. No substitution of Denwai in Rose, so it's going to be Squid and Lucamino by the looks of it, staying in the roster. And it's going to be a Nightmare new Queen Street pick.
It is a little sad to not see Nenwai, but I think we also got a chance to see maybe why they would want to save Nenwai for later. Very good on the Lucio, but that Lucio did get banned out from Nightmare in their match versus Team Liquid as soon as Nenwai got substituted into the roster. But this time around on New Queen Street, I mean, the hazard was good from Hawk to try to play against this ball. So Rhino coming back in, Wrecking Ball's on the table, hazard is not. So we're gonna have to see Hawk try to play something a little bit different. But I wonder if Hawk can still make something like the Zarya work against this Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely think he could. I don't mind this Nenwai not coming in because I think this map very much lends itself to double flex support. You can play the Wu Yang, the Ana, the Kiri, etc. You don't have to have the Lucio. Just by the way the map is kind of set up, it's nice definitely for the kind of first rollout, being able to get high ground first. But especially with the middle of the point, you're able to go through the tube station at the very top. You're able to like go past the buses, go under the middle ground. So it's Lucio not really required here, and with the Wrecking Ball most likely being played a bit more of a solo operator, so I like Nightmare's decision not having Nenwai back in. Plus, if they did, you know, maybe Lucio gets banned and Nenwai's forced to go into something like a Brig again. So the flexibility with Lucamino and Squid, I think, is going to come into effect. But can they actually come back from that? Because SSG looks so good, so dominant. Sure, Ilios is Nightmare's map at this point, like, it's got to be said, but that wasn't really that close. Like, a full hold after full capping.
But this will tell us a bit more of the picture. Nightmare winning that first map, Space Station tying it up, maybe Rhino coming in is going to be a bit more of the difference. And the more time that we do see Squid and Lucamino get play time together, the more that they're able to work on making sure that they can keep up with the same type of healing, or they're on the same page for the rest of this series instead of having to switch somebody in. So is there more Wrecking Ball? Is there going to be, what kind of answer does Space Station actually have? Because I think that's really where I'm very curious is we usually see the Wrecking Ball answered by another main tank. And Hawk doesn't really play those.
Yeah, it's mainly something like the Diva. And with no Zarya ban, I mean, if you do want to pivot that way, you could. Rhino less likely to do that. So maybe Hawk feels a bit more comfortable, like, okay, you've got Rhino in, we know you're going to play ball, like, if I want to play Diva, I can, but you could also just continue to play the Zarya. Anybody that gets slammed, it's a perfect bubble target. You have to play a little bit more defensively with your bubbles compared to the last map, where you can be super aggressive with yourself. So we'll see how they end up pivoting. See if Lucamino also sticks on this Lucio. I like this backline from Space Station though. Ana and the Wu Yang, heavy healing comp. Like, you are pocketing Hawk to the moon and back.
Oh, for sure. But you also have a lot of help to kind of make these targets a little bit easier with the Sombra and the Tracer, just to kind of get those hacks onto the Wrecking Ball. And we'll see if Chronic can make that difference that we've seen be kind of hit or miss in some of these other matches that we've had so far as a Wrecking Ball answer. But yeah, very much a ton of healing here from CJ and Lep. But it's also about kind of finding that target, and there's so much open space for this team of Nightmare to play around. It could be hard for them to actually lock somebody down.
Yeah, especially since Chronic's already is going to be lurking in the wings right on the Sombra. So if Rhino goes for an aggressive slam onto somebody, it could be rather tough to actually stay alive in that situation. Chronic does end up going down though. Okay, Hawk at 100 energy currently with a bubble coming up in a second, but has to get back to the miniature staircase and move all the way back. Without that Chronic threat, Rhino's day is a little bit more joyous.
A little bit of progress here for Nightmare as they also start to work up towards some of those ultimates, but this part of the map seems like it might be a little bit tougher for the Wrecking Ball. Is you have the stairs that you can try to get the wraparound and boot somebody forward, but you got to figure out how you're going to actually access this backline and how your rest of your team is going to meet you there too. Seeker is not going to have as easy of a time to be able to get back there with Rocket.
Oh, Nano Boost actually onto Sugar Free. That's an aggro one. I mean, look, Squid trying to get away. He's got Tidal Blast, ends up actually using it. Nano traded for the Tidal Blast. Pulse Bomb sent out by Rocket, ends up connecting with the Hawk, but absorbs most of that. As well as that wave coming in, the Guardian Wave healing up Hawk. There's two different ways, mind you, that Space Station Gaming can amplify healing. Both the Arna Nade and the Guardian Wave. So anybody who's in a pinch, they've got an emergency escape up for them. Oh, Tidal Blast. Hello. Nice little sound barrier, though. Is going to knock down Squid. And unfortunately, that Pulse Bomb doesn't connect. But Chronic was there with the backup. Lucamino, Squid dead. Supports from Nightmare sent to the Shadow Realm.
Nice cleanup there from Sugar Free to get this progress back in Space Station's favor. And Lucamino now actually going to switch off of the Lucio and go over to the Kiriko. Maybe a bit more capability of kind of getting in and out of the fight faster, having to switch up as well as the Suzu. The Suzu is really the thing that I look at as a great answer to something like the bio nades coming through from the Ana. Great way to cleanse those off and make sure that you aren't just gonna get punished by this full energy Hawk.
He's pretty low. There's the grab, there's the nade, there's the Suzu, and Rhino happy to take Hawk to the cleaners there as Rocket focuses him down. He was in the Mega. That's Suzu coming in just in time from Lucamino. Ends up switching, like you said. That cleansing the anti was perfectly timed onto Rhino. Hawk ending up switching over to D.Va now. Okay. Can eat the Suzu, of course. Worth keeping in mind. So if anybody does get anti, Hawk just DMs them, and then that Suzu will disappear.
True. I think it was also a little bit like hard. You got what you wanted out of the Zarya, but because you're still contending with this Wrecking Ball, maybe you feel better having the mobility of the D.Va. Because, as you said, like playing around those bubbles defensively can be very hard if you are just constantly getting knocked up. And you can follow up on this EMP a little bit better too.
That was rude. That was even ruder. A little slam down onto Chronic's head. That Pulse Bomb laid on the floor as Hawk got launched up, and then, yeah, a mech destroyed. That's going to be checkpoint here for Nightmare.
You know what, mate? I don't like the Sombra. It's gotta go. I've not been impressed with it in any of the maps that we've seen it so far. Or maybe just EMP doesn't feel as powerful as it used to be, but something about it just doesn't smell right.
I mean, if you think about who Chronic can EMP, I'd probably have to agree with you. Like, Lucamino's, Squid, etc. They're very good targets, but not often are they going to be playing, like, dead on right next to each other. So maybe Chronic just goes on to Freya again. I mean, Sojin, anything like that would be a fantastic pickup. Nanobu's available now to CJ. Tidal Blast, though. On to Sugar Free. And there you go, Pulse Bomb on top. It's such a beautiful combo. Tidal Blast, Pulse Bomb. Oh, it's so nice. Lucamino in trouble. Sugar Free takes care of the back line all by himself and even picks up a freebie in Rockets. They still have to contend with this bot, though. It's still on this side of the map as Sugar Free finds 4 kills in the fight. A delayed team kill as Space Station now get to try and make some progress and get it over that line.
I mean, a little bit more progress for Nightmare to get the lead for now, but I feel like it could quickly dissipate. CJ held onto that Nano. You can send that over to Hawk, give him the extra boost to the damage that he's been so good at getting through. As you do see that hack onto Rhino, but yeah, I'm looking for this Nano boost combo from Space Station.
Okay, Hawk's 1 HP. Nice anti on Rhino, forces him back a little bit there, and heals Hawk up. There's the Nano boost straight onto the Freya. CK instantly evaporated as Chronic follows up with the kills. There's going to be a rush near onto the point, but the supports for Nightmare are in trouble. Squid ends up going down with Lucamino just trying to help the front line push this bot and take over the game. They're just trading backlines right now. As Sting onto Hawk's mech, here's the D-suit, but it has to self-destruct. Instantly gets slammed, but he's able to get that re-suit, luckily with that overhealth. Now Rocket in danger. 22 HP, dashes towards the stairs, but here comes the janitor. Sugar Free just cleaning house right now. Just picking off everybody that's low. Hawk does damage, Chronic or Sugar Free with the backup. The guy is on an absolute tear right now. And there's nothing stopping Sugar Free.
Oh my goodness. It was really good too that Space Station didn't let Nightmare take that bot away. Oftentimes I feel like on push we've seen these teams get very sneaky to try to push the bot back in their territory of the map. But now Space Station actually get a chance to get something out of that team fight win. They're very close to being able to secure this checkpoint. Sugar Free, if he can keep this up, maybe even land a pulse. Looking great for Space Station to take the lead back.
Yeah, it's the pulse bomb. And that tidal surge coming on to Hawk. I mean, now you're really in trouble. That checkpoint has been secured. But scratch mode initiated. Probably can't win this fight though. Spawn points are a little bit too close for Nightmare.
You can back up and give yourself a little bit of a chance to reset with better positioning. Rhino's actually felt bullied enough it goes over to the Winston. Doesn't want to play the Wrecking Ball into that Sombra anymore. Chronic has a chance of redemption though with this EMP. So maybe this is what Space Station need to like get this lead.
Yeah, solo EMP onto Luca Mino, but his kunais are sharp. Chronic ends up going down. They do end up trading though, but Squid on the point. Kills off Sugar Free, finally granting Sugar Free a second death. The guy has been unstoppable thus far, but the Wu Yang's going to take him down, and still Nightmare in the lead. 2.5 minutes to go, and no ults in the bank for Space Station. This next fight will probably determine the game. The flow of how things are going right now, this tidal surge could be it. A pulse bomb connects with Hawk, ends up getting Suzu, but still takes a heck of a amount of damage. And Squid actually ends up falling over, even after that tidal blast. Sugar Free just continues to run rings around Nightmare.
I mean, this is tough. How do you get away from this? Like, no Lucius speed. You can't just try to amp it up away from this Tracer. And Sugar Free is absolutely on it now. Very warm, very prepared. We've got Chronic that also finally made the swap off of the Sombra in that last fight. And so you're also going to be able to give a lot of shield pressure over to this Winston.
There's the rush. They want to take the lead right here and now. Rhino, 82% on that ult. They got the rush. The bomb as well is going to get launched in by Hawk. Didn't even need to do that. Just wanted for the remake. Ends up splitting the team. Is Rhino trying to touch the point? Maybe for that Primal Rage would have been a different story, but unfortunately we're 7% away. Lead gained by Space Station at the final hour here.
And making even more progress along the way. Lep's gonna have the sound barrier, and what a big advantage that's going to be when you're able to use that. Maybe bypass this Kitsune rush from Lucamino. He's gonna let that first. Now you can just play defense though. 1 minute left.
I'm going to ignore this rush as well. Sugar Free's just going to push this bot, and Rhino's popped the Primal Rage, but look how low he already is. Sugar Free can just chase him up. Doesn't need to, in fact. CJ ends up taking down the Winston. 50 seconds to go. And that's aggressive rush there from Lucamino. Just gets completely countered by Ledge Sound Barrier. They just run past it. Sugar Free almost gets Pulse Bomb there. Rocket trying for the Ego Pulse Bomb on the enemy Tracer, but didn't end up connecting. And Space Station are continuing to extend this lead. And it's going to be a tough ask now for Nightmare to come back into this one. They got a tidal blast, but that's it.
Yeah, Nightmare are going to need something like 3 teamfight wins in a row, and it's going to be overtime soon with only 20 seconds remaining. And the tidal blast could be good to at least maybe allow Rhino to get in with something like this Wrecking Ball as you switch back to it.
Tidal blast used defensively there as Hawk was in the sky trying to kill Seeker. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free thrown away, but it's all good. You take a pulse for a tidal blast any day of the week, and any picks here are going to be good for Space Station. It's overtime, but it's Nightmare needing 16 meters.
Oh, and Seeker actually used the Bola shot there. It gets killed outside of it, and with the overtime activated now, that's going to really be on Rhino to try to stall this out.
Yes, they got touched. Whoa, Rhino real quick. Sugar Free though is going to be able to take him out. CJ, the hero there at the very end of that last fight, killing 3 members of Nightmare, forcing them in OT spawns as Space Station Gaming take New Queen Street, and they lead the series 2-1.
Space Station looked very, very good. Maybe a couple of questions about how we were going to see Hawk actually step up to this Wrecking Ball now that the Diva has been back. I feel like there was a great answer from the very beginning with the Zarya, and then even better with the Diva. Oh my gosh, Sugar Free, like 10.3k damage. Jock, I know you were calling out that Sugar Free was absolutely tearing through this team, but now he's got the numbers to back it up to 23 eliminations for this Tracer.
Yeah, MVP of that map for sure was Sugar Free.
Absolutely.
Every single time there was someone low, whether that was Chronic doing damage, Hawk doing damage to them, Sugar Free was there. You can see it in the Elims, 23, only 1 assist. Looking good as ever on the Tracer. The guy is just a beast, a powerhouse. And this is a perfect meta for him as well. Space Station Gaming, they need to be able to prove themselves in this stage. They want to make that World Finals. Nightmare have managed to beat them to the post, especially in that first. It was the GK roster to be fair, but still under the Nightmare banner, they managed to beat them out and go to China. There's going to be a lot of highlights of Sugar Free, that's for sure. This kill here was ridiculous too. Hawk landed a nice grab, but a perfect switch from Lu Camino to Suzu, that anti on top of the Wrecking Ball. But still Nightmare. They're not out of this, but Ilios and Control feel like their game modes, but as soon as they go to other ones, Space Station Gaming, they're just on top here.
I wonder then if we actually go... Yeah, I'm trying to think about where we go from here. Maybe we go to Survasa or Atlas?
Yeah,
Flashpoint.
Flashpoint doesn't seem like a bad option, to be honest. I mean, Rhino can still play like the Winston or the Ball, or you can just sub Painkiller back in. I'm not entirely sure how they want to pivot it that way, because you can also go to a hybrid or a escort where the dive is probably going to be better. You've got... Oh no, we already played Kings.
Yeah,
sorry, we can't go to a hybrid. So yeah, go to an escort. You got Hollywood in there, Junkertown. Hollywood, very dive heavy. So if Nightmare Take is there, Rhino's probably going to stay in. Hollywood's hybrid, yeah, it's not escort.
I was like,
okay, yeah, my bad.
No, I was like, I know.
So we can't go
this,
there.
but...
And in fact, yeah, okay, we're going to Suravasa. So yeah, enough of that noise. So no Atlas. So if we're seeing a Suravasa, I don't mind Painkiller coming back in to play the Diva. Zarya, sorry, I don't mind at all.
I don't know if I like it though. I mean, like, you got smacked on King's Row. Like, full cap from Space Station to get 3 points, a full hold from them when they were on the defense. It's not that I don't trust in Painkiller. Painkiller's on my fantasy team, right? I believe in Painkiller. But I just don't know if you like the matchup when Hawk just feels head and shoulders above the rest of the off-tanks that are in North America right now.
Yeah, maybe trying to go at a different angle, go with the Wrecking Ball, go with the Winston. Both very viable picks. Rhino probably going to be playing Wrecking Ball. Substitution, Chronic out, Scissors in. Less Sombra, less Freya, less hit scan. Scissors back for maybe Venture, or even just back onto the Reaper, to be fair. Reaper's incredible on these kind of maps. You're fighting in an enclosed space. You're basically playing control over the 5 points. So don't mind that substitution whatsoever. We'll see if Nightmare do the same thing, or we're just going to see the same 5 back in.
I wonder if we actually also see Genji Tracer on Suravasa. I think that's also still possible with Scissors coming back in. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see if Nightmare actually does make some swabs. Maybe I'm proven wrong and they do decide to bring Painkiller back in. Or Nenwai for Lucio.
Yeah, if you're going to go the Lucio route, yeah, you feel like you want Nenwai in, but then they've been playing Lucio without Nenwai, so doesn't look like there's any substitution. So same 5 for Nightmare loading in. They want to go fast, they want to go hard, they want to be able to play that Wrecking Ball and little Wu Yang as well. We'll have to see the bans, of course. It will be Nightmare banning first. You could ban the Zarya here or the Diva, I think. Have they banned Diva already? Okay, they're going to ban the Zarya. Kiriko banned for SSG. So, all right. Taking Hawk's Zarya away is like, okay.
But
thank
honestly,
goodness.
but now we get to play Diva, and the Diva worked out so well on the last map. So,
It's Diva. It's Diva City.
It has to be Diva.
For sure.
I was like, maybe it could be Hazard too, depending on the point. But I think Diva makes the most sense after how New Queen Street went.
It felt like a long lifetime ago, but yeah, Diva was banned in the first map. So Hawk can't really be targeted anymore after this one. If we go to a map number 5 and Rose, as we load into Suravasa, now the Kiriko could see a little bit of the armor here from Space Station Gaming. If you're going to play Wrecking Ball, you're going to get slept, you're going to get naded, you're going to get everything, including the kitchen sink, thrown at you. Wouldn't mind that. Or you go for a super fast comp.
Yeah, I think Lucio.
Probably best to actually run the Lucio.
Yeah, Lucio Wu Young's
especially
okay.
with Scissors. Yeah. I I was curious if we were going to see Lucio and Wu Young play together. Wu Young does a fair amount of healing, especially up front with the Guardian Wave, amplifying the healing a lot. And any kind of amp healing is very good with Lucio, like incredibly good. If you amp it up with the Guardian Wave active on players, you get so much AoE health back. It is absurd. It can be very hard to kind of burn through. We're actually seeing CJ coming out with Moira, of all things. Okay.
What?
Rather unexpected from CJ.
Yeah, like this is a Dildux pick. We don't usually see Moira actually get used in other teams because there are so many other supports that feel like it's just a little bit better, but prove me wrong. I just think the Moira is a little bit susceptible when you just don't have the ability to fade away. You got one fade and then that's it.
Yeah, shift and then Seeker just WM1 and you were dead. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for the Moira a lot of the time against the dive. Yeah, like you said, only one fade to counteract that slap.
But it's still like a stall. Well, I was going to say it was a stall over the point until Nightmare actually do get that cap. But Space Agent comes back, Sugar Free still farming, and Pulse Bomb at the ready pretty soon. And I don't know if Nightmare are going to be prepared for that.
There's no way they did. Well, they can hold tab and like, okay, you probably got Pulse Bomb right now, especially the first fight. You can kind of track that one, but this is a very quick Pulse. Teleport from Scissors on to the high ground now. Looks like Squid is trying to poke him out. But now Seeker's under a lot of duress. Actually got that mega health back. Pokemon comes in for Sugar Free, but that's a lot of bodies on that mega. I'm not sure I've ever seen that many people there. There was about 5 or 6 of them. They're gonna have to get out of here though.
Team, you know, hey, it's okay. But it does not work out for Space Station. They use the sound barrier to at least save Hawk and CJ, but the tidal blast from Squid keeps Nightmare in this.
Oh, it's so sad. Oh, a slam down onto CJ. He's got that Coalescence ripping and roaring, but doesn't got a fade anymore. Still a lot of upfront healing and damage, though, as they do manage to find that flip. There was a very sad tidal surge from Squid there onto Rocket to try and get the touch, and they lost touch. They lost the point before he actually got a kill. CJ finds the kill onto Seeker, so both Reapers now down. There's a bomb on the point, clears the mines. Hawk gets the remake, and he lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, it was too bad that there wasn't actually any sort of capitalization from that tidal blast, but Nightmare is still able to come back in with the sound barrier. Lucamina's going to have that up very shortly. And that's going to be a great way for Nightmare to actually get in as that full team of 5. Can't lose anybody now, but Hawk might say something different about that.
TP, there's the beat from Lucamino. You got to survive this, but they still managed to burst down Seeker. Burst them down through overhealth was ridiculous. And now Squid, he's going to be able to win this fight for his team if he can get this tidal blast off.
I mean, but do you really want to use it now? I almost feel like you want to save some of these ults for the next flash. Well, I guess they do get the capture, but I would still be very cautious about using everything for this next fight. When you know that there's a sound barrier from Space Station as well.
Oh, Fed's going to use it. They're going to go straight in. They know Lucamino lost it in the last fight. Tidal blast on to Squid himself. Self-one. Not sure got any knockdowns, though. Squid gets hounded down by Hawk. The defense mage who's doing a lot of work there, eating up Squid shots as well. You've got to imagine. Now, Seeker dead. OT for Nightmare, but Space Station Gaming have the numbers. They got the point, and they might even get this first one, too. A quick chase of Rhino, pops the shields, grabs the Mega, but he's out of the fight. And there it is. Space Station with a point on the board.
They get the point, and they actually move over to the next one so fast. Can you imagine this Coalescence now, actually? Through these windows, through this choke? I'm ready for the CJ pop-off. I want to see it.
It was more nightmarish before with how enclosed it was, but still, it's a straight line to the point. It's pretty scary. All right, what you got for a Sugar Free? You got the pulse. There's the slam from Rhino. Only a bit of damage, but a kill onto left is a good start. Same with CJ. Okay, both supports go down to Squid and Seeker. Like I said, these left clicks from Wu Yang really do come out of nowhere sometimes, and a bit of a surprise, like a peekaboo type beat there for Squid. So, quick cap for Nightmare. Now they have to contend once again with Sugar Free's Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, no Coalescence. I don't know what we were... I guess I was really hoping that it would be able to do something, but... Nope. Still gonna stick to the Moira though. Lep is dead.
Yeah, good initial kill. Death Blossom. Mostly eaten up. Getting a lot of healing there, actually, from Skun, who's right-clicking most of the time. Ball goes for the remake as they kill Seeker and Rocket. DPS down. Pulse Bomb connects from Sugar Free. Still, the accuracy from Sugar Free cannot be understated. There is a flip, but, you know, Nightmare, they end up getting 60+%.
But what a good take for them. It was a little expensive. Like, you had to use the remake there just because you wanted to make sure that you could sustain the fight, and you also had a lot of faith that Sugar Free was going to be able to follow up with that pulse. Now Nightmare, I mean, they come back in packing 4 ultimates here. This should be pretty tough for Space Station, bar something heroic.
Yeah, classic little Minds play on the point, giving Rocket a little bit of space there to maybe cap. There's 3 members of Nightmare on it. They end up using the beat, and Lep ends up going down. CJ with the Coalescence could be the difference maker, but with Hall getting desuited and then booped off the map, this Coalescence not looking so hot. Nightmare with the flip.
Please switch. Switch now. I don't know
think he's
what
gonna, to be honest.
Like, you have to at this point, right? 2 Coalescences end up being duds. Never mind. Still believes in it. You're so close to the sound barrier. Maybe you just are hoping that I guess the Perks and the Moira are doing good enough, but you gotta get to the point to actually trigger the overtime.
Yeah, you got to trigger it again. I mean, Tidal Blast onto Seeker. Doesn't find a knockdown, but they end up trading. Trade favorably, too, with Space Station. Sugar Free with the Pulse Bomb again. Has already killed Squid, so this is free reign for him. Pulse Bomb from Rocket goes straight under the feet of Hall, who just bunny hops on it. Okay, self-destruct for another remake. Space Station in a good spot.
Space Station now with 1 more fight. They will be at flashpoint point if they are able to win out this next one. Sugar Free's been doing some amazing things with these pulses.
8k damage.
He's able to sneak around, yeah.
Highest on his team. He's 13-3 at the current moment in time. Here comes the OT Rose, and yep, Sugar Free's got the pulse, and I think it's got Squid's name written all over it. A Death Blossom for Seeker potentially as he teleports onto the point. Forces the Wraith Form of CJ now, who's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Seeker, though, had to pop the Wraith Form of his own, escorted himself back to the rest of his team, but Space Station just flipped the point straight up. CJ's going to have his Wraith Form back again, his shift, so he's going to be more than okay to build up towards this Coalescence. Hawk's in trouble, has to use the self-destruct to get the remake as Seeker spins to win, but it is a self-destruct kill onto Rhino. That's going to be good for 1. And Sugar Free with a ground Pulse Bomb, but it doesn't matter. He's already done enough work. That's 2 points on the board for Space Station, and now sitting on match points here in Suravasa.
And they are going to get some staggers, too, from Blue Camino and Squid going down so late after the splash point was captured. Space Station now move over to the next one, and they only need that 1 more before winning the series. Maybe this is the time the Coalescence gets to do something. Never mind. Jack, I can't with this spoiler.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're still winning. 2-0. He's got the Coalescence, but Sugar Free is pounding. Has to escape the Wrecking Ball, though, who's chasing him to the heavens and back. Like, even tries. Honestly, fair play. Chases him up with a Pulse Bomb and says this is right round the corner. We'll take the point for free, shall we?
Yeah, why not? The early progress for them. Hawk is back in mech. Okay, good. And so close to the sound barrier. There are still some really good tools for Space Station to work with here, and I worry a lot about Nightmare being able to get past this choke. So much CC to poof this Rhino away.
Now Scissors hit enemy territory with the Death Blossom. Use it straight on the back line to get Matrix too, so no damage can go towards him. Nice little teleport. However, that Tidal Blast is not something that you want to mess with. A nice little knockdown onto Hawk ejects him from the mech, but Space Station still have the 45% on the board. But Nightmare do get the flip in the end. Lucamino switching over to Brig of all picks.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoyed at Scissors at this point in Sugar Free, I'd imagine, using that flip shot to get them away from them.
Fair enough. It has felt a little bit lackluster to when we've seen it before, but maybe in the hands of Lucamino will be a little bit better to at least keep yourself alive. And Nightmare needs something. You know, 2 more team fights here for Space Station. That's going to be the door shut.
There's the B. They're chasing after the Brig, and Lucamino, as quick as he changed, as quick as he died, Squid also falls. I mean, that is a fast team fight from Space Station. No hanging around, no funny business. And a quick flip will be in their sight in just a moment. Oh, Rocket.
No,
Little
no.
rough from him. Ends up pulse bombing the wall, and there's the flip. They got 80% though, but no ults in the bank.
Reaper pick for Seeker coming back out, but like when you have the Diva defense matrix, I feel like so far those Death Blossoms have not felt very good from the Reaper. But this is it. Sugar Free is another pulse bomb. It feels like we're nearing the end of this map, Jack.
Yeah, the Guardian Wave's already been used as well. Pulse bomb does end up connecting with the floor, but Lucamino doesn't turn the shield. Might be fine though, as Seeker and the rest of the gang are touching the point. Is it going to be a 99% flip? A desperation touch. Sugar Free's alive. Same with CJ, same with Scissors. So there is a possibility that Space Station managed to get this one. They've just got to stay alive after this initial touch.
Yeah, it will be tough though, you know? You have to go into the Tidal Blast from Squid. Rhino is also trying to block the door. But they do eventually trigger the overtime.
Get them to use ultimates. That's the name of the game right now for Space Station. Death Blossom, but Forces ends up getting knocked up and teleports away as well from the Tidal Blast. Ends up just blasting Rocket's head off. Oh, but they don't get there in time. Oh, Scissors. He was trying so hard to get back. Same with Lep, who was dancing around trying to boot Rhino away from the point. They don't get that final touch, and Nightmare sneak out from under them.
That's C9 calling it. They were gonna win. They were gonna win that fight. So just taking out so many people. You just gotta move on to the next one, I guess.
Reset. They haven't got Tidal Blast. We're chill.
Double support ultimates here. Space Station, hopefully, as long as they can shake that off, can come back in with Hawk back on the Diva as well. You saw the Doomfist as kind of like that last minute desperation to get back to the point in time.
Yep, there's the call. Force the shift to Seeker already. Sound Barrier connects with 5. Space Station surging on forward. Want to make their mark on the point. Now they've got the cap. They need the kills. No initial kills. And actually, it's Hawk that's going really low. And now Lucamino rallying the squad back into the fight. Seeker may have gone down, but Rocket lands a disgusting stick onto Hawk's baby Diva. They're going to have to win this fight. At least in just a moment, but they're still using ultimates to try and clear Space Station off. They've not given up just yet. They eventually let it go.
Still a lot of percent to kind of get away with. As Nightmare now, I feel like the onus is truly on them. Yeah, I mean, the Mine's getting used here. Still leaves him with the Tidal Blast as well as the Death Blossom. But is that enough of a combo? Like, you still have to deal with this deep defense matrix from the Diva. And Hawk has been on it right now.
Yeah, they know Seeker's got ult. They can sense it in the waters. Evan Flow perk used by Squid there. It's a lot of value. Tidal Blast, Seeker looking for knockdowns, but decides, you know what? I'm just going to rip the ult instead. Damage done. Sugar Free, CJ down. A reset required here for Space Station. Even a self-destruct actually launched in by Hawk. I'm surprised. He wanted to go for a remake, but they want a really quick fight. Although saying that, they are on 85%, so definitely needed.
Now they can still pull back in quickly though with this Death Blossom, so it's not hopeless here for Space Station to get back in, but they do have to touch with a cohesive push.
It's a decent point to actually touch.
That was close.
Hawk ends up getting booped again. Barrier available from Lep in a couple of moments. Beat connects with the ground and the Death Blossom in hand of Scissors. Squid is a wanted man by the looks of it. A nice Death Blossom and a whip shot doesn't do too much from the grave there, Lucamino. And they will get the flip at the cost of 2 ults. A Nightmare just barely hanging on, but they've got 99% and they need to go all the way now.
Oh, Sugar Free is another pulse bomb, so I am nervous. And we've seen these Brig rallies just not be super effective. If you don't have the time to ramp up to be able to get that shield, then you're just not going to be able to use it. And can you stay grouped up enough where everybody's going to get that inspired feeling too?
I really like this. Going super early. They've already forced the rally, but Lep overstayed his welcome. Got taken out by Rocket. In fact, Rocket killed Sugar Free too. We're looking at a 0.5 here, going all the way on Sora Survasa. Right, they're just rolling around. My word, you can get so much speed on the Wrecking Ball now. And there you go. Okay, 0.5 here, the final one. Nightmare needing to find this map to take us to a map number 5. A Space Station Gaming. Resting on their laurels a bit here, it feels like. Again, CJ not changing, determined to stick with this Moira. And now Hawk making a switch. Going to the Mauga.
Sure. Like, maybe this is going to be that answer that they need. We have seen this Mauga be used as a Wrecking Ball answer before, but it feels almost like it's coming too late, or maybe this is just like a panic pick from Space Station to see if this is going to be what gets them over that finish line. Nightmare beat them to the punch, still have this title blast, and with both DPS ultimates too, I feel like Nightmare should be able to get this first capture.
They've got a lot of front to back here, so they can't just move as a unit. Tidal Blast attached to Seeker, though, as he looks for a target to actually knock down. He's got the Death Blossom still in hand, but unable, surveying the landscape, but there's nothing there. He's still got this Death Blossom, goes down with it, and you're not ripping that on the point. It's a tough one to actually get off here because of that central column, but Space Station Gaming once again forced Squid to use that Tidal Blast to with little to no effect coming Nightmare's way.
And that's just raw damage from Space Station. Maybe the power of Mauga amplified by the fact that you have that cardiac overdrive for the rest of that lifesteal for the team. Scissors as well, and the Reaper is just still having a great time of things. And now how does Rhino actually step up to this? Especially if you can play a bit more Death Volley with the Space Station squad around Lucio and the sound barrier.
Yeah, nice beat there. You saw Lucamino switching over to the Ana to try and be a bit more of a thorn in the side to Hawk. Antied, but it was all good. Beat was just in time, and Space Station Gaming extending this lead.
And now you're working up to Cage. Like, Cage Cole, is that going to be the new thing? We still have Cage Death Blossom, which is a combination of ultimates we've also seen from past Mauga metas. You don't want to get trapped. Like, Rhino is very susceptible to this cage if you get stuck at the wrong place, the wrong time.
It feels almost too perfect with this Space Station comp, Rose. It's just built for one fight and one fight only, and that is the last one. Because as soon as that ball comes in, you are caging him. Rhino's getting chased off screen as well. He's sub 50 HP. He's 11 HP. 6. Oh, Sugar Free doesn't get him, but he's out of the fight completely. But so is CJ. Rocket finds the kill. Now no coalescence available for Space Station Gaming. Do they use their ults? Do they invest any further? It doesn't look like it. Happy with the exchange here. Pulse and Mind used by Nightmare. They give up the point at 99 and come in with almost a full bank.
Then you have to imagine Space Station are able to win with just the overwhelming presence of ultimates. Not able to execute on that Cage and Death Blossom combo before, but you still have that available, or maybe just solo Cage to anyone. Honestly, I think you're feeling good. The Tidal Blast might not be enough to save someone this time around either.
Gotta help Scissors there. As soon as you see that Wrecking Ball, you hit that Cage, you hit that Cole. Or maybe just Cole first. Force some CDs. They're going to scatter everybody from the point, but here comes the Tidal Surge, but the Cage is going to lock him in place. Oh, it's going to be decent if Vasika manages to stay alive thanks to that wave. As Scissors takes him out with the Death Blossom. A soundbar from Lucamino is 8% away, but Lepers beat him to it. Hits the beat, connects with 4. Rhino down, Squid gutted. As Nightmare falls, Space Station Gaming are going to take this Surabasa 3-2 and round out the series with a win.
What a close Surabasa to end the series, but it is going to be Space Station that end up victorious. And you can kind of get a good sense of how they want to try to play their comps. A lot of protect Hawk, support Hawk. Even if it was this random Mauga pick at the end where it felt like it kind of came out of nowhere, it works so beautifully with the way that the rest of this comp functioned. So much damage. Like, that's kind of what you expect out of this Flashpoint going the distance. But yeah, what's sticking out to you?
40 limbs and 6 deaths. That's what's sticking out to me right now.
Hawk, yeah, he's
man.
nuts.
What a beast. I really like that comp at the very end. I really do. They were playing for that one fight. They were playing for the cage fight. And being able to play for the cage fight is great, but what's also better too is Sugar Free chasing Rhino away at the very final few moments, getting down to 6 HP, so he has to get every health back and then come back. I think Space Station played that perfectly. Hawk, yeah, he hasn't just got a Diva, he's got a mean Mauga and he's got a mean Zarya as well.
Yeah, so much experience from that player, from the entire roster, really. I'm so glad that they rallied at the very end there, because for a little bit it looked like they're taking the foot off the pedal. But they locked back in and closed this one out. It's not as close a series as I hoped to see. This is another L for Nightmare. So what is our takeaway for that particular team, which has been tested by two very strong teams in their opening week?
It's a tough opening weekend for Nightmare. Although, again, you go to their control, Ilios, they win Ilios apparently all the time. We'll see if that trend kind of continues.
At this point, that's just like their map.
Yeah.
So
We'll see if that does continue, but they took Suravasa to 5 maps. This is not like a panic button press moment for Nightmare fans. They've still got a lot to offer. I just think they've managed to face up against two of the strongest teams in the current patch.
It bodes well for the future, I think, still. Even though these were losses, you get your toughest opponents out of the way. You still have more time to work together as a squad. Let's not forget that Nightmare did have to make a couple of changes to their roster in between stages 2 and 3. And this is an org that I feel like is constantly doing this. They've been crafting some of the best players in North America. They're like kind of the true elite step up for a lot of players too. Like once you've made Nightmare, it feels like you've made it as one of the best players in North America, and then you get poached. So they're gonna have to kind of deal with this a little bit more, but it still looks good, I think.
any individuals that stood out to the two of you?
On this Nightmare squad?
For Nightmare?
Anyone on the server.
Oh, I mean, Orc and Sugar-Free. Yeah. It's like, dude, they're just ridiculous. It's like Michael Jordan and LeBron James out there for Space Station Gaming. Like,
you speak as if you're surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely
Really
shouldn't
be, yeah.
at all. Hawk steps back into the ring. I mean, who does Space Station have up next? They've got Team Z, but week 3 is what I've got my eye on.
Yeah, that's the big one, Team Liquid.
TL. That series is going to be a banger. And then actually, that whole day is kind of a banger. Sakura Dildux, Geekay versus Nightmare, and then SSG versus TL. That week 3, day 1 is nuts, actually. We'll see if this trend can kind of continue. I mean, week 3 is going to be the decider where people place a bit of their power rankings, I feel.
For you, yeah, we already placed them day 1 before anyone even played. Really, that's kind of what we do. We kind of get ahead of ourselves. We're already looking at week 3, but there's still week 2 to come. And before all of that, we also have to finish this show. And what better way to do it than with a winner's interview? So let's bring in one of our winning team members. It's Alep joining us for a quick chat. Hello and welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. So first things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. Let's talk a bit about this match, because we hoped to see a very close series, but for most of it, it kind of looked like your team was in the driver's seat. What do you think gave you the edge here?
I think that, I don't know, a lot of the synergy that we built up during our past couple of weeks of scrims and a lot of the trust that we have for each other, I think really pushed us over the edge. We also thought, or at least I thought, it might have been a little bit of a closer series, but I'm happy with the result and happy to be able to give my all and compete against my former team.
Oh, hell yeah. I love to hear that. I do want to ask, that last map, the Moira? Moira Lucio?
Don't.
Please explain.
Yeah, so we cooked it up previously, maybe a week ago, and we did really well with it. And I mean, yeah, we knew that, especially if they're going to continue running the backline that they're going to run, that they're going to be kind of set in some of the things that they're going to do, and that we can do what we do best and, you know, work off of each other really well with Moira Lucio.
Hey, fair enough. It worked out for you all in the end, and we've also gotten a chance to see quite a few different looks from Space Station now. So how has it been from your perspective, kind of working in the new members of the team, and how do you feel about your future weeks, especially that week 3? We're all very excited to see that.
So joining Space Station has been really awesome. At first, it was really sad to leave Nightmare. I mean, I'd grinded with PK and Chronic, I mean, from all the way from FACEIT Masters up into competing at International. So that was like a kind of a somber moment, but it was a little bit bittersweet because I knew that I was going to a better opportunity and like somewhere with more resources to really like, you know, push my career forward and push our career forward. Now, as far as looking forward to Liquid, I mean, they're a really strong team and we just have to give it our all.
So will you just use next week as a training ground to hone in on what's been working for this week, or will we see more experiments and more you guys trying things out against a quote-unquote weaker opponent?
No leaks, but we will give our all in every single match. Every match we give 100%, no matter who the opponent is. So next week we'll try our hardest, and for Liquid we'll be giving 1,000% as usual.
I see. The SSG media training is already kicking in for Lep. I can see it. Lep, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much. Congratulations once more, and best of luck next week.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
That's a Lep for you. Yeah, I mean, it must be hard, a little bit of sweet. We see between the stages so many shuffles, so many switches. So I feel like this point in OWCS, you're almost always facing off against a former teammate of some sort.
A team or a teammate, or it is crazy. It is crazy. I think the space station, the Moira is interesting. I think obviously they kind of proved it here. It does work. I don't think a lot of people kind of expected anything other than like Wu Yang Kiri, Wu Yang Lucio, or like Wu Yang was something else. So I want to see this work against a Team Liquid, for example.
I think it's more shocking that this is not the first Moira we've seen in week 1.
That's true. That is very true.
I think Dildux, right? But yeah,
she's always on the periphery in some weird way. But yeah, I'm excited for this space station roster. I think with Lep and their backline, and like he said, although it's kind of a bittersweet moment, him like leaving his old team, but he's going to somewhere with bigger resources and being able to help out the team a lot more. I think Space Station's future is really bright. I'm excited to see them play.
Yeah, they seem locked in. You saw in the background there as well. Really uncomfortable lighting. That means they're
random PCs, boxes everywhere. You're chilling. Exactly. You don't need anything else.
Like
just a PC and a monitor.
Let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at after just 1 week of play. I feel like there was a lot to take away from a lot of the teams we saw performing.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at a team to be excited about, it's always going to be, the top 4. But Extinction, how are they going to do? They know they want to compete with the very best. Are they going to be able to take down and be that upset team? A lot of people pinned their hopes on players like Hattori last stage being that. Same with Sakura Esports, to be fair. Those two teams, if they manage to take a game off of SSG, TL, GK, Team Liquid, that will be a big moment for OWCS in North America, because it has been a stable top 4 for the majority of the year.
And can Dildux get a win?
They will.
Match win?
Against Nightmare?
They got one map last stage, but it doesn't have to be against Nightmare. But can they get the match win?
Hey, week 3 could be theirs. Sakura.
Week 3,
just throwing it out there.
They got Team Z in week 3 and then Sakura as well.
Sakura. Yeah. Okay, week 3 is their week, but then they have the winnable games. They have back-to-back games that week, so that's unlucky and lucky. We'll see. Again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at our schedule for week 2 first. Actually, never mind. I'm getting ahead of ourselves, of myself anyway. It's time for DHL highlights of the day. What have we seen in this region that inspired us?
I mean, Sugar Free, how many deaths he had this series? Under 10? It's a beast, man. Daily highlights, of course, brought to you by DHL. Yeah, I think with the Tracer being perma-meta, it's been interesting to see what DPS have been paired up with the Tracer, but you're always looking at some of the gods in this region, Sugar Free being one of them. I mean, My Moan has looked okay on the Tracer as well. Obviously, the Ventures looked even better. You have Zera too. Oh man, it's a good stage if you're a Tracer fan, that's for sure.
Hawk 2, I think, was just so standout. I love the off-tank heroes. I think those are some of my favorite to play, just because you do have so much agency in terms of the amount of damage that you do. But then watching these pro players with all of this healing and pocket behind them, you just get some magical moments, like Hawk getting just kind of laughing some of the DPS in the match too.
Yeah.
Crazy on the damage.
Honestly, Hawk was the funniest to watch today, just because of the amount of support that he's gotten. If your point A attack on King's Row is basically a point B attack at that point, because you're just completely skipping over it.
That was
Right?
good.
Right?
Oh, yeah,
Player
we-
comes with
I
all
would love
heart
that,
for
man.
this
I wanted
one.
to see like the smile on his face.
Well, I was feeling it. It transcended through the server. This is what we have in store for us, as you just saw on your screens for next week. There's some good ones coming our way. I'm excited to see some of the teams again that did not really meet my expectations or hopes, if you will. Looking at you, Genji. And just to see
Genji,
how they
come on,
can
man.
turn things around next week.
They got to do it. Come on, Genji. Like, I've been rooting for you for such a long time now, man. Come on. It's against VP, so it's going to be tough. But, like, Genji's got this, surely. Lulus, surely.
Nekra,
Fingers
what was your
crossed.
biggest takeaway from this first week of play? Can be anything.
Symmetra is here to stay. I didn't
Now
think
say it
so,
like you're
but
happy about it.
EMEA moment.
Symmetra!
It is crazy how it's always the default. It's like, okay, guys, we're going into a dive meta. Don't worry. There's lots of Winston. There's Ball. There's some Hazard. There's dive DPS. Oh, wait. Checkmate's playing
Symmetra
Sim and they're
Bastion.
absolutely destroying people. Yeah, Symmetra Bastion as well. Yeah, I'm like, okay. Well,
I mean,
that's
if
an
anything,
EMEA thing, I suppose.
I can appreciate that we get to see teams show their different preferences, their
Sure.
styles, their flavor. You know, like if everyone plays the same thing, we're running into goats again, and no one liked that. So let's not complain if we see diversity.
Or Malgamira.
Okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
We don't want that. So having teams that are able to play other stuff, that's good. Everything is good. We are fine. Things are okay. We have a lot of stuff to look forward to, a lot of stuff on the horizon next week. And one of the things on the horizon, probably the most important one, has got to be Nekra's birthday tomorrow! Yay!
Wait, is it actually? Let's go.
Yay!
Happy birthday. I didn't know.
Early birthday, and
thank
now I have to clean confetti off of my desk, so I hate myself for doing
It was
that.
worth
But
it.
that's how much I love you.
That was
Nekra,
so
what you-
sweet of you. You actually
What's your-
confettied your
I
office.
confettied my office for you. I could have glittered it. If I
birthday.
really loved you, I would have used glitter.
Oh, no, you don't have to love me that much. I would never ask you to do that to yourself.
What's the birthday plans? What you doing?
I'm gonna
Inspire
go to New
me.
York and eat Korean barbecue.
Oh.
That sounds incredible. No notes.
Sounds sick.
Thanks.
That's a good birthday. Now,
I do work.
everyone
You'll get this in the post.
Exactly. That's how it works. It will be there soon. Guys, thank you both so much for lending us your expertise all day long. We're going to see you again next week. Thanks to everyone who's been tuning in and watching. Thanks to production for all the hard work they're putting in for the last couple of days, and so many more good things to come. Make sure to spam Nekra with well wishes and love for her birthday tomorrow. For now, we're saying bye. Have a great week. And we hope to see you again next week, next Saturday, for week 2 of Stage 3. Bye-bye.